Hello, everybody. What is up? And welcome back to Warehouse Wars. We told you we wouldn't be long, and guess what? That warehouse shipping, man, got that HD quality here instantaneously. So now that the warehouse part is over, we're ready to get back into this here war. We've got 2 more players sitting down and getting ready, Kevin.
Yeah.
Because the action has not stopped yet.
Yeah, are we prettier for you guys? We are now in HD. The game's going to be in HD. Hopefully you are happier to see all of our perfections, imperfections, and ultimately good looks.
I was going to say, look at this man's smile. That being in HD is insane. Now he's not gonna do it. Stop doing George Washington. Stop doing the George Washington. Yeah, he used to have dentures, so in all George Washington's paintings, he's like tightly pursing his lips because he didn't want to show his teeth.
I see.
Yeah, that's like why in the 1700s everybody had like smiles because they didn't have teeth to show.
History lesson for you guys at Warehouse War. That's fantastic. I love that.
Listen. You gotta ship them new things constantly, right?
Yeah.
That is the warehouse culture we live in now.
Absolutely. Players are doing button check. Just to remind you guys, this is a national event. We've got players from all over the place, not just nationally, but internationally, with the Shiny Mark being present as well, and MK Leo and SkyJ, of course. So if we've got people from all over NA. Talent across the board. You've already seen some good talent from these sets that we played so far. You're probably seeing some great talent on the mainstream as well, but there's so much more to do. We've got this day is the day for singles. We've got the whole day of singles ahead of us. We're going to be doing everything from pools to top 4 all in one day. So if you guys have nothing to do on your Saturday, buckle in.
Yeah, I mean, this tournament, so nice for that, right? We talk about day 1 being on a Friday, but really, you know, we're calling it day 0.5, right?
Yep.
It's like the pre-local to the nth degree, right? S Factor kind of did something similarly. They ran their event Saturday, Sunday, and then had Thursday, Friday as this big, like, 2-day pre-local festival. Warehouse Wars doing that on a little bit of a smaller schedule, right? Just the Friday, Saturday. So you've got the Vibes Day that's chill.
Yep.
You got Rivals. You got all sorts of other just casual shenanigans. And then Saturday, that's the business day, right? You buckle up, you lock in here in Nashville, 9 to 5, and you just keep working away till you find that stock game and set.
I did love that they started at basically 5 p.m. yesterday. It's kind of just like, hey, even if you're working a regular job, you can come here right after.
And I was going to say Rivals didn't start till 6, Ultimate Doubles didn't start till 7. So there was, even after that, right? Doors opened at 5, but there was so much time to get here, breathe, where, yeah, everyone can come enjoy this tournament. Friday, Saturday, you got something to do on Sunday, don't worry about it, right? This tournament really is scheduled for the community, by the community, and you can see in the background here, right? Last and Emma over there, their game just ending over on main. You get Melee in the background. This venue is absolutely packed with people, dude.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Fantastic to see. We've got G-Fitty versus Mayo coming up for you guys. We're learning as much as we can about these players and giving you the scoop. I believe G-Fitty is I want to say a Snake player. They don't have a lot of recorded sets with character data, unfortunately. And then Mayo, we've actually got
it's Mayo
Ness.
I was going to say Ness and
Snake,
occasionally an Olimar. Ness Snake is a
Disgusting.
matchup for sure.
Yeah.
This is a matchup that at the beginning of the game meta, people are like, oh, Ness wins. Reflect or Magnet, right? He just absorbs everything, lol. And he still has really good tools, but Snake can actually dash attack you for throwing that reflector, bait it out with a grenade, and then push you off stage.
Right.
He has really good tools to deal with Ness's disadvantage state, right? Nikita blocking and interrupting those PK Thunders entirely. Plus the forward air, just like that, against a floaty opponent. You're seeing exactly why, despite what it looks like, Snake's got some tools.
Jeez, yeah, that's not where you want to be. Yeah, PSI Magnet theoretically, does work against a lot of Snake's explosions. You can really absorb a lot. There's a reason that Knee Gunner, for example, is like a +3 matchup for Knee Gunner against Snake, according to some. But it looks like G-Fitty is running away with this one a little bit, able to get back to center, start their own game plan and a jab.
And I don't know if you saw that to get out of the ledge trap, right? Using that air dodge off the Cypher to block the PK fire to avoid the ledge trap scenario, saying, hey, Ness, you got to work a little bit harder than that, utilize those hitboxes and commit against me. But if I get over aggressive in turn, that's where you can use those active hitboxes. Anti-air, keep Snake up top, and really keep the pressure going. There was a great grenade pressure off the magnet wind box, but still, the overextension pushing you to the skies, and you have to be really careful to hold on here.
I really love that PK Thunder threw Snake to get hit by the grenade, so you don't get hard punished by like an F-tilt, which definitely would have killed Ness at that percentage.
However, that grenade, you saw the DI out. G-Fetty read the DI wrong. He can react to that DI and get that up air true, or the back air there, and find that stock. So he could have found it, but just wasn't able to quite. Mayo getting the mix. Now the back throw off the drag down, and Ness is gonna make you blow up 7 days a week, man. That back air gives you nowhere to get away.
Snake was at 100%. That's just how strong Ness's back air is. Snake is a heavy, by the way, but F-Tilt is going to even up the stocks, and G-Fitty wants to get their game plan started. C4 center stage. Watch it.
And you can't jump out of that F-Tilt against Snake, because that F-Tilt frame 4, right? Yeah. It will, if you swing and you buffer jump on the same frame, you'll get your 3-frame jump spot out of shield, and then on the next frame, well, you're going to get hit, right? There's nowhere left to go. So right now, it's going to be Snake trying to find a way down, utilizing that down to the F-tilt, going to look for the up-tilt combo, but just out of percent means that instead you're going to get pressed through to the corner, have to avoid this magnet, have to avoid all these hitboxes, and Ness looking for the style is the only reason that he doesn't lock that one out, but now it's going to be G-Fitty's turn. He still has a chance here, Kevin.
I love that double jump instant cancel into the PSI magnet. Otherwise, you probably would have gotten spiked by G-Fitty's forward air there. But we actually starting an edge guard right here. Ness is strong for those Cypher clips. F-tilt is going to be punished by the Nair, and Mayo has another chance here. I like the air dodge to stage. PK Thunder actually puts a little bit too much end lag, trying to get back to stage now. Doesn't eat the Nikito, unfortunately, and red the roll up tilt. G-Fitty closes it out. Nice.
Fantastic stuff from G-Fitty. I would like to see, however, in the next game, right? Closed it out. He clutched it at the last minute off that roll read up tilt. But you saw, especially at ledge, especially ledge trapping Ness, where Snake is at his strongest by far, right? He was a little uncomfortable.
Right.
Some things he can do there. Take a grenade, lay it out. Just cover a platform, force them low. Then utilize that first Nikita to pressure magnet, just like he was doing. But instead of keeping it spinning around, cancel it on the first hit, because it will fall through. It'll either hit them or not. And then you do the second one to interrupt the PK Thunder and close out the stock.
Yeah.
We're not going to see it, though, because it's going to be the swap to Ness, and I'm really surprised to see that one. Or, sorry, the swap to Violet, which I'm very surprised to see. But I guess you just want the disjoint here.
It's interesting that G-Fitty swaps to Violet off of a win on Snake. And the stage after character selection that they went for was Smashville, which I don't think is very strong for Ness, despite the theory that like somebody that can zone you out or throw projectiles thrives under a stage. You actually don't get a lot of really good platform movement with only a center platform because PK Fires aren't going to be hitting at nice angles.
Yes, I agree, but I think also Ness's really active hitboxes are great for walling out under this platform. He's really good at juggling, which you love on this stage. Plus, his small floaty nature, the big explosive combos into those down airs, back airs, thrive really well on a stage that's as small as Smashville. You can't get away from him for these grabs. You can't space him out. And a character like Violet can really struggle to create the space she needs against Ness to get things started. You're seeing G-Fitty start to find opportunities here or there, but it's one hit, two hit, and then he has to contest these big hitboxes because he can't space them out.
Right. And at its core, I think Ness is a difficult matchup for Snake. So I think swapping was just I'm comfortable on this character as well, and I'm happy to play against this. If I beat you on Snake, that's great. I'm not giving you a chance to come back.
And I think that's fair, especially with how close that game was, right? And now the edge guard, though, maybe making you kind of eat your words a little bit. Yes, Violet's recovery is on paper better, but it does lane you even more linear. It's less flexible than Snake's in terms of how Mayo can cover against it, right? It's much easier to intercept Violet. So we're seeing that happen here early, and G-Fitty kind of getting caught controlling space, but not having the movement, not having the extra tools to control where Mayo wants to be and lane him into getting hit, which is really where his Snake was seeing a lot of success.
Yeah. The down tilt F-tilt gets G-Fitty off stage, and then the PK Thunder is just enough of a scare tactic that G-Fitty cannot make it back. Mayo is up so much right now, and it's partially, I think, due to the stage.
Yeah, I think he's absolutely running away from this. I also just think the Violet just straight up hasn't been working. Hasn't had an answer to deal with his PK Thunder, which as you saw, the Thunder property can stun you off tether, push you just far enough away, it can interrupt it. It's really, really good as an edge guarding tool against Violet. You know, and we're seeing just the full mileage of that pushing you up top. Ness has framed it to just beat out Violet's tools to land so well that unless you're constantly finding nairs, you don't really have a tool to get much started against Ness. And we're seeing, like we talked about before, right? These characters that might have good advantage states, but hard to win in neutral in certain matchups, aren't that popular. And G50's making it work right now, but Mayo is absolutely cooking.
Ah, the PK Thunder not tech, sending against the stage and sending G50 down that game. They are now 1-1 off of a character swap that G50 opted into.
And hey, first off, shout-outs, right? First on 3-0 on side stream of
true.
Warehouse Sports. G50 and Mayo, you guys are absolutely killing it. But agreed, I think when you're up a game, if you have a second character you know you want to try in the matchup at some point, 1-0, 2-0, perfect places to try that out, right? You have the wiggle room to work with. I like 1-0 the best because you're not too comfortable. You don't feel like if you lose the game, am I throwing? Right now you just go back to PS2, go back to Snake, know you did it before. He had to reset his adjustment, so you feel like it's a reset of game one, where again, you know you're favored. You just can't get too comfortable, and I think his Snake can put in the work.
Yep, double platform is still the selection here for G50. I'm not sure what the bans were, but even with the longer stage, it is the better option, like as opposed to Battlefield or Small Battlefield, which you're obviously never picking. But I'm surprised to still see this going to this double platform stage, giving Mayo so much opportunity to use their superior movement capabilities in the air and set up a lot of those PK fire angles.
I think the width of the stage, again, against Snake, here especially, you can control space really well. The platforms do give some movement, but because of their high height, right, you can see it's a little harder for Ness to get the combo started here compared to Smash or with the width, or something like Small Battlefield with a lower platform height. And so you have to just rely for these juggles and controlling space, which to be fair, Mayo has locked in on. You see the way, right, he's holding all these angles, he's holding platform at all costs, and he's never giving G50 the room to breathe. Like, he's not running into these forward airs like he was last game around, and he just has really locked down the discipline in his play here on PS2.
Oh yeah, following the PK Thunder, the first hit of it is eaten by the aerial, but then just swinging it around so that it hits yourself. That's going to be a nice way to close that out, and G50 is on so much of a back foot here. Snake's game plan is like not entirely reliant, but if you want to play more linearly, his game plan is reliant on trading damage with grenades, and that's just not an option when you're 2 stocks down.
Yeah, the panic air dodge and the American air dodge as well, just not quite getting punished. But again, you don't even get an opportunity to find the reversal situation. Getting the weak up air just to get some pressure, trap you off platform, but again, Kevin, these single hits aren't gonna find the stock. Going for an up throw, that doesn't combo into anything, just trying to find the read after the fact. I like some of the situations positionally that G50 is finding himself in. You can see he has these roll reads unlocked, right? He has the ability to come back, but it's just these extra swings like that dash attack too early, not waiting for iframes. It's just like not respecting that you're holding the edge of platform there, right? And just swinging in recklessly. That we're seeing Mayo take full advantage of here.
Right, but there's only 2 situations that you get to utilize that advantage against Ness, and it's in tech chases, which are not super common against Snake. Wow, Mayo just not even giving me a chance to analyze that moment right there, but closing out that game, going up 2-1. But the ultimate situation is if you have the mental game on lock against Ness, you have to force them into those positions where you get to succeed in that mental game, which I feel like is just so rare on Snake. You're not often getting a tech chase situation. You can get a ledge trap situation, but Ness's aerial like acceleration and just general ambiguity with their aerial mobility makes it so difficult to lock them down. And they're floaty, so it's even harder to set down a tech chase situation. I don't know. I think that it's really difficult when you never mentally you're the better player. Yeah, switching to Joker fulfills that goal of playing to your strengths. I don't know if it's going to work out, though.
I think this being the 3rd character we've seen, if I'm G50, I stay the Snake. I just try to go back to my game 1 game plan, try to force out landings and punish them with dash attack with down tilt. Really establish your flow chart in the matchup. Because here, yes, you have gun, you have these tools to edge guard and find these neutral openings, but you don't have great frame data, you don't have great out of shield, and you still don't have great tools to deal with the things you're struggling with, which are these big forward air hitboxes, getting trapped in the corner, and these over-aggressive swings, whether out of disadvantage or against platform, that on the descent, Mayo has just eaten up for breakfast.
I think I'm seeing this more as a matchup check, like a knowledge check about how much matchup experience you have here. This is a matchup I see very commonly in the Midwest between like Atata and Raven King, for example, and it generally doesn't go like this, right? Like there's a lot more gun camping, and in scramble situations we're seeing a lot more like nairs, for example. But Mayo is catching this out super well and then getting edge guards with like the yo-yo. That's something that you should be able to avoid fairly easily as Joker with the tether.
And you saw there going for the forward air, but you get a drag down up there into that LaFable Infinite if you look for it, and you have the execution unlocked. So it being the secondary, right, not the main, you can definitely see the effect with G50 on capitalizing off some of these punish states. Even still, though, right, has Joker online with the Arsene, right? This is the powered up state, and you have the ability to take the stock, but getting hit by a PK flash, I mean, the mental damage that does, right, is immense.
Yeah. You got to get back down to stage here, and we are going to see that come out with Makara card. But throwing out Rebel's Guard is going to start to get read out here, and Mayo's already started to punish. You see a PK fire starting here, and now we have an off-stage situation. I like the Rebel's Guard, but how do you get back? The yo-yo, that's not going to work again. The regrab is going to get caught, but unable to get the sweet spot. How do you get out of this one? You can't.
You can shield SDI. You can find that weight and the hit. You saw take the max fade until you get that ability to jump out and find your way through the maze back to stage. But even still, Kevin, you're down a stock, potentially about to go down 2. You just have to throw these hitboxes because Arsene is getting low. You get the hit, but it's still not quite enough. Now Arsene is gone, and you're looking for the hit. You get it with a gun, and that's barely going to be enough. But you had to push through absolutely everything. Eat the drop-off plat, back air, and if you're G50, you know you're running out of room, but you have to find something now.
The win conditions definitely change when you're on Joker, right? You do get to play a little bit more around reads. You might get that like decision fatigue where you have to make 7 correct reads in a row, like you're saying, until you get something happening. I like the SDI out there, allowing them to stay alive right there, or at least stay on stage. But G50 is unable to get that situation started. You don't have the games in between that you can start doing your conditioning game, that you can get comfortable in this matchup, and Mayo's just playing as always.
However, you're seeing Mayo start to get aggressive for some of these kills, like PK Fire, F Smash, throwing out a couple of those bats, left, right, and center. And so if you're G50, it's all about the discipline. You recognize you have a chance, but you get caught by a reverse hit. Nair, you lock yourself into the Rebel's Guard, and that's all she wrote. Because yes, Rebel's Guard is great against those PK Fires, against the PK Thunders. But if you land with it, you have to be really careful because you're caught in lag, you can't jump out, you have to let that move in. Yes, it has a hitbox, but unless they're actively hitting you, you kind of just can step back and throw out an aerial, which is what we just saw to end that game and end that set. The ideas were there, but the execution wasn't. And I think G50, despite coming up short, has a lot to learn from those VODs. Mayo, though, just kind of got the matchup check, got the basic walling with Nest down, got the game plans, and locked it out.
Yeah, definitely more comfortable on their character than I felt like G50 was on their multitude of characters. Just a lot of experience playing against different enemies, different opponents, and playing their game plan accordingly. A lot of it was linear, right? A lot of it was still setting up around PK Fire and PK Thunder edge guards. The neutral and advantage states, I'd say, were pretty similar to how you would play against any matchup. But the disadvantage, I thought, was very nice. We saw a lot of what you normally see Nessus do, which is jump from ledge aerial or drop down jump to ledge aerial and get themselves out of situations like that. But they did a fantastic job of being ambiguous when the situations came, recovering high sometimes, recovering low sometimes, and I think that's something that cannot be understated.
Yeah, I think they did you said it so perfectly. I'm just like, man, how do I even add on to that? Because his mix-ups out of disadvantage gave him so many chances back to stage. We saw, the familiarity against, which is what I think was really impressive, against both the Snake, the Byleth, the Joker. He used every edge guard differently, right? Yeah. Every character, he pressured their routes differently. He knew how to utilize his tools against their hit, but you saw utilizing the PK Thunder there and its trail to block the Byleth tether, some of the pressure against Nikita to find ways back, right? Some of the pressure offstage against Joker, opting more for those yo-yo ledge traps. And his ability to pick these situations both on aggressive, in the ledge trap edge guard, or in the defensive, depending on the character, gave him such high risk reward that it felt like there was no coming back.
Right, absolutely. We're about to get into this next one. We have Alight versus Collateral. Getting some information on them. Alight is a Pikachu player, if I'm not mistaken, with a lot of experience on Pikachu,
and
basically in the
Collateral
secondaries.
is another Snake. I was gonna say Collateral is actually someone I'm familiar with.
Yeah,
he's a Snake player, as we mentioned, from production from Middle Tennessee. Someone who can, I don't want to say catch you taking some collateral, but it's kind of what he does, right? The explosions catches you out. This matchup has a lot of volatility because Pikachu's multi-hits, those thunder properties, he can just get caught by a hitbox, is light, and can just take a lot of stray damage against Snake, but he's also capable to pick up a grenade, toss it back, and just get a huge combo and kill you off one interaction. Yeah,
so what do you do to play around that as Snake? From what I understand, this is actually one of Pikachu's worst matchups.
I don't think it's like bad, right? Obviously,
bad,
like
even.
Players like ESAM over MVD historically, but you do have just this ability we're seeing, right, to slow it down. Down tilt is really strong in the matchup as well. Disjointed against a character that can crouch as low as Pikachu. Dash attack, trapping landings, being frame 6. Plus, if you can lane them to platforms just like that, up tilt catches Pikachu's falling aerials, right? His main combo starter super well. Up air, if you slingshot it, full shot covers full platform. So you have great tools that way as well. You have great tools. You can lane Pikachu to the platform, juggle him like we saw, and just find these early stocks because he's light and Snake's up tilt kills mad early.
Yeah. Definitely makes sense. Catching with that up tilt was a great way to take the first stock. Alight's looking to turn this one around, looking for a big edge guard. The Cypher eats it. The drag down Nair into the up smash, not quite taking an up smash on Pikachu. Not that strong of a move, and now we're back to neutral.
Yeah, the wave bounce there, right back out of dodge with the grenade as well, up in the radar. Gorgeous way to just, again, create some space, put that C4 between you and your opponent, establish a little bit of a wall. You see Collateral not really following his grenades in the way a player like Hurt or Apollo Kage might, but instead utilizing them as points on a stage, laying them out like a minefield to say, you have to pass this checkpoint, this checkpoint, and this checkpoint. Right there, that's a vertical wall. Those lobs, right, covering over the C4, and then he gets to hold the far platform. He says, this is my stage, and you just have to live under your platform, trapped in your little box.
This is a very interesting diagonal game plan here. Collateral actually trying to set up a nice tech chase there, isn't able to follow it. But anytime that Alight is in the air, Collateral is on the ground, and vice versa. And it's to catch landings like this. So when Alight plays on the ground, we saw Collateral playing a lot more aerially, playing a lot more grenade toss on the platform here. This is the exact thing that we're seeing, and it's working out so goldenly for Collateral.
And that down throw too, by knowing his character percent windows, knowing that F kill actually true on Pikachu compared to some of the rest of the cast, and so able to find that stock very quickly, earlier than he otherwise would, making full use of Snake's fate. Pikachu's relatively light raw kill power outside of that F smash, right, as well. So you hold on well to 190. Yes, you take that hit in the right third, but again, you're almost at 200%, and it still almost didn't kill.
Yeah.
So you are feeling very comfortable here with the lead. You just want to play around those grenades, slow it down, and abuse the fact that more than anything right now, Alight's not willing to grab Collateral.
Yep. Yeah, playing around the grenades is right. It's the main reason that Pikachus hate this matchup at least a little bit, is because you cannot get a combo game started unless you are perfect, frame perfect. Otherwise, that frame 1 grenade pull is going to get you out of jail here. Chasing Collateral finally on the same level as Alight, staying on the ground. And now they're playing some real neutral.
And we're seeing these grenades, right, how they block T-Jolt as well. Don't detonate it. The grenade mean that you just get to control space. You get to lock down Pikachu's best tool to control pace of game, slow things down, get some combos started just from a distance. And Collateral needs to start picking up these grenades. Or sorry, if he wants to win, right, he's doing the right thing. Alight, on the flip side, needs to start picking up some of these grenades. Needs to start grabbing his opponent. And I'm beautiful. The fact that he found that sticky is insane, by the way.
Oh!
Like, what do you do? You get stuck off the quick attack angle? Who does that? Who does that?
That was hot.
Bro, that was, like, I don't think I've watched a lot of Snake Pikachu.
Yeah.
And I don't think I've ever seen a Snake player try to sticky a Pikachu out of the end of quick attack.
Now,
that was hot as heck.
Yeah. I love the way that Collateral played that. Look out for that again if we go back to like a double platform stage. Playing on the platforms whenever a light is on the ground and whenever a light is aerial, playing for landing catches. I think we're going to see a stage swap. I'd be surprised if not.
And I think we'll go into the smaller stage, lower platforms here of small battlefields. This stage, though, actually might even be a little better for Snake. The platforms allow Snake to set up walls, set up his nest significantly more efficiently. The lower height means he can actually kind of full hop to these platforms, you know. Oh, he has a little bit more flexibility in his movement, but also you don't have the room to get away from Pikachu, and if you're not careful, that up air thunder, right, is just going to send you roaring down to the blast zone. Right now, though, it's just all Collateral racking up the damage.
I'm honestly surprised that this was the choice. I have to assume that Hollow Bastion and Smashville were the bans for Collateral, and then maybe, I don't know what the other stage was, but going to small battlefield is also just playing into Snake's strength. You get to cover a lot more percentage of the stage, and you still have plenty of room to run away and set up your trap situation. However, a light is able to close the gap a little bit more effectively on the stage, and we're seeing that in play.
We absolutely are, but again, not willing to take those grabs. Remember, down throw, one of Pikachu's big combo throws leads into that neutral air, can lead into those up throw bridges as well. But a light not looking for it is huge because grenade, right, throw as well, one of the great pieces of counterplay against grenade, because you get that throw in phone to get through the explosion. If Snake has it in hand, he might just got carried in a combo, you let it blow up, and then you pick up the extension, get some extra damage for your trouble. Like, the first two rules of Snake counterplay are grab him and grab grenades and throw them back at him. And so far, where a light is coming up short and where we're really seeing Collateral get this extra mileage is just that he's not implementing either of those tools.
Yeah, definitely fair. A lot of trapping setting up right now for Collateral, and a light is really trying to press the attack, but unfortunately unable to do so, right? Like, quick attack is so dangerous to use because it can actually be punished if you land near your opponent, and otherwise your landings are going to get caught every day and night.
Yes, sir. The empty landing, late fastball right into the pivot up tilt. So be very ambiguous about your landing leg, your spacing. Trap that runoff plat or the drop through was so smart from Collateral. Right now, though, finally getting grabbed. The air dodge read not going to find its mark. Collateral playing that one just well too patient from up top. Now this F Smash frame 3 charge release. Yeah, it doesn't work. Yes, you don't get your drag down on the neutraler, so you lose the stock. But 170, you're up a full one. I mean, you're pretty vibing here.
Yeah. Really looking for this F Smash. I mean, Collateral definitely wants something nice, something clippable, I think, in this game, too. If it gets a little bit more dangerous, it might be a problem. Can't get that grenade into forward air, unfortunately, but really, really trying to fish for something spicy.
You were talking about something clippable. That was about as clippable a fish, right, as you can attempt to catch on the hook. Right now, though, it's going to be that double quick attack angle just to reset neutral. A light trying to slow the pace of this game down, but recognizing that T-Jolt, unless you trap the grenade pull specifically, doesn't really have a window to get in.
No. Look at the movement from Collateral as well. Still getting hit by the T-Jolts, which is very funny. But they are moving. Like, they are sliding around like Indiana Jones.
Yeah, and you see, right, setting up one grenade on the platform, one on the ground. Again, that vertical wall. Say, you don't get a pass go, Pikachu. You don't get to collect $200, and you certainly don't get to take the stock. Unfortunately, facing that way, that F tilt not true there. You got to catch the tail on the backside. That's why it worked before, but not against the head over on the right. Right now, though, it's going to be running into the C4. You got caught in your initial dash, and Kevin, a light kind of let it be him.
Collateral is making these C4s look like proximity mines, honestly. Anytime that a light is in the vicinity, they are going off and hitting a lot more consistently than you would imagine on this fast, tiny character with crazy mobility.
And a big reason for that is that we're not seeing him detonate them very often, right? They're just controlling space, but he's forcing you to respect two grenades. He's forcing you down, recognizing that the light a little bit more aggressive player, again, not, you know, coming in on some of these aggressive options. He's baiting out these initial dashes. Remember, when you're in initial dash, that's committal. You can't jump out of it. You can't stop. And so C4 is something that just can call that out, even with the 11 frame startup. Right now, it allows you to get back to stage, though. Yeah, you took 20 extra %, but Snake now does that back literally out of a combo break.
You had one shot. You had one shot at that edge guard to interrupt the recovery after the Cypher was too low, right? And unfortunately couldn't capitalize on it.
You're looking for the tech chase, doesn't find it off the grab. I like that reset either using the down throw or down tilt disjoint there to pressure shield, find the grab mix up because of the grenade pressure too. Collateral is putting you in these frame traps where you technically are actionable, but you're in a bad situation no matter what. And
like
the option coverage has been immaculate for me.
Yeah, absolutely. I do like a Light's option there, the spot dodge into the down smash, getting a little bit more advantage here, trying to hold down center. I love the down tilt disjoints. We were talking about that before. Now in the air, a Light on the back foot. Collateral's able to set up a little bit. The grenade is going to catch. You can't quick attack either way, otherwise you're going to get punished. We got grenade trapping.
But not gonna get locked down right now. The electric bat worms his way through that mousetrap, Kevin, because he's back on stage. Resets to the neutral, but has to find a way around the grenade. Quick attack was such a cheeky little way in, right? Mixing up around that platform, but now you've given the time for that nest to get set again. He's playing around the C4, right? Trying to look for the conditioning and says, hey, actually, because you're worried about that, that's when I'm gonna jump in. That's where I'm gonna find the grab and the stop.
Yeah. Air, we have grenade in hand, decides not to toss it. That kind of surprises me. It actually forces a Light to shield, gets a Collateral back to stage. Really fishing for something spicy here, but I don't think you're in enough of advantage for that to work. The Cypher and grenade cancels, getting the forward air broken, but the dash attack still doesn't close out the stock, actually. Snake heavy.
And that forward air there is a frame trap. It does work against taller characters based on that option, right? But Pikachu's down smash, we saw pancakes just so hard. You get down so low down to the ground, as we saw there, that he isn't able to get low enough to find it. I like the attempt for the sticky there. Grenade says, even if I miss that, right? You land, it blows up, you get covered after the fact. Still hasn't found a way back down. Yes, as we set the options. Yes, Pikachu can go side to stage. But Snake doesn't care. He's got the C4. He's controlling all the stage right now.
Trying to get back down to the ground. Collateral doesn't even need to get back down to the ground. All you need is to cover one platform with C4 and then jump to the other platform. Wait for a Light to force something. And a Light does actually find it there, but still too much of an uphill battle to battle against Snake. You have to force your way in, taking a whole lot more damage than you probably want to. I like the flanking, stalling out the grenades, stalling out the trap options, but Collateral still got stage.
Yep, I love that. That's the Alundis classic setup there. That hug smash, grenade, hold shield, dash back, covers almost every option on reaction if you know what you're doing. But that time he didn't need it. He's just kind of locked in on the reads, locked in on the timing. And you see, right, willing to just hold shield, play patient, say, okay, Light, if you're not going to attack me, if you're just going to swing on my shield, well, I got a tool for that, right? It's called grenade, and when you hit the shield, it blows up, and I get a combo.
Yep. Yeah, Light's having to play very patient right now, and I like the nairs right there, but I mean, it's just a spacing option, and it's not even a good one at that. Finds a little bit of a combo here, and Collateral having no issues getting back to stage. Light isn't able to capitalize on these openings.
That Z drop, right, with the runoff, just to cover yourself on the retreat there from Collateral. So smart with the Snake. Again, setting up these walls, platform or no, that time you quick attack in and take 30%. Yes, you get the grab, but unless you find this edge guard here, now he gets the reversal. On the flip side, you can go around the world, but he gets to wait, call you out after the fact, and that's gonna be the set. Kevin, what did we just watch? That man, it felt like a Light started to find something, and then it all got away from him.
I think that was a masterclass on why the Snake Pikachu matchup is even, right? It's all of the things that Pikachu has to work around means that you cannot play linearly at all. And Pikachu thrives on playing more of a linear game plan. You have all of the creativity options that you need at your disposal, in your toolkit to be creative, to change things up, to play variable. But if you're not prepared to do that, if you are more comfortable playing so linearly, Snake is the one matchup that will eat you alive.
Yeah, I think you said it best, right? Snake punishes linear, confident, aggressive play. Y'all at home might remember watching Spargo get dismantled by Hurt, right? And that's why Spargo, known for being this aggressive, very quick decision-making player, plays to his own game plan and says, I dare you to beat me. Well, guess what? Snake, his one rule is I don't let you do that.
Right.
More than anything, you play my game, it does not matter. Steve plays Snake's game, right? He molds the rules around him more than anybody else in the cast, and it's something you have to respect, right? The difference between him and Steve is that there's more direct counterplay to disrupt those rules Snake sets, right? You get to use the grenades just like he does, whereas with Steve Walls, well, Steve's the one who gets to control every aspect of them.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Yeah, we've got a fun set coming up for you guys, too.
Coming up next, we've got Bochi and Goma the Glock. I was going to say, it's something the Glock, but Bochi the Glock and Goma. I was going to say, the alliteration went hard, but it wasn't to be.
No, not meant to be. Yeah, before we get into that, I do just want to remind you all that there is a main stream as well. Make sure that you've got both tabs pulled up. We have a lot of awesome sets happening on both streams. If you want to see more of the underground crazy, like, set rockers or like the JV4s, side stream's the place to be. If you're more comfortable watching, I guess, you know, more of the players that you are prepared to see in bracket, probably just dismantle their opponents, that's mainstream. But there's a variety for everybody, and you've got great commentators on both.
Absolutely agreed. And again, folks, if you are just tuning in here to BTS Smash 2, and you're wondering, where's that other stream Kevin's talking about? Well, it's over on VG Bootcamp. Shoutouts to them for always letting that happen. Shoutouts to Mikey the Cheat and the rest of the BTS crew that's still around for letting us use this channel as well and giving us a platform to make these things happen here on the Ultimate side. That being said, fist bumped, locked, and loaded, Bochi and Goma, Lucina and Youngling.
Yep.
This is a matchup, Kevin, we don't see very often, and it feels like one where, again, both characters have tools, but the Youngling just maybe has a slight edge.
Yeah. Bochi the Glock from Chicago. Definitely happy to be repping my region here on the Lucina, and this matchup is very interesting, actually. The sortie versus the projectile sortie. What can you tell me about this matchup?
Yeah, I think Lucina, right, so good in her neutral game when she gets to control it, when she gets to utilize her way to find these edge guards. She can really exploit Youngling in some of these scenarios. However, Boomerang forces you to play discipline. Fire Arrow, right, one of the best mid-range burst options in the entire game. So if you're Youngling and Lucina's not playing that patient discipline game plan and tries to get a little over-aggressive, Youngling can really make you pay. Right now, though, it is the discipline coming out from Lucina, and you're seeing that she kind of just can hold shield, she can play it patient, and because her sword is bigger, she just gets to out-scrap Youngling a little bit.
Yeah, absolutely.
Right now, though, looking to pressure you to the corner, Kevin, and has a potential ledge drop opportunity. Rinse repeat with the grab. Gonna go high instead reset for the down air, so not able to find it. Youngling being short enough to get under the rising aerial and lock out the stock. What did we just see there? Because it felt like Goma just kind of gave that one away and then stole it right back.
Yeah, it was a reversal of the situation there, right? As Lucina, you want to be going for edge guards, and one of Youngling's biggest weaknesses is the linear recovery. So you want to go deep as often as possible, and a counter, that's kind of what you expect to see for the most part. Goma, unfortunately for Bochi, was able to come back and reverse the situation on the first stock. Thankfully, Bochi was able to close it back out, but at 80%, this extra credit is looking a little dire.
It is, especially if you can't find a way back, but not able to capitalize. Goma already locked in, right? That fire arrow, so wasn't able to capitalize off of the Boomerang, finding its mark by platform. As a result, right, you had a way back to stage as Bochi the Glock, but right now it's all about just finding a way through this maze. You're getting a little over-aggressive, not able to quite make these hits connect. You're getting the stage control that you're looking for off movement alone, but then when you swing the sword, Link isn't there anymore, and suddenly you're the one getting carved up in turn.
Yeah, Lucina's aerial acceleration is pretty great, but the aerial speed is not that great. So getting ledge trapped is probably the name of the game if you are Bochi, like dealing with Goma on the bombs on ledge trap with the boomerangs going high. But if you can hold center stage and force aggression and corner pressure, the game's going to be yours. And that's why we see Goma just rolling in anytime that they get the opportunity off the ledge. They want to get the center as best as possible.
It's all about holding that center, as you mentioned, so you can set up those active neutral areas, these active things. But then when it comes to playing that game, it's all about giving your space to back up, space to back up, right? Giving yourself space between yourself and Lucina to trap her approaches with those fire arrows, with those boomerangs, utilize that platform to force it into a certain height that you can cover. And then once she closes the gap, because she will, just like this, how do you find that hit that matters, or how do you find a way out of disadvantage, because she's going to put you there. And right now it's been the parries, it's been the disciplined shield play from Goma that's really been giving him the edge. He still has to find a way back there. Wow!
Oh, didn't need it. Actually was able to make it back from that deep, holding the jumps as long as they possibly could, waiting out the counter. That's actually massive for Goma, able to start a little bit of an on-stage situation themselves. Some scrambles. Scrambles are going to go to Youngling. That nair out of shield is too strong. But nicely spaced out. Bochi gets an advantage state, and maybe he's going to get to close this one out. I like the spot dodge jab. Deep edge guard back air is going to take that stock. We're evened up on stocks, and Bochi has a chance.
Yeah, Bache has a chance, and you saw with those dash dances, right? Locked in, knows that they can close this one out, and he is looking for the pressure. Right now, though, it's all about giving yourself that chance in the first place, Kevin, and that means getting away from this Young Link ledge trap, but the biplat gives you that opportunity. Now pushing them to the corner, the overcommitment from that down air, from that Stone Scabber down, and you have to be so careful if you're Goma, because yes, you can get that fire arrow, you can get that swing into the stocks, but Lucina can and will edgeguard you, and Young Link does not have the tools to get around it just like that, but somehow holds on.
Oh, and getting back to center, getting the down smash actually on the corner pressure. Wow, what a turnaround right there. I thought that a massive turnaround was happening for Bachi, but Goma is able to get back to stage and just catch a landing. Sometimes it's all you need is just to catch a landing.
Listen, the only turnaround that was happening there was the back hit of that down smash, closing out the game, unfortunately. As you mentioned, though, the momentum was steadily building in Bachi the Glock's favor, right? They were finding those hits, finding those edgeguard scenarios. They just weren't closing out the situations when they had them, right? It felt like those edgeguards were just slipping through his fingers time and time again. And moving into the rest of the set, Kevin,
yeah, we're going to be looking at a game 2 right now. I believe game 2 just started. We're going to swap over to that for you guys. Getting into the action, and we are here. A little bit of damage has already started for Goma against Bachi, and a little bit of an advantage state. I like holding center from both of these players. They have to be so strategic about when they choose to back up to the corner, because it could spell detrimental to either one of them.
I really like the small battlefield pick here, though. Like, less space, lower platform. In theory, you're like, well, isn't that what Goma wants? It's hard to get away from these aerials, or from these projectiles? Yes, but same with Lucina. She has these platforms, and the distance, the height are so good for her to dance around what Young Link wants. Plus, it lanes her opponent into taking more certain heights better, and that's where you can find these recoveries. The no lip with the ceiling and the pineapple in PS2 also means that you're able to find these edgeguards under the stage better. And Bachi the Glock, right, started off perfectly fast and now just needs to maintain it.
Yeah, how do you get some extra damage down? You have the stock right now, but you are one stray hit away from dying at any given moment. You space out with F-tilts. You definitely don't want to be in a dangerous spot. That's a great way to rack up some damage, but the corner pressure is strong. Here's the issue. Goma can play the corners a lot better than Bachi can, so the onus is on Bachi to maintain center stage at all times, whereas Goma can kind of back up and play a little bit more spacing game like this.
But if you have on the pressure, you can find the shield breaker, Kevin. 1, 2, that's going to be it. No, not quite. Just didn't have enough percent or positioning, but still cleans up the edge guard to force the 3-1 scenario. It's not all about that stage control, though. It's about holding shield under the platform. You see Bachi doing this, even though losing the stock again, right? Holding it at all costs, saying, you can throw a boomerang, but I need to make sure I'm under platform, because it limits the options you can do. And once you hit my shield, then you're stuck to getting hit on the return from me.
Yep, absolutely. Starting a lot of corner pressure right here. Look who's got stage right now. Goma's actually able to make a turnaround here and start playing a little bit more stage bound. But Bachi is really just floating around this entire time, feeling so unbelievably comfortable that Goma's the one that has to close out the stock, right? So Bachi can kind of just float around, play bait and punish style.
Yeah, I like that neutral jump, like drop off, jump past ledge, waveland back, just try and create some space. But Goma's been so disciplined on, I'm going to throw these projectiles left, right, and center. I'm going to only use my sword as the mix-up up close. There's a couple more times I'd like to see some of these aerials, because we're not getting the contestation. It's a little too focused on the item play.
Yeah.
And that's really where Bachi's ran away with that game. But when we did see the sword come out, it was really successful from Goma.
Mr. Glock able to close out that game, feeling a lot more comfortable. We're seeing a lot more confident edge guarding coming out. All three of those stocks, I believe, were on, well, two of them, actually all three were on an edge guard. One was because of a shield break setup that got them off stage, and then the edge guard at Goma was able to close that one out. But the edge guarding is a lot more comfortable, and ultimately, if you have the stock advantage, your movement is going to be a lot more comfortable as well.
Now game 3, Kevin, counter pick advantage on the line, and Goma opting to take us to the wider PS2 where we saw the success before. I like the attempt there early for that ledge from edge guard scenario from Bachi, holding shield on that hero spin. But remember, unlike Link, Young Link still stays active once they hit shield.
So what does the stage afford Goma? Is it the additional space to run back Bocce has to close the gap a little bit further, more opportunities to mess up. Where are we seeing the advantage for Goma picking the stage?
You said it perfectly with the wide space, right? Just more room for Youngling to control the pace of the game. Say, I get to be the one to create the space rather than feeling suffocated by Lucina's speed plus her sword. Plus, the high platform height means that those rising aerials, as you saw, right, so good at catching the landings on small battlefields. But here on PS2, those platforms are being slightly higher. Yep. Lucina has to commit to the Dolphin Slash to do it. She gets away less, and she doesn't get to continue the advantage stage for trapping the land advantage to the same degree. So we're seeing less edge guards, not just because of how far away Goma can be, but because when he does have to come down and commit, the high platforms give him so much room to work with.
Absolutely. Offstage, Goma is going to get caught. You can't go deep there. You have to jump early, in which case you're actually going to get reacted to. Lucina is going to be able to jump, drift back, and then go for a back air. In any case, that also feels like a checkmate scenario when you get sent at that angle. Goma, desperate to close out this stock, goes for the down air, wants to set up a lead trap, wants us to spell death. I love the DI out on the boomerang. Not able to get the close out, and now, who's got center?
Well, right now it's still the Bocce show, as you see, right, trapping landings 1-2 again. Being able to land on the ground when your opponent's on platform, even in a scramble, means you're still the one in that advantage state, right? You just have such a better position to swing and contest these buttons on reactions on the opponent because you know what goes up must come down. And right now, Bocce trying to make that happen through the blast zone. Even these down airs from Goma have been by far their worst habit. They're still working. Getting the grab though, taking the stock, gets on the board, but again, so much percent on the name. You have to rack up huge damage here, Kevin.
I love that Dolphin Slash out of hit stun right there. Really saving Bocce from taking a lot more damage and ultimately sending Goma so far off stage that they're able to run across the stage and continue their edge guard ledge trap situation, closing out that stock. And now, I mean, Goma really wants to make something happen here.
Just the amount of pressure we're finding left, right, and center has been immaculate, Kevin. And now, right, you're seeing Bocce try to hold this interior ledge, hold the edge of that Pokeball to just say, I want platform, but I want to hold the interior ledge. I want to force you not under the platform as well, but into that open space. Unfortunately, Goma has just been so good at forcing Bocce back into the open space and turn, right, and then getting the hit, getting the juggle to dislodge him from his comfort zone, that Bocce hasn't quite been able to find this pressure from the corner, and Goma maintaining this is exactly how he gets back into this game.
Goma wants to use these strong outer shield options that Young Link has. What's interesting is that you have to be facing away if you want to deal with a spaced aerial, because you can do like a back air out of shield and make something happen there. But if Bocce lands on your shield, you want the nair out of shield, so you want to be facing towards your opponent. So it's just such a difficult situation to position yourself properly for your out of shield game that Bocce is actually able to pressure shield a lot more than people usually are against Young Link. How do you get back to stage here? You go high.
I was going to say, what an early recovery, my friend. That was gorgeous. Finding a way back. Bocce down to up with that back air, right? Just has the checkmate scenario. He gets a little overextended. He spins the fast fall, and as a result, the overextension leads to a reversal that eventually ends up in the stock. Goma has the chance they needed to potentially steal this counter pick advantage away, and while things look good for Bocce, they are one fire arrow from taking 70% right now.
Forward smash is going to be a great punish on the spinning slash. Is that going to lead to the stock? Bomb in hand is actually going to allow the reversal here. Bocce off stage. No edge guarding, of course. Young Link is too scared to edge guard against Lucina. The down air eats the projectile, trades, and the deep falling fair closes that game out for Bocce. Up 2-1.
Lucina is so good at that, right? Going down, spending all her resources. As you mentioned, that air acceleration good, even if the speed not so much, means she can kind of, once she's in the air, get where she needs to be, kind of switch directions, get back and Dolphin Slash back to stage, with utilizing that sword to limit her disjoint. Absolutely fantastic stuff from Bocce, but they're up 2-1. Counter pick advantage block, but the set isn't. We're going right back to PS2 for Goma, and even though you didn't win the game here, I still like the pick.
Yeah, again, it is the right pick, right? You have that longer stage, you're able to play around your projectiles more, and you force Bocce to walk up a lot further. It's basically an additional interaction that you can potentially punish by dashing back because you have more space to do so. That said, who's been controlling the pace of the game? Who's been holding down center and forcing Goma to circle camp? That's Bocce. He's got the control, but Goma's starting to turn some stuff around now.
And you see, right, Goma just doing a much better job trying to trap these landings on platform. Bochi was able to use them last game to get out of it and dodge time and time again for free, utilizing his wavelengths just like that, catching these early hero spins in the center stage. But this time, Goma's spacing them better, recognizing those downers better, and finding ways to avoid the punishes for the same scenarios that keep getting him caught out last time. Now the drag down up smash. My friend, he is cooking, opening up this game in dominant fashion. This is the way he needed to start this to keep himself in this set.
Dolphin Slash whiffs for the first time this set, and that kind of spells a little bit of what this game is about. Bocce can't quite get their openings, and Goma's controlling the pace of the game, finding a lot of grabs where normally they wouldn't have been able to find grabs. And Bocce getting on these platforms, trying to make something happen. I love the wait out on the air dodge. It really feels like Goma's got Bocce's number right now.
Yeah, dude, just the amount of pressure, right? If you miss the tag, it doesn't matter. Gets it down into the reset on the platform. But PS2, my friend, so wide, even from platform, not quite enough. And Younglink forward air, absolutely a kill button, but not quite enough. Again, up to Bochi to come back, but not able to find it. Still gets the push to the corner, but because of those high, kind of shifted in PS2 plants, you're able to get back from ledge for free relatively easily based on that position.
Lead trap. We're too scared to lead trap a little bit too far. Too scared of getting reversal. And again, the onus is on Bocce to come back to center stage. So that's why Goma decided to play further back, knowing that Bocce's probably going to swing and punish.
And those jumps were something we scouted out, right? We saw Bochi take that route back the last 2 times he did so. So Goma said, I bet you'll try it again. He did, because he didn't get punished the first 2. And the spacing difference was what was needed to cause the maximum punish. 3 stocks to 1, now 3 stocks to 2. Is a good lead from Goma, but we know he shouldn't be comfortable there, right? Bochi more than capable of running back from being down, especially here at the ledge. It could just be a quick edge guard if you're not comfortable, especially when you're trapping these landings, playing the perfect positioning, but again, it's just missing that one extra hit that has been throughout the set, the thing for Bochi that has given Goma so many extra chances.
Yeah, Goma played very patiently there to recover, which I think was crucial, right? 122%, you're on a fresh second stock. If you had lost that, that could have spelled a big trouble, because that's how Bocce, I think, came back the last game. So Goma setting up very, very safely, as always, holding center, because that's what Bocce wants.
I love the parry. I love the up smash, getting the trap, and Goma gonna lock it down in very solid fashion, showing you, hey, yeah, I took him to PS2. Yeah, I lost the last time. But guess what? Them's just notes.
Definitely going to see a stage swap here. PS2
Agreed.
is too uncomfortable for Lucina. You want something smaller, more compact. What are the bans, do you think, from a Younglink player here?
That's a good question. I mean, I think it's personal preference. A lot of the time, I think there's a lot of different ways you can go. I think you want them to take you somewhere like Smashville, and I was going to say, I think we're just going back to small battlefield. Yeah. That's where we are going. Anyway, again, both characters, both players like biplats just too much, as we see in platform fighters, no matter the game.
Yeah.
And for Lucina, less stage, lower platforms, you said it best, right? She just smothers you here, and as the bigger stage is uncomfortable for Lucina, so is the smaller one is uncomfortable for Younglink.
Yeah, exactly. So those are definitely going to be the bans and the non-selects, getting us to small battlefield where Bocce was able to show some prowess last time. And we're seeing that kind of come out right here. Goma over-aggressing, trying to take space, trying to force space, but unfortunately almost getting reversaled from that.
He doesn't quite, though, get to take too much punishment, right, for the pain he put himself through. Get the F smash read to trap the landing. Read out that arrow dodge in, right? It's such a common panic option to ultimate. Something we've seen Goma do a couple times, but never really get called out for in this set. Game 5, though, right, is where you put it all on the table, Kevin. You pull out all those stops. No aces to leave up your sleeve for this set. And these two are doing it in full force right now.
You can react to pretty much every one of Younglink's recovery options as Lucina. It's just a matter of how early you jump off the stage. Bocce has to time their jumping off the stage perfectly to be able to cover every option, low, mid, or high. And whenever they're on, they're absolutely on.
Right now, I just love these toss backs, toss forwards, right, trapping the landing and recognizing it's all about positioning over anything else. But Goma with his very tricky drift, right, it's just been these micro adjustments in the air from him that allow him to find some of these reversals over what seems to be a pretty solid swing on the surface from Bochi, yeah. But for Younglink, he has the tools to cover it.
Absolutely. being center stage. Bocce's got it again. Goma's at the corner, at the ledge, trying to force their way back in with projectiles. Actually being pretty successful in it. Finds a fire arrow, and now at the corner is Bocce. Not where you want to be. Forward air is going to eat your stock, and up air will do the same. And Goma has evened up the stock.
And Kevin, he is breathing a sigh of relief right now. You know, 142, Lucina living that long can just be absolutely brutal. They're getting a whole extra stock per game if they start this 3 times in a row that way. And so, you know, 60%, 75 now. Okay, I got it. 50 separates us, 40% even, right?
Nice.
Yes, I lose my stock, but at least I got something. At least it's a little bit closer now, because if you were down 3 stocks to 1, you would just, the mental would be gone.
It would have been a problem, but unfortunately Goma was unable to close any more of the gap right there as Bocce found a very nice call out on the high recovery. He said, I know you went for that last time and it worked for you. I'm going to make sure it doesn't work for you again, even if it costs me an edge guard.
I'm surprised that we've seen throughout this set Goma keep going for these forward airs on the mistech on platform, because Youngling can get a second fire arrow there right into the combo extension. It doesn't look quite as flashy as what Toon Link can get in those situations, but you still get quite a lot. However, Goma just trying to take some more guaranteed stage positioning, some damage, and this is a huge opportunity. Why, right? You have the ability to ledge trap Lucina. You have the ability to find these edge guards, but even at 147, again, 2 stocks in a row now, that it's 150% before Bocce goes down.
Goma stopped swinging and decided to start playing a little bit slower. Finds the down tilt into the up air to close out the stock, which, again, very crucial. You've closed the entirety of the gap that was against you. Pretty much a 0 to death there with only like a couple of missed trades. And now you've got a little bit of advantage in stage, you've got advantage in positioning, and now advantage in percent. What a big turnaround for Goma.
I absolutely agree with you. I mean, he has completely flipped the momentum of this game on its head, slowing it down as the pressure mounts, and you know that has got to be having an effect on both players. Game 5, like this, Kevin, in winner's quarters, right? You know you're almost there. You're almost about to make it out. You don't want to drop down to losers right now.
No.
And for one of these players, that's going to be the reality. Bocce is letting this one slip away, but knows I still only need a couple hits. I'm still in this one. If I find this positioning, I find this edge trap, that grab, it's worked every time, but now it's not working. What do I do? And Goma feels confident in the driver's seat unless he overextends.
Yeah, unless you overextend is right, because it only takes 1 interaction, but it matters where your positioning is for that interaction if you're Goma. You only need 1 interaction anywhere on stage to close out the stock against Lucina, but if Lucina gets you off stage, that's the issue.
The big shield break! He's gonna find it, push to the corner? Oh no, Kevin, that's gonna be it. Baby, what a call out to close it. You saw the Waveland too beforehand to get that pressure, get the coverage, to get your shield in the right position, to force a panic scramble, right? Even though that situation started.
Yeah.
And then it came back where it's like, even though I'm the one in disadvantage here, you're anxious, you're uncomfortable because you didn't expect that, so you're going to reset. Then once you do, hey, I noticed you jump at me a lot, right? Once I hold center stage, because you don't get to run away far enough to shoot those arrows, throw those boomerangs with impunity, that's where that reverse shield breaker came in, and just the raw call out. I mean, we were saying, Goma had the momentum, swung all the way back in his favor, but all it took was 1 hit from Bocce.
The selection was great too, right? You haven't used Shield Breaker but like once or twice, and it's hit both times throughout the rest of the set.
It broke shield both times, too.
Yeah, exactly, because you're choosing a falling option as Lucina. Normally you could just shield it and use an out of shield option, or just dash away if it's spaced well. The one thing you can't do whenever you are shielding against a falling Lucina is eat shield break, and that was the only correct option to win the game in that interaction.
And remember too, right, based on the height and the position he's doing it, if you initial dash to cross them up underneath there, you're too far away because of the momentum to punish that shield break. If you dash back, you get caught out by the shield break. You get stabbed in the back, you hold shield. Well, we saw what happens. If you jump, yes, you can get out of dodge and fight and punish, but you have to know it's coming.
Yeah.
And it was just a great recognition of the scenario, a great setup, that while there was counterplay too, as you mentioned, normally Lucina's looking for those rising aerials. When you're just stuck falling like that, they don't expect such a drastic timing mix-up, both in terms of jump height and frame data, right? One that can transition aerial to grounded too without resetting, and Goma just got caught out when it mattered most.
Yeah.
It happens.
We're gonna break for just a moment to talk about some sponsors, some advertisements. Take it away.
starting with Farflash. Nobody knows their community like your community and the official social group of Warehouse Wars. But we've also got Daddy's Den Revival at the Spokane Convention Center, September 27th to 28th. They've got Louis Money, Shu, JDV, Silver, Chronos, Skittles, TK Breezy, so many more. Go support Big Daddy Nom Nom and the whole crew out there. But if you're supporting here, check out Titans Tourneys.
Yeah, absolutely. Sponsored by the Tennessee Titans. That's an incredible pull for Warehouse War. But let me let you talk about Wavelength.
Wavelength is back in my home region of New England. Go to start.gg/wavelength today. Ultimate, Melee, Brawl, Rivals. They've even got Smash 4. There is so much in store. It's already a Melee Major. There's still announcements to come for both games for players. Ultimate, you know it's New England. You know the type of talent we've got there. Some out-of-region folks hopefully coming through too. Can't talk too much about that because they haven't announced who's going to be there. But I promise you folks, as a player, as a member of this community, Wavelength is not something you're going to want to miss. Nobody does it like New England. The family does not stop. And come through because you're not. It's going to be an unforgettable time.
Absolutely. Absolutely. So.
We'll
see what we have coming to. I don't want to get my hopes up here, right? But we've heard that potentially coming to the side stream would be Shiny Mark and Bochi, who we just saw, of course.
Listen, Kevin.
That sounds like a terrible matchup for Bochi.
Well, even if it's not a terrible matchup on paper, it's Shiny Mark.
It's Shiny Mark.
If he was more active this season, right? He only attended 3 offline tournaments. 2 of which were B+ tier Diamond Dust and S+ tier S Factor 11, notably winning both of those. And then his 3rd offline event, right? I believe also winning or doing very well at. Plus, you know, arguably the best online player in the world, up there with Sonics, Wrath, and a couple others. Nobody grinds like this guy.
No.
And for someone who is also in Guatemala, which means he has to travel far to get to a lot of these bigger tournaments, as someone who's a full-time student and someone who still crazily does not have a sponsor. By the way, sponsor that guy. You know, nobody does it quite like him. He's one of the hottest names in the scene for a reason, and someone who, again, if he was more active, would very easily, I think, have an argument and does talent-wise for being one of the top 10 players in the world.
Is Shiny Mark the #1 seed for this tournament?
Yes.
Yeah, #1 seed for this tournament, playing against the Midwest hero. I'm going to say hero, but you know, it's Bochi. And so getting back with the Lucina versus Pikachu. Yeah, I mean, like you said, it's not really about how bad the matchup is, which it is bad. It's probably Lucina's worst matchup, but it's about the fact that you're playing against a world-class player that has fought the likes of Mr. E, fought the likes of some of the best Lucinas in the world already.
And also, you know, someone who's staying with Leo this weekend, right? Someone who says, hey, you might be the best Lucina of all time.
True.
You don't play the character right now, but want to warm me up for my bracket path tomorrow? Right, we don't know if Shiny Mark did that, but that's certainly an option he had available to him. And again, someone as you mentioned, has the experience, has been there before despite his young age. And if you're Bochi the Glock, I think you're just excited to get the VOD. You know that upsets can happen. You're trying to not think about, hey, I'm sitting in from Shiny Mark right now. I have to play a Pikachu. This is a rough matchup, but I know my game plan. I just have to stick to it. Because it is possible, Kevin. It might be difficult. But as we saw, right, from Mount Everest, and as we saw even more so from this little game called Celeste, no summit is unsurmountable.
Look, nothing would make me happier than, you know, Chicago hometown hero beating the #1 seed, but let's not kid ourselves. It's an uphill battle. It's going to be a difficult, rocky ride that involves a lot of adaptation.
Hey, Kevin, would you say it's a mountain to climb?
Yeah.
Hey, that was a joke for us, folks. I'm sorry. But, in the meantime, it's going to be Bochi and Shiny Mark getting ready to get right into it. You know, you see Bochi maybe getting a little bit nervous. I don't know if you saw that deep breath that happened there. Not something we saw before the last set as well. So you know it's not just, this is how I get my mental set, but this is, oh God, what am I about to go through, right? But we're getting started here on small battlefield, and at least Bochi can be happy about that.
Right, absolutely. There's not any big noteworthy Pikachus in Chicago from what I know as well, so I don't know how much matchup experience Bochi has in this one. Not that I think that it's necessarily going to come into play too much, but just speaks to another layer that you have to overcome.
Lucina does have some tools, right? We saw the Dolphin Flash early to get out of some of the extended combos if you're not framed perfect, right? Lucina does have a good combo escape tool, if it's, though it might be the middle. Plus has some decent tools to at least try and edgeguard Pikachu back. But you mentioned this being one of Lucina's worst matchups, and that's because Pikachu just in general is so hard to edgeguard, and that being where so much of Lucina's skill potential comes from.
Now, finding a pretty nice opening here is Bochi, and Shiny Mark does plank under the stage, gets to the other side, and resets neutral a little bit, and I don't think Bochi is ready for that momentum shift. Off stage now, big edge guard. You're the one getting edge guarded now, Bochi. You've got to adjust.
Yeah, the drop off ledge there, instant wall jump into the edge guard there. Yeah. Shiny Mark just, even in pools, right? He says, yeah, this is optimal. This is what I'm going to do. I'm not trying to style. I'm not trying to cook. At least to get things started, I just want to showcase my character to his fullest. I want to coast through this one. And as you mentioned before, he is willing to plank. While we're seeing the combos right now, this man is not unwilling to time you out. It does not matter who you are.
No. I like the down air. They're catching at the very end, but again, you have to deal with a plank, so all of your momentum's kind of gone. You don't get to play this cadence game plan that you're so used to playing in a fighting game. Shiny Mark resets every advantage situation to force you to not only change your cadence, but play advantage again at a different time.
Well, the routes, the air dodge there, getting caught, Shiny Mark there with a rare panic option, but when you don't expect the Skull Bash, that's where it makes you pay, right? The missed tech, unfortunate for Bochi, but at least able to push Shiny Mark to the corner, potentially get a stock there, but this man doesn't miss his quick attack angles. This is like absurd ledge play.
Yeah. Yeah, the quick attack angles again started this interaction. The second quick attack moving down is what started this big combo. That's 40%. On the last stock, you got to find some big stuff happening.
And the full drift there off the drop through as well, literally covering everything humanly possible, Kevin. You see, right? Bochi just grasping for straws there, looking for an F smash, trying to say, I don't even know how to touch you when you're in the corner. It feels like off stage, you're harder to hit than when you're on it, and that should never be the case. Even there, right? It's just the raw F tilt catching you out on landing for being a little bit tricky with it. That's what causes you the stock, and now you have to be careful about the edge guard again.
Yeah, unable to get the tech again on that one. The down air sending towards the stage. I was a little bit surprised myself, but it was the sour, not the sweet, and Bochi's gone.
And, I mean, listen, that's about what we expected, right?
Yeah.
And if you're Bochi, you feel pretty solid about that, right? You were doing a decent job in neutral, right? You were getting out of some of these longer combos. You were forcing him to really push you to the corner multiple times, but you just weren't able to maintain those advantage states. You did get Shiny Mark to the corner. You did get him to Legend. You did get him off stage. But you just were really never able to find a way to even use those resets when he went to Ledge. Maybe mixing in a couple more down tilts this time around to just reset those Ledge situations would help and force the technical play to happen even more from Shiny Mark at the very least.
Shiny Mark is able to change the pace of the game. That's something that, like, there's only a few players, I feel like, in the world that are so adept at controlling the cadence of the game, slow, fast, speed up, entirely stop the momentum. You know, Peanut is one of those players. Leo is one of those players. Shiny Mark is showing himself to also be one of those massive players.
Listen, I love the T-Jolt here, trying to maybe find a drag down instead looking for the forward air, expecting that jump back to platform there. Maybe a little bit more patience from Lucina and trying to catch you out on the read. You see Shiny Mark starting to implement some of what he scouted in Game 1 already there. And they're right, Pikachu can commit so far, and then even if you pull the option to get out, Quick Attack still gets to reset the situation in your favor. Plus the Thunder Wave Bounce. Again, the tricky movement, the walls you get to set up here with this character are just absurd.
Yeah, absolutely. So what do you do here? Like, right, what's your win condition if you're Bochi? Like, how do you, what do you have to implement if you want any chance of turning around a stock?
You need to find a way to start to bait Pikachu in with your movement a little bit more and not get hit by every single one of these falling neutral airs, right? That hitbox is very good, but Pikachu has very stubborn ones. Lucina has the ability to outspace you, right? To find some of these fade back forwarders, to find things like dash attack. The thing that's scary against that is T-Jolt. So how do you force them to commit to jumping in on you without using T-Jolt to cover themselves? And then how do you space things back, utilize Slingshot, fade backs to slow the pace of the game down and cover yourself?
Yeah, absolutely. I love that. Getting back to stage and just going for a raw F smash. It's the right choice sometimes, and it's the type of swinging that you need to make happen. When you're against a player that controls the cadence of the game, you have to switch up your own cadence.
I love that from Shiny Mark, looking for the Thunder there, just didn't want to quite pull the trigger on the up smash. Instead, up tilt tries to pick it up after the fact. Even though you don't find it, right, you catch them in a scramble, and they're still never able to hit you. Dancing Blade now does deal 20, but it just resets the situation, and Shiny Mark's so comfortable from going from coast to coast, whereas you're seeing Bochi have to jump back, get caught above center stage, finding ways down very creatively, and honestly doing a good job, but it's finally, right, these down tilts, as we were talking about before, that are giving him a chance of a way in.
Bachi's playing so patiently and disadvantaged as well, not burning their jump early, not burning an air dodge too early, and it's allowed them to get back to stage so confidently. Shiny Mark's going to have to start swinging for the fences, and then at that point, Bachi might actually be able to find some reversals here, but you have to get out of this combo first. Fair breaks it up.
Yeah, huge there from Bachi. Shiny Mark, they're looking for that up air bridge, but just dropped it, and that rare flood from him, he's so consistent with those, right? Means that he's going to have, Bochi's going to have a chance. You do have to go around, but Lucina has the speed to contest you. Didn't call out the quick attack angle, but I like the idea to go for that, because if you get it wrong, right, you go to platform, they're far away from you, and it just resets entirely.
I love that air dodge, but Shiny Mark chases it with the grab, trying to get back to stage, eats the down air hard. Bachi, even though Pichu's at 93%, you have to deal with planking, you have to deal with T-Jolt. How do you aggress?
Well, down air 2 frame there was just absurd, and how do you aggress? The answer is sometimes you just do what you can, and you gotta pray a little bit, right? And right now, he is pulling out all the stops. Bochi is doing such a good job in this game, right? He has been up time and time again, and it was literally getting 2 frame. That is the only reason he's down here, and Shiny Mark had to still steal that one back. But right now, it's about keeping the discipline, because again, Shiny Mark will play the patience to a T, and now with a lead, Pikachu gets to play so defensive. When they're down early, that's the driver's seat Lucina wants to play in. But here, you're seeing Bochi get caught swinging, and Shiny Mark makes Sonics pay. He's gonna make you pay too.
Oh yeah. This is the downer. This time reverses the center stage situation, but Shiny Mark pulls the momentum back in their favor. Now looking for some more neutral game plan, again slowing down the pace of the game. Reset the cadence. Shiny Mark is always in control. Big jab block into forward smash is going to take game 2.
Well, that stutter step at the end too, so clean, right? You gotta get that jab block, and then the 1 frame dash back, right, like S smash there, just to give yourself a little bit more space to get that sweet spot, because otherwise if you miss, it can be, you know, you can even miss entirely on certain characters. The bounce can cover things wildly, you can hit the sour spot and accidentally mess it up. That being said, if you're Bochi, you feel really good about that last game. Maybe not the last stock, but you say, I laid out the blueprint and I executed.
Yeah.
I got 2 frames. It happens. There's not a whole lot I can do about that there. But until that point, I was winning.
Yeah, that's true. We saw the vision, right? We saw the potential. The down airs were incredibly strong for ledge trapping Shiny Mark. There were so many situations where Bachi had full control and was able to rack up continuous damage. But yeah, you have to find those openings.
And I like this just from Bochi. He's trying to slow the pace of the game down, mixing up his landings, utilizing some more of these downers. Now he's willing to start to take some of these hits on shield, fade it back with the swing, reset the scenario. Now gets the push to the corner, has an opportunity here. But again, it's this over-aggressiveness. You're seeing it with some of these Dolphin Slashes and F Smashes that we didn't see before. The antsiness has just been a little bit more present for him down 2-0 than the other 2 games of the set. And I feel like that might be the mental going just a little.
Yeah, absolutely. Nice. Catches the jump with the forward air, but one more lease on life. Bachi has it, but Shiny Mark says, go ahead, cancel your lease, no 60-day notice.
Hey, listen, at least Hugs isn't the landlord, right? Anyways, the up tilt gonna catch you on landing, force you out, pressure you to ledge. The neutral air, though, not gonna quite get the stock because the trade, just beautiful job from Shiny Mark there, throwing in the hitbox, recognizing the hit he can take to a T to at least force you off. The Dolphin Slash does get it. Kevin going full bias mode, clapping for that stock. It's okay, my friend. I would do it if it was my friend against Shiny Mark.
Okay, again, resetting the momentum. So here's the situation. I think Bachi is actually favored in scramble situations. Okay. Whenever the cadence is clear about what's going to happen, Bachi's making all the right decisions. But whenever Shiny Mark gets an advantage state and resets the cadence, you die.
And that was a scramble situation that didn't go Bachi's way, right? And that's what we're talking about with the mental. Is he starting to feel like when he gets hit or when he's in these scraps, whereas before he was really disciplined, making all the right decisions, now he's just swinging for the fences, right? And Shiny Mark is starting to read those. He's recognizing the situation and is calling it out. Now you're seeing the full, right, lightning loops, up air bridge, drag down, reset, into the read for the edge guard, goes for the down air. Shiny Mark getting so tricky with it, doesn't close out just yet. But you can see, right, he's trying to make a clip happen on Bochi. He feels like this one's in the bag.
Yeah, so Bocce had a little bit of fatigue there, just kept getting juggled, wasn't able to SDI out. Actually was able to reset their mental and the momentum, but now that Shiny Mark is on the back foot, can we close out the stock? Quick attack can't be punished right now, even with the parry, going for the shield breaker, swinging for the fences. Bocce wants something to close out the stock so that they can start their game plan on stock last, but I don't know if it's happening for them.
Listen, Last is on mainstream right now, though. He has got a chance to show up here on the side by forcing Shiny Mark onto his own. Right, Bochi has the chance, but he just needs to find his way around the T-Jolt. I love these wavelengths. They are so perfect every time from Bochi. But again, it's just a scramble. He's swinging for the fences, and that's going to cause him to drag down reset. Shiny Mark could have got an up smash, but just didn't pull the trigger.
One more chance here. Oh, nothing punished there. A lot of scramble right here. Shiny Mark wants to back this up. Actually is able to re-aggress with the down air. Juggle situation is coming in. The up air isn't going to quite kill. One more up air will, but I love the weight on the air dodge. Bocce had to make the exact right decision to air dodge in. Who's air dodging in right there? You're going to get punished anyways. Shiny Mark had a great closeout.
I was going to say, I really like the point that you brought up, right? Even if he air dodges in, and Pikachu gets a quick attack down, get down before you, and still hit you for it.
Yeah.
But you still don't get down for picking the right option.
Yeah.
She is so good at sharking your movement, right? Mirroring you like a shadow boxer, right? You saw, starts here, tries to find, Pikachu just gets to sit in the middle and wait, right? Has that up air to cover the arc. Okay, you drift back, Pikachu just gets to follow you.
Yeah.
And if you air dodge out, we saw, you're dead. You air dodge anywhere other than in, well, you're just dead.
Right.
And you air dodge in, well, Pikachu still gets a fastball to ledge,
yeah.
or quick attack back down to stage. Worst case, catch your landing, and then get the whole juggle reset, do it all again.
Big ups to Shiny Mark just standing here, right here.
How's it going?
Great set.
Good stuff.
But I'm going to be honest, Bocce had some crazy plays. That was such a close set. It's going to be a great one to review for him. I mean, it was so close in so many situations. There were so many advantage states where Bocce was doing so incredibly. Even with how bad that matchup is for Lucina, Bocce made it look doable the whole time against the best Pikachu in the world. That's something that you can definitely take home and be happy about. But dejected right now, I think, is Bocce going to losers.
I think he is a little bit too, and I think you could feel it even after those first two games. Again, right, we saw a couple over-aggressive Dolphin Slashes, other options. That we saw the panic come out, the discipline break through, right, and break down a little bit. And it's just unfortunate to see it end that way. But again, as you mentioned, and he did a really good job, and if he maintains his composure in losers, takes the deep breath and resets himself, I think we could see Bocce go on a run, because I agree with you. He's playing out of his mind today, Kevin.
Yeah, you have to be able to reset after that one. Understand you were going against the #1 seed, and so the fact that you lost is not, like, it's expected, but the point is you played really well against that. You have to take those nuggets of gold from that game and use it to bolster your morale going into losers.
Hey, Kevin, I feel like we're having a reunion right now, because you're here, I'm here. The last event we saw each other as two-time champions here. We've got Mutays coming up. We're talking about Patchwork, of course, that man taking that event in Ultimate in both years of its existence, going up against Hidalgo. Mute, formerly from Florida, much more recently, obviously been from Texas for a little while now. Best Peach player in the world at this point, unequivocally. And someone who, whether it's going to be through the neutral, through the combos, as long his only enemy, right, is his hands.
Yeah.
On the flip side, do you want to talk to us a little bit about Hidalgo?
Hidalgo, the Pikachu player from, I guess from Knoxville now, but originally from Mexico, from what I understand. By from what I understand, I mean what I'm gaining on Twitter right now. That's about all the information I have. Still an incredible player, has an amazing win rate, has wins on like EGAS, has some other like pretty big wins on top players locally and regionally. Luigi Pikachu player, I think they've been playing a lot of some more Luigi lately, but Pikachu is still their most played character. And if you're going up against Peach, what do you think the decision is if you're going to pick between Pikachu and Luigi?
So, I'm from New England, and anybody who knows New England knows Ling. And anybody who knows Ling knows that Ling really struggles against Luigi. I think that matchup is actually really bad for Peach. On the flip side, Pikachu, also on paper, like pretty solid for Pikachu in the matchup. However, Mute, right, not only talks to Ling, who has very good Pikachu experience, but also talks to Shiny Mark, right, has that knowledge and that practice in the matchup consistently. So if I'm Hidalgo, I'm going Luigi 7 days a week. I say, you know what? I can't out-technical you. I gotta out-cheese you. I gotta find those 0 to deaths. I gotta find those grabs, and I gotta find those weird combo routes on the floaties, but instead it is gonna be the Pikachu coming out. It is gonna say, hey, well, you know what? This character's just busted.
Yeah, a little bit more of a straightforward game plan with a lot of variability that you can play in like your defensive options, whereas Luigi has a much more linear recovery route and a much more linear game plan that can be punished more easily. So Hidalgo is putting a lot more stock into their mental prep than into a straightforward game plan execution.
Agreed, my friend, agreed. Right now, though, it's all about the movement from Mudays, right? We haven't seen a ton of hitboxes come out. It's just these up airs that he's known for, the back airs off the float cancel, and the occasional dash attack to just control some space, right? Mute just, again, playing this neutral game, trying to slow the pace of the game down and not get hit by these T-Jolts, knowing that Pikachu can start a combo, but it's off the item reversal that first advantage state goes, even still, though, only 20%, and it feels like Hidalgo's been the one winning the stage control game a lot of the time so far, but it's Mute who's the one actually racking up the damage.
Yeah, absolutely. That's the issue, right? Pikachu ultimately hits chips, right? It's not a lot of damage in each interaction, whereas Peach has a lot more damage off of item toss combos and off of stray hits than Pikachu does. So you have to work a lot harder to get the damage down, and Hidalgo is really trying to work.
But Pikachu makes that up because she does just get to kill you off one combo, right, off position. And now the Saturn online means you don't get anything but Mute, whereas we'll see players like Ling, players like Nuggets, you know, some of the other Peaches here, even players like Lumeki, start to use those special turnips more. Link, or Mute just throws them away. He says, I don't want to deal with Saturn, I don't want to deal with Bomb, I just want my consistency, because I'm the best there is at that.
Because guess who's not holding shield? Pikachu. So Mr. Saturn doesn't really benefit you in this matchup anyways, and a large part of Peach's game plan in this situation is whenever Pikachu comes at you with like quick attack or with, you know, like a falling aerial or a rising aerial, is shield. So the fact that you have to shield more means Mr. Saturn's going to be a little bit more dangerous for you to deal with than for the Pikachu, but Mudace goes up a stock.
Did you just see the float movement?
So crazy.
It was like, Mew always does some variation of that, but you could see the timing mix-ups. He was absolutely schmoving right there.
Yeah.
Now just trying to find a way back. Micro-spacing around the float. You could
see
he was trying to He was trying to get away from the T-Jolt, space something out, trying to find a reversal, and instead Hidalgo said, I've seen that one before.
Yeah, that's the exact right choice, right? Back air maybe kills there, but it also could just give Mudace the aerial spacing to recover. But drag down forward air, there's no choice if you don't have your jump on Peach anymore.
Right now, though, watch right these floats, the spacing, you can see trying to find those float cancel back airs, right? Trying to just control the ground, but Pikachu is so small when he stays down and hard to hit. And that's one of the reasons that we're seeing Hidalgo jump back with these T-Jolts and then swing when Peach is above him. But other than that, he's doing a really good job staying grounded. Pikachu normally wants to jump more, but Peach will catch you out.
Shield pokes with the down tilt there. Mudace has a little bit of space here, but the up tilt is a very nice way for Hidalgo to turn that around. Mudace drifted a little bit too far in, is able to actually reverse, get the item in hand, finds that nair, not quite the edge guard, and reversaled on the ledge trap. Hidalgo's trying to make space, but Mudace finds a good grab into the back air. We've got another ledge trap.
Yeah, that's a good positional combo. Racks on a decent amount of percent to Kevin. However, Mute's still not able to find the stock. Hidalgo has been utilizing Pikachu's hurt box shifts perfectly. These pancakes have been coming up hotter than an IHOP, my friend. He is so hard to hit right now, and Mute has been struggling every step of the way. The fact that this is so close to even is insane, because Mute just hasn't been able to get much of anything started.
It's hard, right? It's hard to find a way to close out the stock. You're usually kind of relying on ledge trap pressure, but Pikachu's disadvantage is just too strong, and Pikachu's advantage is also strong. Hidalgo's showing that, able to hold down some stage. We've got some corner pressure only with the T-Jolts here, trying not to over-aggress, actually does over-aggress, and eats a back air for it. Mudace finds the one opportunity to close it.
And even though you missed there, right, I like the idea. You recognize he's landing, and you get a dash attack. But what you forget to account for is that float means you can just mix up your landing timing, weave your way through it, and then punish them, right? And that's where that Hidalgo gets caught out and loses the stock. But the idea, the decision making was there. Now he's got the edge guard. He's not overextending. He's willing to just rinse repeat the edge trap, but lets Mute get the feet down and reset the float. That's how Mute's getting out a disadvantage here. And if Hidalgo can close this stock, I mean, he has a potential to find a couple hits to take at a time. There's only 2.5 minutes left.
Yeah, I think that you have to over-aggress on the edge guard there, you know? As much as it's benefiting him to not take more damage, I think you have to look for an aggressive option. And I do like dash attack as that aggressive option.
Yeah, and we've been seeing it time and time again, right? It crosses up shield is hard to hit. Whereas whether or not he should have overaggressed, right? The fact that he didn't take a single hit in the interim, right? He's still at 0, and now we're at an even game, Kevin, means that at this one is starting to sweat, and we're seeing a crowd start to gather, even though this is game 1 on the side stream. Hidalgo getting the drag down, pushing you to the corner. Mute stuck in a hard place right now as this percent starts to rack up.
Oh my goodness, a little bit of a scramble there. The down tilts aren't catching, but Mudace has just so many more tools in a tight scramble that Hidalgo does. They come out a lot faster as long as you space them out well. Look at this pressure. I mean, Hidalgo just can't find stage at all. I love that instant float tomahawk grab to start an advantage state. Isn't able to continue it, and I like the shield into the back throw. Now Hidalgo has stage positioning, but throws it away. Able to find an opening off of a quick attack, actually, and Mudace is having trouble.
Yeah, the ability to catch landings there is so incredibly smart. If you're Hidalgo, it's about getting this pressure, getting this chip, but not overextending. Because, yeah, you can take the stock, you can take the game, but if you don't, look at that timer, 90 seconds left. It's about minimizing your hits, because this is a percent lead that Peach can blow up, but Pikachu has the ability to time you out from this percent. Hidalgo just has to commit to it and not swing with bad T-jolts, not give Mute the way in, and just create space.
Mute is locked in, trying to use this frame data and this excellent movement on the double jump float cancels. He's trying to make something happen, and actually does find the down air there. The stock is even. The percent is truly even here. It's only going to take one more interaction for Mudace to find a kill. Right now could be the one.
Yeah, now he's got the lead, the down tilt.
Oh!
He doesn't look for the forwarder. He had it, but just didn't commit. That indecision's going to give Hidalgo the chance. He's just taking the forward throw for stage positioning. Doesn't try to find a drag down, and the T-Jolt's going to snipe out Mute. Going to drop it. The air dodge, no, he buffers it, and that's going to be it. Hidalgo taking game 1. What world are we living in? Someone get Shiny Mark out of the VIP room or something, because he's not going to want to miss this.
To be clear, I don't think Mudace was indecisive about that forward air. I don't think that connects true at that percentage. I think it was waiting for an air dodge and just missed the follow-up, which is just such a crucial follow-up to miss, because that would have led to the game.
And while I agree with you that it's definitely not true, I think it's something you do have to work for there, because again, Peach is just able to hold the space without committing it. She can jump and float and then swing that forward air just to cover the space and force the air dodge early, or wait it out and just hold the space and not let you just come back uncontested there, right? If you had floated, you can get the back air or down air or something to out of float to continue the advantage state off that air dodge, but you just never look for it at all. And as a result, now Mute's down a game, surprisingly, right? With Hidalgo willing to push this another potentially 15-20 minutes. That game almost went to time. We very well might see timeouts in this set.
Mudace starting a little bit of a combo here, is really holding the center with up airs, like instant float up airs are super nice. It also allows you the opportunity to fish for tomahawk grabs, because Hidalgo's going to be afraid to take aerial space.
And you see just beautiful air angles, right? Hidalgo just gets to take space off stage. There's that decisiveness with the forward air, right? We didn't see it game 1, but game 2, Mute recognizing, already adapting to find the difference. And this is a whole new world we're living in, right, Kevin? Before he was down the entire game, now he was playing with a huge lead. He gets to control the pace from the driver's seat, slow it down, just sit on this platform and force Pikachu in instead of trying to approach through this wall of T-Jolts.
Yeah. Now under the stage is Hidalgo, under the platforms, holding down stage, finding a grab, finding the forward air, finding all of the advantage right here. Does not want to take any damage if possible, before stock gets reversed.
Okay, I love the parry on the single hit on the drift back there. Mute recognizing that you take the first hit on shield, parry the second one. So smart, right? So now Hidalgo just having to scramble to get anything. And whereas in the first game, right, it was the scrapping, the trapping, landings, the continued advantage states that were giving him huge opportunities. This game round, he hasn't been able to find them, but it's a tomahawk, empty jump fade back into the dash. And this man is cooking. He's got Mute on the download too.
What a hot option right there, because you know Mudace is going to be swinging out of shield with like an instant float, nair, drift away or something like that, and dash attack is going to catch a little bit of a drift away. Dash attack is fast enough to catch any option. All that Mudace could do there was shield, and shielding is just too scary.
Bro, it's so good, and right now, right, Hidalgo's already just evaporated this percent lead from Mudace, right? Again, one interaction, 10% separate them. There it is, right? Hidalgo has brought his way back to the lead, and now if you're Mudace, you're sweating. You took that first round so dominantly, but Hidalgo has never been able to let it get away from you. And, you know, if he goes up 2-0 here, you start to sweat as Mudace.
BTS is a very calculated player, tries to set up interactions and situations where they can be really advantageous in. And Pikachu is just a character that doesn't allow you to set up those situations because of how ambiguous all of their options are. However, Mutace is fantastic at adaptation and actually finds the forward air there off of an aggressive ledge option.
Even so, though, right, it's all about Hidalgo and how he claws this one back. We saw in game 1 him get down huge, right, and find that extra credit, not take a single hit, and take that stock and turn to even up the game count. He has an opportunity to do it again here. Took 30 off Raw Turnips, now 45. This is not looking as clean as the last time around, but we've seen his ability to close out these situations and come back. Mute needs to not let him get back from ledge here. Does, and now it knows one interaction is going to cost him a stock. He cannot go to a last stock scenario against Hidalgo.
Tried to frame trap right there, but unfortunately a fast option from Hidalgo allows the reversal, and the reversal is the drag down into the up smash. That is stock for Hidalgo. 83% is a lot to make up for.
And these T-Jolts, right, turning Peach around so she's facing towards you, absolutely huge, right? She's at her strongest when she's got that back air to swing and push you with. Once Pikachu can get you off stage, it can be absolutely lethal. You have to be careful. Oh, and Mute, able to close that one out. Even the setup at 1 game apiece, the adjustments are coming in. But it's all about how Hidalgo can answer back, right? Yeah. Because you saw, the thing that caught him out more than anything was pressure in the face of getting those stocks. The pressure in the way of reeling it back in. It was those turnips more than anything that kind of slowed him down. Right now, though, I think Mute is just maybe asking for something, but we're between games while we get things sorted. It's not gonna be, a new set. Maybe, I don't know. I think Mute asking Combo for Uber Eats. Yo, Combo, what's happening? Okay, it is an Uber Eats order. That's what we thought it was. Go. And also, I'm sorry, did I hear that Beautiful Crow's getting on commentary? Who you covering?
Again, they can't find Big Pepsi. They had trouble finding Pepsi last night, too.
That's my goat, though. Beautiful Crow, get over here. Get over here. I don't care that we're on stream. We're between games. We're not on camera. I'm going to give you a hug. It's good to see you, buddy. We'll talk later.
Yeah.
That's my guy.
Now that we've had some shenanigans of commentator cameos and Uber Eats ordering, I think that we are ready to start game 3. Just like a casual Uber Eats order from Mutace mid-set.
Listen, all I'm saying, we've already got an esports commentator over in Overwatch and Valorant named Uber Shouts. Why not Uber Eats?
Why not Uber Eats is a good question. Honestly, could be me after this. Could be me.
Hey, listen, have you tried that Princess Hot Chicken out?
Oh, I'm going to, actually.
It's fantastic.
That's a good plan. All right, game 3. We're going to Battlefield.
Yes, sir. Triplats here are really interesting in this matchup. Pikachu can love or hate the stage depending. So can Peach. I think here you're looking to kind of prevent some of Peach's combos. She does get the juggle situation, but not a whole lot more necessarily. I think I do actually see Big Pepsi walking up, so that'll be an interesting conversation for them to have. But T-Jolt, in the meantime, right, as Hidalgo maintains this neutral stage, again, going down the percent early, but this is how we've seen both games in the set start, Kevin.
Yeah, absolutely. I think the top platform obviously is good for Hidalgo to continue combo routes, but more importantly, to be able to come back to stage and disadvantage. You don't have to deal so desperately against Mutace's up air pressure when you have a top platform to land on to kind of reset your falling cadence, and I think that's a big part of the stage selection as well.
I love these T-Jolts. I love this pressure. Right now, though, it's about Mute. It's about finding these swings and hits, swings and misses time and time again, my friend, because the floats left, right, and center are going to create all the coverage you might need. You see it, right? Mute is just willing to slow down the pace of this game and empty hot. Dare these T-Jolts to come out before committing to an option and force Pikachu to be the aggressor.
Yep. Holding center stage, we saw the top platform benefit Hidalgo there, not having to eat a disadvantage state and able to reset from corner, but Mutace says you're still in the corner. You still have to over-aggress to get back to center, and Mutace is able to force some nice interactions here. Skull Bash into quick attack is going to be interrupted by the jumping nair. I love that edge guard.
And those float, like that float cancel fair to find that interaction in the first place, Kevin, was set up because of those empty hops, because of the slow pace that Mute has set to his play. That when he suddenly comes out with a fast aerial like that, you just don't expect it, right? And Hidalgo is caught slipping, lost the stock, and now is getting caught on platform trying to find a way in. He's going to eat 60 off these uppers, finds a juggle back down, but Mute even ready on the counterplay, and you know, right, the adaptation is complete.
Yeah, Mute is making it clear that this stage selection does not matter, right? The top platform does not come into play if you are just in the corner the entire game, or if you're just sharking underneath the platform. In fact, it can only benefit Mute in a lot of situations in that case. But in any case, Mute is not playing around that top platform at all, saying this is a small battlefield until you make it otherwise.
Yeah, Mute clocked in at 10 a.m. and got started, so maybe feeling a little bit groggy in that game one, but you can tell he has woken up, warmed up, and is here to play. The neutral, the floats have been fantastic so far, Kevin. You saw right there that float cancel back air to just cover up the timing. Again, it's all about those mix-ups. The SDI through these neutral airs as well, just to keep Hidalgo slipping, and so far Hidalgo hasn't been able to find his confirms.
He's got stage again. Ledge trap, it just feels like the situation Hidalgo is in at all times is being ledge trapped or starting a combo themselves. And there's no in-between. But here is that little bit of in-between that allows Hidalgo to even up the stocks. Finding a down smash on a landing, actually able to follow up on their advantage state. Fantastic. Okay, I love these down tilts, the up airs, the pressure here is mounting. Hidalgo knows he needs to find an advantage state. And where he's thrived, right, are these scramble situations. Are the 1-2 hits where even though Peach is favored on paper, he's really been doing a good job of scrapping. But once he has to find the confirms, when he has to find these grabs and the long combo starters, right, he just hasn't been able to get much started, unfortunately. Yeah, that was a good opportunity to start it, but unfortunately unable to follow up on the aerial drift right here, and the floatiness of Peach is just sometimes difficult to continue a combo on if you're not prepared, and Hidalgo does not seem ready to follow up on a lot of these. Okay, I love the drag down, just the pressure upwards on the rising neutral air to reset our platform. Say, okay, I just need to take my damage and get out of dodge with that blazing fast aerial. Because if you overextend once, right, Mute, we're seeing it off the reset once, twice on the platform. Now keeps the juggle going. You can quick attack to get down because of course you're Pikachu. But even that, right, Mute still gets center stage. You're still stuck in the corner, and you ate 50% while gaining nothing. Oh, that was a big down tilt. Unable to tech on the platform means they eat a fair and have to deal with corner pressure again. Finding another nair, sending to the other corner. Quick attack is not doing anything for Hidalgo right now. Just playing in the corner, trying to fish their way out, but unable to bait and punish their way out of that corner right now. Scrambled into the center stage. Does benefit Hidalgo, but now Mute again has stage. How do you get your advantage and keep it against this player? Well, I mean, right now the answer is I just think you go to the next game if you want to get an advantage, because Hidalgo just has not had an answer. And Mute looking to lock it down here on the ledge trap, going to with the back air. And again, that's what we were talking about, right? Sit by platform, keep it ambiguous. I can full hop the platform. I could not. I can float. I could not, right? I can mix my timing, I can back air. At any point of coverage, I'm right there and able to cover the stock. So Mute lost game one, up 2-0, being a TO's worst nightmare, now pushing every game to the brink of time. Right, we haven't seen a game take less than 6 minutes this set so far. That's true, these have been long sets. Pikachu busted. I'm gonna say it. Shout out to Sam. We're going back to small battlefield. I think Hidalgo realized that the top platform wasn't benefiting him as much as it possibly could. In fact, was allowing Mute to extend some combos and making it more difficult for like some T-jolts to land from the air. Being able to like double jump T-jolt is not able to find a position that you might want with that top platform there. In any case, it didn't seem to make enough of a difference to warrant going back to battlefield, and being able to kill with up smash has been an option for Hidalgo, so the shorter ceilings are also beneficial going to small battlefield. I think you said it perfectly, Kevin. I mean, especially I think the absence of the top plat here benefits Pikachu a lot. On paper, it disrupts Peach, but Mute and some of the other Peaches have gotten so good at just utilizing float to hold space and find these up air juggles that it isn't really that downside stage that you thought it might be before, right? We know the FDs are probably getting banned, as good as they are, it can be for Peach, because Pikachu loves them too, and so it makes sense that we're seeing these short byplats where you have to scrap, where Hidalgo can force more of the situation that he found success in game one, just like this, right? He's getting these drag down grabs now. He's getting the edge guards that we weren't seeing in some of the other games this set. Udace aggressed a little bit too far, couldn't find the back air. The drift in on Hidalgo allows him to start this over, but the scramble situation, they both drift back, drift in, drift back, drift in. Udace is the one that is able to find the opening as necessary, the one that's quicker on that drift response. However, Hidalgo able to pressure from the corners pretty safely, Mudace needs to find one forwarder, though, and if you're in the corner, you're going to die.
I like that Mute there under platform says, okay, I'm not going to swing with forward air. I'm going to swing with neutral because it's faster. Maybe I can find a grab. Maybe I can find a tech chase after the fact for my troubles. Or a kill, depending on where and how I hit it, right? Now, when he gets behind his the backers, they're finally getting a float called out, right? Hidalgo struggling to do that throughout the set, but when it matters most, has finally gotten one on the dash attack. Even still, Kevin, not enough to kill, and Hidalgo has had to get stuck in the corner, scared to run under this platform unless Mudace overcommits to a shield like that. Weird DI from him, he loses the stock, but hey, you feel confident here based on how the last 2 games.
2 minutes in was the first stock take, by the way. I just want to point that out for a moment. And as much as Mudace would like to make it 1 stock apiece, this far into the timer, Hidalgo's kind of running away with this one. Mudace trying to get back to ground and find an opening, but not seeing a lot of that movement that we normally see from Mudace that keeps the movement so ambiguous, that keeps Hidalgo guessing. There is a very nice call out, though, on the aggressive ledge option. And that was a conditioning game played at its finest.
Yeah, I really appreciate the flows back, earth, and forward here from Mudace. He's managed to close this gap just a little bit, but again, Hidalgo on small battlefield, right, we saw in Game 1, we're seeing it here in Game 4, has just been absolutely lethal, Kevin. And he's so good at controlling the space under these platforms. He's so good about playing this height around what Peach has to offer. And all of a sudden, we thought we were going to see a 3-1 after that game. Well, we might be going to Game 5 because the way Hidalgo is playing is clean as hell right now.
Oh, yeah. Absolutely. Mudace found a little bit of damage and a little bit of stage positioning, but doesn't hold shield long enough for that nair to dissipate. Gets eats it a little bit. It might be the better option than dealing with the follow-up.
Okay, these T-Jolts, left, right, and center, doing an immaculate job at this point in time. Holding the space, right? Holding that ledge of platform, forcing you to land on it if he wants to come in. But as you mentioned, right, huge interaction. Mudace pushing you to the corner, but still not able to capitalize on the ledge trap. Hidalgo this game has just felt so evasive to hit, and that's where Mute is struggling.
Yeah. Is able to even up the percentage here, and Mute, again, is really adept at finding these openings on ledge at these high percentages, be it like a back air off stage into an edge guard or just a raw forward air on like an aggressive ledge option read. But Hidalgo has not been able to close out these stocks quite as effectively. Has to find like an aggressive down smash or something a little bit too risky that might actually cost him his own stock at this percentage.
Okay, you know, huge interaction here. The down air, right? The pressure Mute getting ready to trap the landing and doing so with the back air. The turnip gonna reset once, twice, maybe a 3rd time. No, not quite. But now you have to back off, right? Because you got to put yourself between that T-Jolt and the platform. Mute has nowhere to go but back, and so able to get back to stage C, stage control as well. And Hidalgo reeling this one all the way back, right? He's very capable of maintaining this lead, taking the stock first, but Mute in turn, 1 hit away, and it's gonna be him showing the top player privilege because he's the one taking that stock.
Yeah, back air punishes the quick attack, and it begs the question, who is more comfortable in the corner, Pikachu or Peach? Or is the question, who's more comfortable in the corner, Hidalgo or Mudace? Because Mudace is so patient, does not desire to be in the corner, but is very patient in the corner.
I think it's more than anything kind of just a player. I think it's a little bit of a player differential. Getting the edge guard, the pressure here, left, right, and center, Kevin, is huge. The drag down, the reset, huge opportunity from Hidalgo once again. And it's the alliteration with the H, my friend. I mean, he is capitalizing in spades.
Dead even are the percentages right now. Trying to force an interaction. Mudace actually does find a nair, follows it up with a dash attack, gets to start their own plan here. Catches the T-Jolt end lag. That could spell trouble in the turnip.
It was a Stitch face, baby. He didn't keep track of that. Unfortunate. Mute hadn't seen one the whole set. We saw that Mr. Saturn head come out before, but you know Hidalgo, they're probably not looking to say, oh, is that the first turnip of the set that right. Mute is throwing up anyways? I can take that hit anyways, and if I don't find it, that's going to be it. Unfortunately for him, it was the RNG Stitch phase. Mute locking it down, right. Not ready to tech those, and closing it out. But speaking of closing it out, Kevin, I think that's going to be it for us. And I've been Ritual, and you guys can find me at RitualCast, but Kevin, before we go, before you take us away, where can they find you?
at Kevin with a K _. Somebody else has at Kevin with a K, so I have to add the _ on all platforms, Twitter, Instagram, wherever you want to find me. We've had a fantastic block. We had some great sets. We've seen some local players. We've seen some top players. But ultimately, we're going to hop off the mic and let the next block come through. Thank you guys so much for joining us for our block. We'll both be on the mic a little bit later today. Continue watching this stream and the main stream. We'll be right back.
Have a good one.
Welcome back, everybody. Warehouse War 4. I got Combo with me, and me, myself, and I, it's Beautiful Crow, the best last-minute addition to any tournament ever. Combo, how are we feeling?
Dude, I'm doing great today. So glad you're able to hop on. It's good to see you. I know we've run each other a couple events, so it's fine to finally have like a, all right, let's sit down, let's run a block. And we're over here in Nashville, Tennessee.
Yeah.
Like, super excited. Me, as a big personal lover of Nashville hot chicken, never having been to Nashville before.
Man.
So, you know, eye-opening experience. It's been a great time. Having a great time. Yeah, Warehouse War 4 too. Super fun venue, great community. TOs have been awesome. Production's been great. So I can't complain. I'm having a great time.
Oh, yeah, dude, it's so much fun. Like, this will be a third year in a row for me, just being at the event. Love Nashville. It's one of my favorite cities in the world. Great food city. I have the recommendations. Hit my Twitter. I will give you a list.
All right.
But definitely here for
I got
Smash
you.
in general. Being at Rocket Town, this historic venue. Love it to death. Love all of the competitors that have been coming out. Like, it's just so dope to see the wealth of talent that is present here.
That's right. That's right. We also got IBS and Draconic lined up as our next set. So just as a reminder, all of Ultimate is best of 5.
Best of 5,
So
baby.
we're going to be sitting here for those long set adaptations. You know, that's what we're here for.
Absolutely.
That's what we're here for.
Absolutely. I love that. Like, best of 3s, yeah, cool. Efficiency, woo. Best of 5s, nah, that's the real nitty-gritty. That's where you see what players are actually made of.
Right.
Those mid-set adaptations, like you had said.
And stamina running through these brackets, too, because you're going BO5 after BO5, like, all day is insane.
It gets insane. It definitely gets insane. And, yeah, we're going to see IBS, Draconic, ready to go. I love IBS's shirt, the Godzilla shirt. Appropriate. I mean, we just had Gojira opening for the Paris Olympics yesterday. Like, that's insane. So dope to see that.
Let's see these guys just getting ready. We're hopping in. What are we at? Wave B of Ultimate, I believe?
B1, I believe.
Yeah, there we go. Wave B round. We're opening up. Fine morning here over in Nashville, Tennessee. Let's get it going. I saw a fist bump. I think we're loading in. There we go. Wario and Piranha Plant. Start off on PS2. Where we going? What we do?
Okay, Draconic is so funny with that. Just picking out the plant. One of the better plant colors, by the way. I would say. Still big fan of Default, which is so beautiful. But like, I love the tropical nature of this game. Definitely exciting to see how this match is going to go. It's early on, though. Just
it's a solid lead here. We've seen some difficulty from IBS to actually approach. Draconic stuffing everything out, whether it's Patui, whether it's armor off down B, whether it's covering space with side B. Finally, we've got a bit of an opening here. A slight momentum going towards IBS, but honestly, Draconic is just looking for the kill at this point. Couple more percent, an up throw, and that's that.
Yep, okay. Ooh, I thought Shield was going to break. No, catching him with the charge. 131 on IBS right now.
Here we go. Cover space with side B. Yep, forces the jump. And then great air-to-air with the up air to take that first stock. Good momentum here from Draconic. Let's just see how IBS can adapt the approach. I like the usage of Bike here. It's like, let me just throw this really big projectile. It doesn't really do a lot of damage or knockback necessarily, but it's going to make your setup a lot more annoying so I can actually find my way in.
Right, and it's so funny because like the first 2 times you saw Bike getting thrown at Draconic, he did a really, a good parry to get rid of it, but as it goes on, you have to keep that in mind. You're like, oh, wait. Like, that's not normally what you would associate with Wario. In this matchup, though, it's doing so well.
Here's IBS's time to bring it back. There it is. Down tilt, dash attack, closing out. We're effectively even here. Low percent on second stocks. Let's see now. Getting caught in a bit of a weird ledge situation. Yeah, we want to see IBS return to center stage here. Get the late hit of Nair. No follow-up on the up air, though. And now resetting to neutral. Challenging Patui. You're taking a lot for that.
Armor is as armor does. Going to be a nice chunk onto IBS right now. Drake on the attack.
There we go. Ledge situation here. All right, we're going to try and Nair out. Stuck here with the jab. Nice. We're going to grab punish. No significant air-to-air follow-ups just yet. Both hits of Nair. We get a couple of up airs. We see Waft charge, but where we go?
Yeah, I was going to say the Waft fully charged up, ready to go. Definitely.
Probably saving for last stop, but
more than likely.
We got to get there first.
But definitely, yeah, it's going to hurt. Living up to his name, I love it so much. I mean, as we're friends with, them IBSs, it's a painful existence. Waft really charge here. He could potentially just wait for the moment. Okay,
yeah, fair punish off the down B. Got to watch that shield damage, though. Yeah, it's going to be hard to catch the Piranha Plant recovery. But all right. Mid-stage here, get away from the side B, find your approach through the down B. What's the roll read? Oh, he dashed way too far back. I like the forward smash idea, but
that might cost him. Yes, it does. From far off stage.
There it
landed shooting threes with the spike ball.
You already know. All right, he's going to tank some of that side B damage. Doesn't even care. He's like, I need this stage positioning. Okay, getting messed up here and hold that down smash towards center stage. Up smash whiffs. No crazy whip punish for IBS though, so we're still living. We're still living. Down tilt to pick up. No forward air follow up just yet.
Very nice.
How is IBS getting in though? How are we getting this last stock? We don't want to burn Waft because that's the win condition for the game. So you got to land your kill right now, 136.5%. I'm looking at another down tilt dash attack.
Oh, no way.
Oh, we're good. We're good.
He's living.
Down tilt dash. There we go. Okay, we got it. 85% deficit. We got Waft.
Yeah.
We got Waft. It's almost even.
Yep, okay.
Oh! There it is.
Yep. That was so smart. That was so smart by IBS to make sure he held on to Waft because, like you said, that was the win condition he absolutely needed to to get this first game. But, you know, there's time to adapt. Draconic, he's not feeling too shaken about it. I see the laughs over
one
there.
conversion. I mean, yeah, you know what you're getting into.
Right.
You know what you're buying. You know what he's selling. The moment you see Wario on the screen.
Yeah.
It's like the game is truly not over until it is over because Waft will always be a threatening presence. As long as they don't blow it too early.
Yes.
Right? That's the important part. So that second stock, it gets a little iffy. It's like, do I want to stop the bleeding or do I want to secure a victory for the future?
Right.
And that 85% deficit meant nothing if he's going to one-touch you.
Exactly. And that's one of, like, you know, the biggest keys for IBS on this Wario. And it's basically, you know, the nuke, right? It's like, when do I decide to use this? And going into this game too, you know, Draconic very much aware that, like, okay, I got to end this before it gets to a situation in which Waft is the key to deciding this match, going down 0-2.
Right, but I think IBS has kind of cleaned out, ironed out some of these neutral problems that we had throughout the first game, because this second game is opening up pretty strong for IBS so far. About 36% lead here, actually finding openings, getting whiff punishes, kind of, you know, threading the needle between side B, down B, neutral B. Around for Piranha Plant, and then now it gets the Wario boxing game. You got the multi-hits from there. You got your multi-on downer in this case. And now we're approaching potential kill percent here. What's the ledge option going to be? Regular get up. Try to catch the jump with the command grab. Doesn't quite get it. Yep. I see it. All right, dash attack throw.
Down throw. Go for up there. No. Okay. Back instead. Bike. Just,
Not yet.
Just a little bit of a miss. So 140 on Draconic here. Has to adjust his play a little bit. Go for more reads. Yep.
Oh, there we go.
Out of shield. IBS says no, sir. Gonna take him out.
Oh, here we go.
He's trailing it.
This is the Wario game. That would have ended on a Waft if he needed to use it.
Yeah, had he had it.
But it's fine. Doesn't need it. 62% on the next stock. Oh, decides to burn it early. Not even saving it for the last stock. He's like, here you go. Here you go. I want to 3-stock you.
As a gift.
I want to 3-stock you. You got to hold this.
Yep. Sitting at high 93, so definitely in danger zone from a multitude of attacks from Draconic. But I don't think it's going to give him the opportunity.
No, it's all about the momentum right now. IBS has everything. The world is his.
Yep.
There it is. Down B's going to whiff again. We're seeing Draconic struggle with those angles.
Goes for down air? No,
he's going deep.
Up B recovery. Yeah, really deep for that. He knows he can get back. He's like, I got 3 stocks. I'm playing a little laissez-faire here. It'll be fine.
All right, we got that forward tilt. What's next?
Wow.
What's that? Oh, we drilling.
Yep.
We drilling. And as it kills off the side. There you go. There you go. Taken care of. Like I said, the world was his. 3-stock in the second game.
3-stock it is indeed. And he pulled the Waft earlier this time and won a little bit faster this time. I mean, hey, sometimes
the math adds up, right? You got your options.
He's like, I'm
you gotta do what you gotta do.
Game 1 is send it for the end. Game 2, we'll put it on second. Does that mean for Game 3 he's gonna Waft first stock?
Well, there's not much of a Waft going on there unless they just sit and do nothing for like 4 minutes.
Right.
But I highly doubt that's going to be the case. I'm curious to see what the stage counterpick finally is going to be because we got PS2 twice in a row.
Right.
We've clearly seen IBS knew how to adapt, how to maneuver, and finally get that aggressive and annoying Wario play going. The multi-hit off the nairs, the crazy confirms with the up airs to follow, using the PS2 platforms for combo extensions.
Yeah.
Now Draconic is like, okay, we're not messing with that. Game 1, it was close, right? I saw the vision. Game 2, no.
Yeah.
No. Where are we going next?
Yeah, the momentum just kind of petered out of the wings of Draconic there. And, I mean, it's not like he was doing anything bad. It's just that you could tell he very much was getting in his own head, getting in, you know, be like overthinking a lot.
Yeah, we saw him going for interesting angles off the down B. I'm not sure if it was like some sort of insane, extended, hard read, or just like slightly missing by a couple degrees consistently.
For sure.
Because it felt like sometimes the angle was really straightforward, and we just, we're off by the side. And it's like, okay. And that Wario's in, 30%, you got to hold that.
Yeah. I definitely want to see Draconic play around a Poison Cloud a bit more because those up-close personal, like, those close quarters situations definitely can lend himself racking up more damage, even though, like, IBS is going to be able to get some return onto him. But now, okay.
We see a switch on over to Smash, fail, but no!
I had a point. It just went out the window immediately.
That is so unfortunate.
Gotta recover.
Because unfortunately, Piranha Plant is not the character with the explosive comeback mechanic.
Yeah.
That one is Wario.
Yeah.
And Wario is not the one who has
I mean, it depends, though, because it does take just one well-placed spike ball to land at anywhere above 80, and Wario's going flying. And I mean, we do know Draconic does have the ability to land those consistently. It's just, is the mental in the right state to be able to get that
but
mixed
look
up.
at this maneuverability, though, getting away from the spike ball, getting away from the Patui, right? And then getting the jump over the down B, an immediate back air punish, right? It's IBS has got it down lock right now. Draconic's really got to change it up a little bit.
Just a bit, yeah. I do.
Woo! Cast recovery with the slap.
Timing IBS
The
has
forward tilt. He's got it.
Nasty.
Okay,
good
I see
return.
confirm. Up till up air. I see you.
Okay, fully
You're
charged
an
cloud.
entire stock behind.
Yep.
What are we doing?
Bro, he has to put on the pressure now. See now running in, get the grab, fully charged in the cloud, 4 distance, 4 spacing. That's exactly what he's going to need to do multiple times throughout this. Keep this level of, distance, keep this level of running away. But as soon as IBS gets in, he knows he's going to eat at least 30 to 40% here.
He's
stacking the up airs.
93% off of one disadvantage state.
Okay,
Burns the waft, almost kills off the top left side.
The tail end of the bike actually gets him on recovery. Okay, misses for the down air. He tried to tease him again like game number 2.
Yeah,
Back air,
all right.
attack.
Getting hit with the fire,
Barely missing.
Ooh, whiffs the up smash. 60% is a little too early. I see it. You got rage, but it's a little too early. More of an anti-air at that point. We're looking for a down tilt, forward tilt. Doesn't matter, though. Gets a well-spaced back air, and IBS walks away 3-0 over Draconic. Solid.
Very good 3-0. I mean,
I love the adaptation, though. That first game, we
game
really
close.
saw IBS struggle, and it was clutch. Right? He struggled, but it was clutch.
Yeah.
And then game 2, 3-stock, commanding. Right? He was in the driver's seat. Third game, we saw Draconic fight back. Right? IBS asked him to fight back, and we saw Draconic do it.
Right.
But what an unfortunate SD. Just nair straight off stage. Well, you can't do much with that. You really can't.
you really can't.
Super unfortunate. But hey, really happy to see Draconic out here. Still put on a good show. Again, congrats to IBS.
Yep.
Solid 3-0, and that's the beauty of best of 5 here.
Exactly.
That's the beauty of best of 5.
That's the one thing. Like we keep talking about the best of 5s, how they allow for more adaptation, but they can also allow for the gap to get larger. Because that first game was close. Games 2 and 3, not at all. It just went from bad to worse.
I like the sinusoidal, though. It's like sometimes it's just not close at all. And sometimes like, okay, we see the fighting chance. We see the spirit, right? Because that's the power of adaptation. That's what we're here for, right? It's all about decision making at the end of the day. So we have more data to make more decisions with.
Yep.
You got it. You got to make more interesting sets that way.
Exactly. As we are moving further on into this brackets. What do we got next?
People are stepping up to the plate. That's all that matters. As long as stream's running, as long as brackets running, we're good.
We got it. It's running. We got it.
Cool.
But
yeah, thank you all so much for joining us here. Warehouse War 4 in Nashville, Tennessee. The largest Smash tournament that Tennessee has ever had.
Yeah.
Right? This is a historic moment. This is a historic moment. I've been Combo. It's been beautiful, Crow. Thank you so much for joining me, man. It's been a great time.
Absolutely. And we really just getting started, right? Like
that was literally just the first set.
B1. Like we are many players deep in here. Like it's actually insane. Like I've been to Rocket Town many a times, mostly for concerts and other events, but to see this many people here for Smash is so beautiful.
And Rivals.
Don't
forget Rivals. Rivals was a great bracket yesterday. I had a lot of fun.
Oh yeah, I was tuning into the stream. It was really nice to see. They got Arcane looking pretty. I'm a Raster boy myself.
Okay, so you must have been happy with Shadowhawk in the grand finals, right? Winners of grand, He got some good Raster gaming, bro. People are like, oh, he's got like melee movement, like he is smooth.
He looks so good. I'm so excited for the full release and play. Might have to jump back on, put down the Street Fighter for a second. Get back into Rivals.
He can't stick around too long. We got Hunter x Hunter, City of the Wolves, 2X KO, all on the horizon. Too many games to play, not enough time.
It's so beautiful. Speaking of beautiful,
we got Sonido and Meteor. Just want to make sure this ain't a button check. I'm not entirely sure. We good?
Yep. We're just checking.
Yeah, we're feeling out. Sonic is Steve. Characters pretty common, pretty prevalent in current Ultimate meta, both offline and online.
Right.
So, you know what you're getting into.
Yep.
Steve's setting up the walls. Sonic trying to find that one block opening, the side B in through, get a solid punish, reset to neutral. Let's play the game again.
Let's play again.
Yeah, let's play again.
This is so funny. Like, two characters specifically. I love talking to Jazzo, especially my little Georgia son, about like, how do you feel about both of these characters? He's like, well, I hate Steve for these reasons, but I hate Sonic for these reasons.
Oh, even more.
Yeah.
Wow.
It's actually insane. Like, this is going to be such a fun match. I love watching Sanito play. Really wonderful player in general. Meteor, I am not super familiar, like, seeing a lot of his stuff, but I know everybody talks up about Meteor a lot.
Got you. Well, let's see it, then. I'm excited. You know, two solid representatives of two of the most prevalent characters in the game.
Yep.
At that point, when they play so often, whether it be the character matchups, the player matchups, right, there's so many micro adjustments that develop. And I'm really curious to see how, at this time and date, between these two players, how Sonic and Steve will be played. Because it will be different than how any other pair of Sonic and Steve will be played at any different point in time.
Every single time. And, like, I think it's really interesting to watch because, like, Sanito definitely can just turn up the aggression in, like, a blink of an eye when going into this matchup. And, so, Meteor can be on the game. Game and watch,
Steve is banned.
Yeah, Steve's banned here. Yeah,
Okay.
That's why I knew it was a button check.
Beaming the information into my brain. Sorry.
But
Misinformation will not be seeing Steve today.
Yeah, you're good. But yeah, Meteor can do both, but very much has a very strong game and watch. People talking up about it. What? Sanito, come on.
Oh, he caught the recovery with that forward
we just started. It's like 10 seconds in.
Yeah, that's all it needed to be. That's all it I mean, you're talking about that aggression, right?
Yeah.
In this case, it was just solid punishes all throughout. And Game & Watch racked up so much percent. Again, paper light, paper thin. Smacked by that forward smash. Gone. He's done. That's first stock.
It's gonna be fun now because now Sanito can do two things, right? He can do that very hated Sonic tactic of, just run around,
stay away, side B,
side
just
B,
wait.
Spin dash away, blah, 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 haha, laugh in your face, you're too slow. Or he can just start fighting, get in there, and start boxing up against Meteor. As you're seeing right now, they're still sitting at 77. It's the fact that Sanito's really good at picking his spots, getting the damage in, and assessing, do I want to go in here? Nah. Do I want to let it run a little bit?
I'll sit it out.
Exactly.
I'll wait it out. And then, bacon punish, full screen with a spin dash. He's waiting for it. He's watching.
Yep.
All right, down smash. What's the follow-up going to be? Dash attack. Immediately punished with a jab. 1, 2, 3.
I love that rollback.
Ledge options.
Yep. Sanito. Staying a little close. Up B. Cover. Meteor sitting at a high 130.
All right, he's saving on that back throw. Instead, gets the roll read, the tech chase after down throw. And gets forward tilt to close out that second stock. Sanito looking really clean so far.
Yep. Looking
real
nice.
Smash. Just wait it out.
Yeah,
don't even want to challenge.
Right.
Too much invulnerability. I'm not touching that with a 10-foot pole. Smart. I respect you.
Waiting for him to dash in immediately. I mean, if he gets caught by that, like, I'd put the controller down at that point. Like, all right, you got me.
You got me. Oh my goodness, these jab punishes have been stuffing so much for Meteor. Haven't been able to press a single button, except for up B. That's the one button you can always press.
Yeah, absolutely.
All right, up smash, wait it out. There it is. Oh,
one. Oh my
Judgment.
God. Oh my God.
Whip it, whip dash attack 2.
It is so hard to judge again, like, because he can, just cancel out of the spin dash and jump up like halfway across the map, right? Like, the stage is so good. PS2 is just so good for so many characters because it's just such a stable stage. Like, Sanito, he's comfortable playing on every side of it, but a whiff could lead to a stock loss, but no,
thankfully Sonic's up smash sends him in the air just a little bit, so that down smash didn't ground. If it did,
ground him,
stop.
he's gone. Yep.
Guaranteed stop. Right. I like that Meteor chased the gameplay a little bit here, where it's just whiffing moves full screen to try and bait a spin dash, and then try to challenge it. And it hasn't really worked, though, as Sanito's going to walk away with the 3-star.
Yep.
First game.
Yep. And I mean, this is going to be, I don't want to say like it's absolutely indicative of what's going to happen here for the entire set. But it might be a little bit of the idea. Yeah, we'll see.
We got Meteor's got time. Best of 5.
Yep.
We got time.
Yep.
Game 1, it's nothing. It's data. That's all.
Do you think any of these games are going to go all the way down to timer though? Like I mean,
I hope not.
Sanito can't do it.
I hope not. I mean, no, it's Sonic and Game & Watch. It's definitely possible, but I swear I hope not.
come across this table. I swear.
Please. Please
Hey.
don't do this to me. I will go outside and order Prince's hot chicken right now. I will sit and I will just be in a line. I'll be like, all right,
Prince
you
is
guys
so
want the
good.
time? I have better things to do with my
Oh,
time.
God.
I want to eat some nice Nashville hot chicken and
Yeah.
enjoy my time.
Princess is so good. I'm a Bolton's lover. I do love
Okay.
their house Nashville blend. Really, really nice. It's like a nice little shack type place too.
Okay.
So you know it's run down.
I
And it's
see you.
super
I see
good.
you. So, you know, took the first stock when
Again?
in 30 seconds, and I was just,
That's gotta
I was
be-
talking about not chicken. Yeah, I think we're not going to time, thankfully. Thankfully, Sonito's heard my wishes, my pleas,
said nah.
and he was adequately threatened by my desire to get hot chicken that he said, no, we got to keep this guy on the mic.
So let's wrap this up, big fella.
Yeah,
All
let's
right.
wrap this up. Let's wrap it up. My bad. My fault.
My fault. Okay.
Here we go. All right. No attempted whip punch and dash tag. Smart. Here's the problem, right? Game Watch, the strat of whiffing moves and just trying to bait people, it actually does work.
It does work, exactly.
Which is why Sonito's been patient. He's like, I don't want to challenge that.
Right.
I know I might actually get hit. And so I respect the patience. Got to actually really find that opening. Like we saw a full screen bacon punish before. Insane. I rarely see that.
Insane.
Here we go. All right. And I like the jab
Nice
uses,
little
too.
jab.
It's just a really fast box option. And it's just, we're resetting to center stage here.
Yep.
And it's, I can run back. I'm so fast. No problem. And then we can get right back to my win condition.
It's actually sickening. He's just waiting there patiently, daring him to move.
Gets
in, he's gonna- Oh.
Gets the jump back here.
Giving a wall to wall.
Okay, a lot of shield pressure there off the side B. Make it back. All right, caught with some bacon. He's flipping burgers. Back to McDonald's you go. Oh, actually did win a punish the up smash. Perfect timing there. Scary, but perfect timing. All right, down air. Make it back to stage here.
Does he go above 100?
Woo!
Yes,
might
he
be
does.
done.
Yeah,
There he is. He's done. Stock down. See? Meteor's got
he
something.
got it. He got
He
one.
got something.
That's one more than he got last game.
Gotta give it to him. Like I said, adaptations. We're coming.
Yep.
So now it's like we gotta wait to use down smash when he'll be grounded.
Right.
Hey, lesson learned.
Right.
Lesson learned.
Bro, I will lose my mind if somehow, some way, Meteor just pulls out a 9. Just
That would be
at
crazy.
any point during this set.
It takes the stock, right?
It's a-
That's the
immediately.
comeback mechanic. It's
Yeah.
there. It's random, but it's there. Oh, stage 5. Woo! Scooped up, too.
He's gated.
Don't let him back.
Oh.
There we go. What's the read? Okay, right up
Dashes
throw.
him off. Okay.
Down throw. And reset.
Still living.
Another Les Trap situation. Where we going?
Going up. Third floor.
Ooh. That's that.
little too early.
Down smash whiffs, but hey, he's safe. He's good.
Yep.
Average game and watch interaction.
Good bombs to cover, but man, he's eating so much damage.
Back throw. Nope. We're sticking with down throw. Not confident it's going to kill, which is fair. We're not close enough to ledge. Oh!
Wow!
Look at that movement.
Threading
Please.
the needle there a little
Please.
bit.
Getting over the forward air bomb and just forward tilt.
Okay,
Donkey kick.
okay. Very nice stuff. Sonito one more away.
Yeah, solid 2-0. Solid 2-0.
But no, Meteor, he's having fun. He's doing what he can.
It's a hard match.
That's all that matters, yeah.
But
Good
a
have fun.
difficult way to play the match.
It is,
I
it's a
guess.
very difficult player to navigate. Not even just the
That
matchup, but just the player himself to navigate through. Back to PS2 for
Yeah,
third
we're on
time
PS2
here.
again, yeah. No qualms with the stage. Let's run it back.
Yep.
See, drop shield right at the perfect time. I don't know
It's the perfect
how
timing. It's
that
that
lines
timing.
up, but
It's
because
literally
that cannot
window.
be reactable. That has to be intuition.
I mean, if you got them young man reaction, sure.
I mean, like, that's a little too young.
Yeah.
That's like some existential beyond the cosmos type beat, you
got the
know?
ultra instincts,
For real,
trumpets
for
in the
real.
background, every single time.
Reset
Free
here.
charge goes in, nice shield.
Holding it out.
Yep.
Meteor just holding it out.
Yep. I did like, Meteor using the bombs to cover a lot to get through some of the decisions that Sonito was making, but pushing straight through still. Axe the damage. Low, down air.
Okay,
Next.
okay. We see Meteor building a lead here.
Yep. For the first time this set.
I like the
Right.
patience.
Okay. Yes, catches it in the air.
The drag down nair. Attempts a down smash after. Immediate Sonito's up being out. He's like, I'm not dealing with the shenanigans. Get me out.
He lands some shield into the throw.
There's the back throw. Let's grab. Yep.
Oh!
Hard punish on that down air.
Okay,
Up smash.
Sonito.
Clean. Clean.
Very nice job there, capitalizing on that. See if Meteor can reclaim that lead that he had. I mean, just take the stock. do it well. Goes to the up air, challenging through.
But how are we doing that with Game & Watch when Sonic's so slippery, right?
Yeah.
You're committing smash attacks. You know Sunito's running around, running circles around you.
So this situation right here, sitting on ledge, using bombs to cover, been a tool that Meteor has used and has paid off for him. This set, it just, needs to pay off a bit more. He needs to get that big cash
It's good for
payout.
neutral, right?
Right,
it's
exactly.
You're stuffing him out. You're getting good percent over. You're keeping even. Problem is now deficit. You got to take the kill.
Right.
Stop the bleeding. How do we do that?
Exactly.
Right?
And now, see, this is another thing. The dash attack, in the chair. That was one thing I was waiting to see if Meteor could land successfully. Once Sonic gets to that 100% area, it becomes a lot more lethal. And you saw it being able to work for Meteor. It's just a matter of being able to work it consistently as a parry into the up B. That's not going to be too much for him here. Still fighting a little bit for his life, but they are both on 2 stocks here. Now, Sunito's waiting like, wait a minute, hold on. We might have to do a little bit more damage here real quick.
I got to close this out. He's paper thin. This origami messing with me a little too much. Let's clean it up. All right, let's wrap. Oh, just charging down smash. Yes, we punch with the homing attack here. Sunito, ooh. On shield punish, gets the back throw. Back to less wrap situation. Okay, we're floating around a little bit. Use some down B. Mess around. 79% here on Sunito. Meteor again commits to charging full screen with his up
Ooh,
smash.
that shield.
Gets in.
Oh! Okay, stayed alive for a moment.
He falls out of the up smash. He's still alive.
Charging. Oh my goodness. Had that been a second more, fraction
air to
more.
air. Yeah, I saw it. I saw the vision.
I saw the idea.
But we're close though.
Yep.
We're close though. Meteor's keeping it close here on this third game. Yep. Not too far behind at all. One situation we're taking this down. Taking this next stock, and then we're even.
Yep. Okay, but now we're at the 350 mark. Now Sunito very much can play the keep away game should he choose to. Just take the final stock this way. But no, he wants to go for it. Okay, going in, putting some damage on to Meteor here. Just needs
all right, now we're getting a little antsy with the key. We're getting a lot of whiff punishes or shield punishes, and that damage will rack up really quick.
Okay, does he catch him out of any of these returns though? No, yes. Good job stopping. The bomb's coming into play once again.
I see it. Great parry here. But what's the punishment be? Well, how are we building advantage state here?
Right.
That's the problem, right? Sonic's got so many different tools to disengage.
Yeah.
Disadvantage doesn't really exist for him for too long.
Exactly. And Sunito, I very much believe once he gets to, at this point, the decision is either do I just finish it right here for the grab with a whiff, not quite enough to finish off that second stock of his, race to the ledge. It will be Meteor landing first, but Sunito still gets away, still living at 137, just not enough to close this out. Meteor fishing, but I don't think he has the big enough lure to get this stock from Sunito, and that should close it out.
Yep.
3-0 from Sunito.
Got a little antsy, started fishing for the kill a little too much. Run up chair, love the idea. Unfortunately, punished by up smash. Gotta hold that. 3-0 for Sunito. But I gotta say, Meteor definitely making a lot of strong adaptations all throughout the set. That game 3, that was keeping it close.
It was close.
That was keeping it close.
Yes.
From game 1 being a 3 stock to game 3 keeping it close, that's the kind of stuff we want to see. This is what best of 5 allows us to do.
Absolutely. And yeah, it's like I said, it was just a little bit of these micro adaptations game to game that really did show Meteor growing throughout that set.
Right.
Because there's very much a world where had that, dash attack actually landed on ledge coming out of shield, okay, let's get a 1-to-1 scenario. How does Sunito play through that? Oh, okay, he actually homing attacks into forward smash. Wait a minute, the timing was right on there. What happens here? But it was just a little too slow on Meteor's side for him to actually make it count. And we know Sunito's just such a calm player, such a collected player. And you saw it there. Like, he was taking his time, doing what he needed to, got in, let run around for a moment, get Meteor to make mistakes and capitalize on them.
Sonic's a character that offers you a lot of consistency as well.
For sure.
As like a player, you can stick to your game plan. You can kind of do what you need to do. You have a lot of options. You have different ways to engage, disengage. So it always feels like when you're making calls and you're making decisions, you have the right tools to make them work either way. And that's really a nice benefit of playing a character like Sonic. But we got Major on the screen coming out from the PNW, the Demon King himself. Me, myself, also, PNW caster. Always love to see my homies out here.
Yep.
This would be great.
Up against Big Javi. Gonna do it for the poppies everywhere. See how this gets going. Man, this is going to be fun.
Yep, Ganondorf, I mean, Major.
Major's so funny.
This guy makes Ganondorf sing
Major's so
on
funny.
screen.
I always enjoy. I will say Major and then also Mordecai from South Georgia. I love watching them play. Like, their Ganondorf play is just like, why are they making this character look good?
Yep.
Like, what's going on here?
He's the one, man. He's the chosen one. Of all the Ganondorf mains, in Ultimate, he's been given the Triforce.
Yeah. Okay, getting set up. Best of fives all the way through. Players look pretty ready.
Yeah, I'm excited. I'm excited. Get me in.
Yeah.
Get me in, coach.
Of course, Warehouse War 4. BTS on the production. Got Combo and Crow doing it big. Shout out Alabama State Games as well. And Titans Esports.
All right.
For helping out. Making this event possible. Out here in beautiful Rocket Town.
Nashville, Tennessee, baby.
Oh, yeah. This is just so dope. Like, I'm looking around the room and I'm seeing so many people, so many new faces that I haven't seen around.
Yeah, it's my first time here, too.
Yeah.
I'm having a great time.
It's cool. We're going to celebrate at Greenhouse tonight.
Ooh.
Wonderful house shots. Amazing. Atmosphere on 10. I might buy
That's
a
what
plant.
we need.
I
That's
might
what
buy
we
a
need.
plant.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, it's like an actual like greenhouse too. Like they have their plants and stuff for sale.
That's the place to be.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. If there's one thing Nashville has, it's good places to get some alcohol.
I'm sure there are many cities that will try to fight that claim.
Oh yeah. Look. Oh yeah, they're gonna go into a warm up real quick.
Sounds good. Button checking.
Letting us
We're
know.
chilling. All right, so I'm gonna talk maybe not a little snack, but it's a little controversial. So
Okay.
I was talking about Nashville hot chicken. I'm a big fan, right?
Yes.
So I went to school in the Dallas area, Dallas,
Gotcha,
Texas. So
gotcha.
we're still in the South, right? We still got good chicken, everything. So we got this place called Ricky's Hot Chicken.
Okay.
And this is the type of food that no matter where in the world I am, I crave it. This has become our weekly ritual for years throughout college. Every Monday, 10% off. Let's run it. Let's run it, right? We absolutely adore it. We plan it based off our college schedules and everything, right? So I'll go back home to India, right? I'll be eating my grandparents' homemade, food cooking and everything like that. Amazing, right? Indian food from the source is incredible. You can't even try to compare it. But even then, when I was there, I was still craving Ricky's. Right, I was like, this place has changed my life. So I'm like, okay. So if Ricky's Hot Chicken is this good, surely Nashville Hot Chicken, the OG, has got to be up there. So, right, I literally had to try the original. I tried Prince's last night, and man, it's really good. But I still gotta hand it to Ricky's.
That's valid. I mean, I will say Prince's is really good. It is the flagship. It is the OG of the Nashville Hot Chicken.
Sure.
But you also got to try Eugene's, and like I said, Bolton's. I love Bolton's. They have a really good mix.
So we got a list.
Yeah, there's a list. There's a list. Definitely.
All right. That wasn't the final boss.
Yeah,
right?
exactly.
That was the intro. I got a gauntlet to run through. Got it. Thank you. I appreciate it. That gives me hope.
Also, shout out Hattie B's. I know they're a little bit more mainstream now, but Hattie B's is still great quality all the time. Speaking of great quality, though,
let's get it. We got Major and Javi on the stream. Ganondorf and Jigglypuff popped them like a balloon. First knockdown.
Gone. Only at 50% too. But Major got a lot of life to work with here. Javi
here we go. Oh, delays the
stage,
upbeat.
yep.
I like it. Javi's following him, chasing him, goes for that forward air. He's trying to stuff him out. Still took 34% worth of extra credit. Ooh, caught by the flame.
Okay, he's living.
Here we go. There's Simon. That's the flame choke. My bad. Okay, Edgar, that's how it is. That's how this matchup's going to go, right? It's going to be super volatile. On the ground, if you're boxing, Ganondorf literally blows Jigglypuff up. She literally, evaporates. But you go on stage, Jigglypuff gets 1 or 2 solid reads for Edgeguard. Ganondorf's done, right? He's like 100-ton weight sinking in the ocean. He's done. So here it is. This could be considered even simply because of ledge trap situation. Stage positioning truly determines what's actually happening in this matchup. But basically going to close out that next stock too. Oh, flame choke. Here we go. What's the read going to be? All right, dash tag. Tries to follow up with the up air. Gets the second up air on the platform anyway. Starting off over here on small battlefield. All right, catch another dash tag. Here we go. Major.
Gets it. 83 on Javi on this last one. Oh,
Let's
no.
go. Ah, it's
very
gonna
good
roll
retreat.
in
Very good
read.
retreat. I love that.
Yeah, Javi's out of there.
Yep.
He's out of there.
Javi's
Woo!
very smart player. That's when it comes to playing up against characters, way larger, because it's kind of become the norm. The K rules are coming out. People are starting to pick up DK. Javi still has a very good game plan against playing against them. It's just so difficult to execute a lot of the times.
Who let all these heavies out, man?
Yeah, man.
Who
Like,
wants to-
I feel like, what's going on? Did we say they were bad?
Oh!
The shoulder tackle. Gonna
Give
seal the
it to
deal.
him. Shoulder check him. 2 stocks there for Major.
Yep, and it's just chill. Just the vibes.
Keeping it classy.
Yeah,
Keeping it chill.
Yep.
Speaking of keep it chill, that is an event in Majors region happening next weekend.
Ooh.
So if you guys happen to be in the PNW or maybe some neighboring region, I think signups should still be open.
Yep.
Check it out. It's also a B tier just like this event.
Yes,
So,
yes.
hey,
Sign
super
up.
sick.
Hit the Twitter. Hit the Start GG. Get in the Discord. Find it while you can. Just gearing up, setting up for match number 2. Here we go.
So honestly, we kind of already laid out this is how the matchup goes.
Yeah.
So all we really need to see from Javi is get this guy off stage more.
Got to be a little bit sneaky. Yeah. That's the thing. Off stage is definitely where Javi will have the advantage for sure. It's just getting over there. You got to be sneaky about it. And
you actually obviously got to land hits on ground.
Yep.
How are we doing that?
Yep, down air.
All right, forward throw.
Okay.
Oh, here we go. This could be huge. Ooh.
Puts himself in a very bad spot. That's going to
Stage
ricochet.
spike. Okay.
But he doesn't have any more jumps left.
That is so rough. So here's the thing, right?
Yes.
Here's another layer to how this whole thing works. So obviously Jigglypuff's game plan is, we got to edgeguard Ganondorf. Here's the thing. The entire cast is trying to edgeguard Ganondorf.
Yep.
Major is extremely aware of how people are going to try to do things here.
Yep.
And as a result, I think he's also very keenly aware of how to approach Jigglypuff and has been doing a really good job of keeping himself alive.
Absolutely. Okay.
All right. Got forward throw. What's your offstage option?
Not
Yeah,
again. Ooh,
again,
okay,
the
no,
up
he's stuck
B.
though. Good. No reflection off. He's too far gone.
Yep,
There we go.
yep.
Okay. So more of that, less of getting up that high in the percentage. Javi is in literal flicking distance for
Damn.
Ganondorf now. And
Oh!
talk about a flick of the big
Catch
toothpick.
the roll.
Gone.
That
Okay.
massive swordy up smash.
Okay.
Beautiful.
All right, buddy.
Gorgeous.
Major, you're on thin ice. That was very nasty.
Here we go. Fishing for these forward airs. 66% Jigglypuff. Definitely
caught.
in balloon popping
Caught.
range. We playing balloon fight over here. That's an up air to close it out. Major 2-0 over Javi
yeah.
right now. Keeping
Yep.
it clean.
Yeah.
And again, keeping it chill.
I mean, and it's like Javi is putting up a good fight, though. That is the thing. Javi is putting up a very good fight. Managing to get one stock off of Major in both games.
That's right. That's right.
Try to go
we
for
got
2.
something. Signs of life.
Right. Let's try to go for 2. Maybe, possibly in a 3. Hey, just
Hey,
put it out
game
there.
3. You got to run all the way.
Yeah.
This
absolutely.
is your winner's life right now.
Right. Okay.
Hey, winner's quarter is a pool B2 though.
Small
We're
battlefield.
tearing through these.
Yep. Definitely something Major wanted to get. Like, all right, let's just
Oh,
out.
catch the get him attack. Downer, reverse up air. All right, getting away from the pound.
Okay,
Another
okay.
downer for the ground and stage spike. Didn't get the up smash. Jigglypuff thankfully too light here.
Yes.
But that was terrifying.
That was terrifying. I saw it immediately.
Here we
Danger
go.
zone. Ooh, get
Turn
shield.
things around here. Oh, we got down tilt. Where we going next?
Javi, if you're a real one, to throw a rollout, just do it.
Oh my! I don't know if we're seeing any real ones today, man.
Oh, it actually connects.
There's a
but it
sink.
can't.
Where's the
Okay,
rush?
there it is.
There we go.
There it is.
There we go.
Okay. Okay.
Still punch with the forward air.
What's gonna happen? One
all
time
right.
during this set, Javi said, "I got one more."
I got
in
one.
me."
Woo!
Oh,
Hold
my
that jab.
goodness.
Here we go. Okay, left stage. Forward air.
He missed.
There
That's
we
2.
go.
That's 2.
Signs of life. From Javi. This is what we were waiting for.
I told you, look, if there's one thing, Javi is a smart player, knows how to adapt, and he is doing everything right in this matchup, and it is showing and it is paying off. Major has to
Oh my
regain
goodness.
composure, just finish it off.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
he does have
trade
two more
late
stocks
hit of
over
dash
you.
attack there.
Right,
Oh!
there's the back fist. Okay,
Back fist is gonna hurt.
but Major's still in a very scary position. 62%. I mean, Javi could manipulate this to his favor. Maybe not eat some of those air combos. Ooh, that's a gambit. That's a gambit.
First stage spike here into the upbeat. Great tech. We're still alive here on Javi's side. Going for the sing near ledge.
He's daring him.
Oh, Dash attack still connects. Javi still got a whole other stock to play with, though.
Yep.
So even if he pops now,
Can't
we got a little
reckless,
bit.
though. Dash attack gets shielded, but no response immediately from Major.
Ooh, dash
through.
grab read.
Gets
There's a
him.
side beat
Yeah,
down, too.
he's done.
Yep, he's cooked.
He's done.
One more. One more either way. Right, last
Takes one
stock
combo.
apiece.
Takes one combo.
Ooh, Major building advantage state right now. 56%. We are one read away from a kill. Now we are definitely one read away from a kill. We are even here,
Going off
folks.
stage. This is dangerous.
Javi gets the space spike. Delayed there. And Javi is on the board.
Staying alive. Telling you, Disco Fever Saturday night. Javi's just like, I just gotta take a minute to breathe. Let's calm it down a bit.
Give me some space. Give me some
Man.
space. Give me some time. Let me sing you a lullaby.
Lullaby rest.
Let's take a rest.
He needed a rest and recoup. You know,
Rest and
Just
recoup.
go ahead and get that off. And now he has a game under his belts. So now it's 2-1 currently. That's why I love best of fives, because you're not gonna get this in a best of three.
Nope.
You're not.
Nope.
But now Javi does have a chance to stay in the winner's side here. See how well he can get this done. Can he bring it to a game 5? I definitely think he can if he plays better than he played last game. Not just how he played in game number 3, but better than he played game 3.
Ooh, we got You Will Know Our Names playing. Banger Xenoblade soundtrack as our backdrop for Ganondorf versus Jigglypuff running back here on small battlefield. Ooh, Major's getting set into the deep end. Again, 100-ton brick sinking
buddy.
to the depths of the ocean.
Okay, buddy. I'm on to your game, Javi. You're going to sandbag 2 games in a row and then turn up for games
Give him some hope.
3 and 4.
Okay, you can't hold shield there. You cannot hold shield there. That's a balloon waiting to pop.
I'm going to
but
have a damn heart attack. I'm going to have a damn heart attack. Are you kidding me?
Incredible throw. Gets a back throw conversion. And yet another stock after that.
Oh, my God.
Oh, no.
Stick
Is
a
this
fork in
again?
him. The goose
Is it
is
3
cooked.
stock?
He can't get
my
away.
Goodness.
Javi gets the 3 stock. Game
Javi!
5, baby. What are
You're
you
a
doing?
monster.
What are you doing, man? Oh,
This is the nature of the matchup. This is what we signed up for.
I love it so much. Like, I literally was like, yeah, all you have to do is just play better. And he's like, all right.
Yeah.
And I took it personally. So
He took it personally.
here we go.
Who knew? A big little puffball and the Demon King himself would have
so
such
good.
a volatile and
This is
exciting
so
matchup.
good. I'm so happy.
It's literally, it's just, they have such a clear win condition both ways. And Javi's like, let me just execute, you're done. 3 stocks. Nice and simple and clean.
Okay, here we are. Game 5, the decider. Who's going on in the winner's bracket? Who's falling to losers?
Here we go. Here we go. I think Major's going to be a lot more careful this time. You can't go gung-ho on these trades with Jigglypuff because you're setting off stage, and suddenly your stock is gone. Uh-oh. Speaking of on stage, there we go.
Okay, living for now. Javi just needs to keep up this momentum. Keep this locomotive going. The train has left the station. The Javi stonks are rising. But
And right now, we got Major as Tobey Maguire Spider-Man
just
trying to hold
it.
that
Hold
train.
on. But it's 73. Not even attempting to try to go off stage for this one.
Oh! Punish the crosser.
Ooh, that was
Swinging
nutty.
with that up smash.
Yo,
First stock down here for Major. But you know, Javi can take stocks in the blink of an eye.
right.
Right? This doesn't have to mean
Hold on,
anything.
side B in the charge.
All right,
Not
wait
going to
now.
complete the
Try to get
combo.
the jab.
Goes for another one.
Catch the side B out with the down there. We have side B. All right, pound.
Ooh, dodges under it. Okay.
No punish though.
Yep.
We're
Preemptive
whipping a couple
shielding
grabs here. Singing at ledge.
Nice avoidance of the side B. Holding
Okay,
onto that
go
ledge.
deep. He's looking. Nah, good delay here for Major. Goes in deep himself. Straight vertical recovery. All right, what's next? Oh! No, stop! Says you rule the skies. Let me send you to the depths of hell.
Oh my God. Okay, Javi on his last here. Major might get the reverse 3 stock
Oh my
here.
goodness. No
Looking
way.
for one more.
He's looking for another one. He's looking for another one. All right, here we go.
Dodges back.
With punish side B. We got dash attack. We got something. All right, we go off stage. Oh, great delay.
Great delay.
Great tech off that back here, too.
Yep.
Terrifying.
Try not to get
Terrifying
caught
all
here.
around.
Parry.
Here we go. Nair's going to
Catches
win.
him in. No grab.
Ooh, reverse hit.
With. There's one tap. Goes for another full rage. Ganondorf is so scary at this point.
Oh!
Calls the roll. Catches the read. Sends Javi straight to losers. Major shakes it. Yeah.
The
I'm
reverse down
him.
smash read
Yeah.
Insanity. The Demon King sends his regards.
Woo, man.
Javi dropping down to loser's bracket. Oh my goodness. What a set. That is a Game 5 banger if I've ever seen one.
Yo, that was so good. That was so good. Like I said,
Oh
you can never count Javi out. And like it showed right there, just being able to recover in game 3 and bring it to game 4, and then like the game 5 scenario was like, okay.
Major slowed it down.
Major
genuinely just slowed it down. He was like, I can't be taking these willy-nilly trades, right?
Yeah.
I had a great time. Back fisting, you take 30, I take 5.
Right.
That was fun until that 5 sent me off stage and I was dead.
Exactly. And like you saw how he played in game 5, did not really go for these offstage gambits, these attempts.
Except for the stomp.
Except for the stomp. That was literally, he's like, all right, hold on. What if I and then, you know, managed to land that there.
Get a limit test.
But he was very much playing a lot more controlled and reserve. The reads, both with the up smash and the down smash, I was like, okay, that's sick. That's absolutely sick.
He's got the read. He's like, you're going to be here, right this time. Calculating perfect angle trajectory, execute. All it needs to be.
So good, man. And we still
always love watching Major.
Yeah.
Whether it's within my own region or out of region, as long as my boy Major's out there, he's cooking with Ganondorf. That's what I see. That's what I see.
Oh, yeah.
So a little bit of bias. My bad. I love my homies.
Tiny bit. Yeah, tiny bit. But Major was so good.
But Javi really put on a show.
Great job.
Right, after his first 2 games, I was like, let's see. And Javi turned it on.
Yep.
Like, game 3, it's like, okay, we're back and forth. Yep. We're playing the game. Game 4? Javi's like, nah, let me clean up my plate. Let me clean up my plate real quick.
I was not expecting the 3 stock like that. I really wasn't. For it to happen, I'm just like, okay, Javi. Like I always say,
that matchup, it can happen. It just does that. It just does that.
All right.
Yo, we got Mario.
Yep.
Like the one and only Mario.
The one and only that matters here.
And I bet he doesn't play Mario. And I'm gonna be so disappointed.
That would be the biggest. That's the biggest one, right? It's like,
I got a homie back in DFW from where I'm at, and his tag is Fox. He does not play Fox.
No, that's literally one of our Bamatios. I main Fox.
Oh,
he does not play Fox.
That's even worse.
It's the greatest. It's
like at least you're like, oh,
thing.
maybe I like the word Fox, but like that animal Fox. I mean, it sounds cool.
No,
but
like
I main Fox,
yeah.
And you do not main Fox. Sued for false advertising.
Shout out IMF. I love you, bro.
Sued for false advertising. But no, Fox, he plays Shulk and DDD and Terry.
I love that. I love that so much.
Shout out to Fox. That's my homie. Yeah. That's my homie.
They got the headsets on for real.
You guys are locking in.
We're here.
We're here for him. All right, we got another Puff on screen, but this time completely different matchup with a Min.
Going straight into it. Okay.
So Min, this character is all about setting up that Mario Maker level for your opponent, so they can't even find their way in.
Yeah,
and Jigglypuff, you know, thankfully having a lot of air mobility and being on the smaller end, can thread that needle a little better than some other characters can. Yeah. But also gets popped instantly if you get Dragon Lasered at like 60.
Right, I'm definitely interested to see how Mario plays on Min here. I mean, of course you're going to use Megawatt. It's just going to be your best friend. But you get, it's just, doing a lot of work here. Getting in. Yeah, pushing away. Maybe one more.
Here we go. There it is.
The blast zone's so tricky there.
Right, you lose all your neutral interactions on stage. Doesn't matter. As Javi has shown us before, now you got Yukit showing it to us now. All you need is that Jigglypuff win con, and wow.
Oh, a little bit of SD there, I believe. Oh, okay.
The Jigglypuff presence off stage just doing psychic damage.
A menacing
fear.
Puff. Okay. We'll be able to take one.
That's one.
Okay, good. That's one. Mario.
Yeah, maybe got that fun up smash.
Yep. On the board.
Got things to mess around with.
Has to establish the distance away. I mean, yes, Min does have some up-close options, but it's just not what you want to do. You want to be able to, alternate with the arms, especially when you have Megawatt and laser like this. You can do significant damage to Yukit on the Jigglypuff. Get them away. Use the laser to extend that damage. But now,
here we go.
With the rings.
We got pound. We're making it back. All right, catch the jump free. We got some chocolate nairs.
Charge it. Playing a little bit squirrely here. There's the connection. Yep, Megawatt seal the deal. Now back down to a one stock apiece, but the damage is done to Mario, you have to believe.
If you think about it, Megawatt is just a mini Jigglypuff attached to Min-Min's arm.
That's valid. There's a lot of distance and a lot of angles you can use. It's like, with the tilts. for
And honestly, just like
Mario.
the random nairs, too. With Megawatt. Oh.
Too far away? Yeah.
Too far. Yep. Tether's not going to connect there. And Yukid takes that game. First game.
Okay,
Pretty
very,
solid.
very good job. I mean, you could just knows the distance. Like, you need to put between Min and the stage to make sure that that up B is not going to connect. And it routinely worked 2 stocks in a row. So, like,
I think a big thing here, though, was that we did see Mario starting to even this out, understand the match a little bit more.
Yeah.
That SD-ish is tough, right? Because I had such a significant disadvantage. That's like, even if you are starting to learn the ropes of the game a little bit, understand the matchup a little bit, still falling too far behind. But, okay, I have a theory about his tag, right?
Okay.
Right? So, Mario, this guy's a Nintendo lover.
Okay.
Who was the latest Nintendo representative in Smash Ultimate? Min. I see a connecting line
I see
here.
the connection there.
What happened?
I blinked. And
I
literally
looked away, and Mario's already down on his stop.
Well, if you can,
That's the nature of the matchup.
hey, you can recover it fast. I believe it.
Well, I don't know. I feel like this was kind of the problem last game. I really.
As long as he doesn't SD the second one.
He might not even need to
fine.
SD.
He can do it.
The air dodge read! Still winds up going deep. Oh, tries to convert
Can't
the other
make
way
it
around.
happen.
Okay, he actually got it.
Okay.
He actually got it.
A 1-for-1, but not at the cost that he probably would have wanted.
Yeah, this isn't the war of attrition you want to be playing right now.
Yeah.
You want to do that when you have more resources, not less.
Have to have 2 perfect stocks in a row, or 1 perfect one and a scrappy one. I don't know. Mario has to be able to bring it back and not.
This is looking really good
keep
for you
eating these
again.
onslaughts. Okay,
we got
finally.
tether.
Managed to get
Higher
back to
tether
you.
this time around. Oh,
Stage.
falling
Oh,
up
no.
air. Reverse nair.
Don't do it.
What's next? We got a fair. Holding on stage. Catch jump with another nair. Ooh, tries to ledge drop back air.
Nice. Back throw going up. Oh, just misjudged the distance a tad bit. Had that laser connected, that was
It's option coverage.
tough.
It's option coverage. I see you.
There we go.
Megawatt going out. Slamming Jigglypuff. Ooh, back air. Super strong. We go for another one. Off
Should be able to
stage.
hear,
Okay,
yes.
nice. I love the Chakram nair.
Yep.
Get off me. Give me space.
off me.
Let me come back. Oh! The tether
way.
was stuffed with the down air. And then the nair actually killed.
That's nasty.
Gross.
That's nasty.
And then
You kids,
last 2-0.
yeah, doing very well, just preventing Mario from even like starting any momentum. Like the one stock that Mario got was because it was bottom of the stage, and you kids like, I'm not getting back. All right, whatever, sure. And like that's not what you need. That's not what you want. You need to get these definitive stocks off, these definitive wins, and Mario is just not finding it. But oh, combo, what is this? Are my eyes deceiving me?
There we go. This is what I signed up for. I will retract my statement about false advertising as we got Mario on the Mario. We are so bad. We are so bad. Yeah, Mario versus Yukid. Probably finally pulling out his main.
Yep.
Right, sandbag 2 games.
Yep,
Best of 5 format. Now it's time. Oh. Just kidding.
You absolute maniac. I cannot believe you just did that.
This guy is a monster.
God.
This guy might be a threat to public safety.
I mean, look, hey, look, I've seen some crazy 3-0s, but this is a pretty nifty.
Nah, this is, hey, Jigglypuff, hey, putting in the work. Some people love to see them. Some people love to see
Absolutely.
them. That's what we're here for. I mean, yeah, you're reset to neutral. You know what Mario's looking for. He's looking for combo scoops.
Yep.
You know they're not going to hit as often or as hard. Jigglypuff will fall out more often. Getting kill confirms might be a little bit harder. But at this point, like, I feel, this matchup, people know what's going on.
Yeah.
People definitely know what Jigglypuff is doing at this point after he's been doing it for the past 5 games that we've had on stream.
All right, come on, Mario. Got to step something up. Forward air. Throw them boots at him. Don't get caught. A little bit more aggression. Love to see.
Tries to air challenge, but man, Jigglypuff again, master of the skies. But call a raster.
Okay.
Cool.
Yeah, he's going to get back.
Clip by the nair. Love those active frames.
96% on Yukid here. Literally just flick him, and he's
I think it's time for Mario to start fishing for up smash.
for sure. For
think
sure.
we're there.
I would just start throwing him out.
No, I think we're gonna see it. We're gonna see it. We gotta see it. Where's it at? There it is.
There's one. Okay.
Again,
We're going
this-
to hit it, yeah.
I pay for my Mario experience. I better be getting my Mario experience, right?
Yeah, I was like, you said he's going to land, either down air or going to land up smash. One's going to hit before the other.
Yep.
Get into it, get into that rhythm. very large percentage disparity here.
Yeah.
Mario.
Oh,
okay.
Grabs
good
him
grab.
out of smash that. We got an
Yep.
up throw down air. Okay. Pop a
Flood.
flood. So
Pushing
here,
away.
remember, we got 128.5% rage on Mario right
sure.
now. A crazy
grab.
read.
Yep.
Right? After racking up a lot more percent, we got a down throw, double up air, 54%. A hard smash attack read would kill. That was literally about to say that.
Okay.
And it just happened right from our very eyes.
Okay. Wait a minute.
Okay.
Let him cook.
Okay.
Let him
We're
cook.
even up. We're even
Okay,
up.
even.
Mario, we're back. We're so back.
Even Stevens here, 0-0, 1 apiece.
Okay.
Ooh, good dodge.
Getting over the down smash. With punish with the down
Yep.
throw.
Let's see if Mario's warmed up on Mario to get a victory with Mario.
I'm looking for. Hey, Jigglypuff's not the only character with lasting frame nair, right?
Yep.
Mario can convert off that too.
Yep. Ooh, good call out though. Out in air.
Okay, rising fair. Just deck you a little bit. Stop messing with me. Oh!
Oh my goodness. Oh my goodness.
Okay, down smash angle is rough. We burned an early up B because we were afraid.
Yeah.
We were scared of what Jigglypuff might have done to
Yeah,
us. And as a result, we're going to have to go down
3-0. Okay.
Wow. Jigglypuff bros stay winning. They got
That's
some
crazy.
good content
Yeah.
these past 2 sets, right?
Yep.
Couldn't clutch it last set, but a banger of a set nonetheless.
Absolutely.
And this set, you can put on a Jigglypuff masterclass. I mean, what else can I say?
Yeah. You getting the revenge on Javi for the Jigglypuff Nation. Doing it well, doing it real well. Man, just a 3-0. I mean, Mario made that switch a little too late. He just kind of looked lost in the Min games. Like,
Yeah.
it kind of looked like he kind of just gave up. At
It's like,
some
oh
point.
yeah, my recovery
He's like,
is a
all
lot
right.
worse than I thought.
Yeah.
My off-stage, air drift, air mobility, what aerials I can challenge with.
Yep.
It really feels like it's just nair sometimes.
Right. Okay. We're gearing up for the next matchup. Come through. For y'all watching in chat, thank you so much for rocking with us on this stream.
Is Yukit stepping back up to the plate? Oh.
Yeah, he's right back in.
Is this going to be Yukit Major? Does
Major
Major have to play against
That's
2
right.
Jigglypuffs in a row? Hold on. I don't want to get too excited. I don't know what's happening.
Ooh.
this is my theory.
Door
I'm
stop?
theorizing. Oh, never mind. Okay.
Okay.
My bad. I spread misinformation.
Yeah.
My apologies. My fault.
Spreading lies on Blue Ivy's internet. We got doorstop versus Clifford. Okay.
Let's see.
Yep. Shout out Cincy Fear.
Ohio gang coming out to represent.
Yep.
Exciting. Doorstop's on the ZSS, if I remember correctly, right?
I believe so.
Okay. So I'll make sure. Waiting out. But yeah, thank you all so much for joining us here. Warehouse War 4 in Nashville, Tennessee. Combo, beautiful crow. We're having a great time here. Hope you guys are too. Make sure to check out the other streams as well. We got Melee going on.
Yep.
We have Ultimate Maze stream going on. Make sure you got your multi-Twitch, all your tabs open. Keep up with everything because, this event is one to be keeping an eye out for. It's been a great time so far. And if you guys are in the area or planning, try to make it out next time. It's a great time.
Absolutely. Shout out Tennessee squad, just doing such an amazing event once again. It's getting bigger every year apparently, so I'm happy about it.
Yeah.
I mean,
My first time out here, I'm having a great time.
so dope. Super dope to see.
Keep the love rolling, keep the momentum going. It's a good time.
Yep. Just waiting for Clifford, the not so big red dog, to get over here so we can get this underway.
In order we can't see him. Where's the dude at?
Yep. As
Oh,
we
boy.
are moving and grooving. I keep looking over the Melee screens right now. I
Yeah.
can't see who's playing, but like they have been going hot in this set. There he is.
we're
Clifford the
good.
Big Red is here. Not the Big Red dog, just the Big Red.
Big Red. Okay.
Because he's a ginger.
I see.
But-
I see. It clicked.
Clicked, yeah. I love it when people have like tags that just like accurately reflect them, but it's in the most obscure way. You know?
I see. Yeah, you have to like apply. You have to think about it a little bit.
Yeah, you
different
gotta
way.
think. It's like, wait,
Yeah.
why is his name that? And then you're like,
Multiple layers here. So what is Clifford
I
known
got
for?
it.
Big
Okay.
red dog. Where
I
does
got
red
it.
apply? Is he a dog?
right,
Is that the lore?
Is
Like-
that it? Is he a furry? Like, what's going on? Cool. But this will be going into the next matchup here, taking it into winners semifinals. Me and Combo, we got to take a little break ski, a little skedaddle, get some coffee, get some food in us. We'll be greeted with 2 wonderful new casters on the mics.
Oh,
it's been fun.
It's been a great time. Absolute pleasure, Crow.
Absolutely.
It's been a great time.
Where can we find you? Where can we find you on your socials?
Right there, listed right here and clear. Over up on Twitter/X, you can just do @ComboFGC, the most simple Twitter you'll ever see. Right? Yeah. What happens in fighting games? You do combos. Combo FGC. It's simple. It's easy. So yeah, definitely feel free to drop me a message. Anything. Always happy to talk commentary, talk shop, whatever it needs to be. How about you?
Absolutely. Look, mine's a little bit more complicated. It is also right there under my beautiful face. It's Beautiful Crow on all socials. Hit me up. Let's talk. Let's chat. Let's argue. Let's have fun. It's whatever it is. But that will be
Thank you for having us. We'll see you guys on the other side.
See you next time.
Headset start like bugging out.
No, what the?
I was sitting this for the last like 30 seconds. And I was just sitting there, like I couldn't even hear you. So I just had to like pretend to know when you stopped. I was like, okay, we're good. What is that? Did you hear this? I heard that for like 30 seconds. I was like, what is going on?
Got something. Can you guys hear the game though?
No. There's no game audio.
Can you turn down the volume on here? Can you normally hear each other?
Yeah. But it's like slightly delayed. Maybe turn that down a little bit. Obviously, I probably should.
That's your commentating.
No.
That's not a me question.
Yeah. Oh, are you? Yes. Oh, I apologize for all this. I stood right up here and was like, I know I got to do my dumb stuff. I didn't know who to ask. I was like, I'm just going to wait here. And I looked up and y'all start. They send me around and everyone's trying to figure out where to go.
How about you?
Okay.
Yeah, so sorry. I'm sorry. I didn't.
Okay.
I'm just doing
So
this
then
thing.
we can fix my headset, hopefully, please.
Thank you for listening.
I appreciate it. Thank you so much, dude. It's a great time. I'll see you around.
It does sound bad right now.
Okay.
I turned down the volume.
Okay. Hello. So yeah, I can't hear myself, right? And that's fine. And then, can I hear him? And also, I hear a little bit of the static still.
I'm just doing the stream stuff. I have no idea.
So let's just see how it sounds to me. Okay, go. Say something.
Hello? Hello?
Okay, can you hear me?
Yeah.
When I'm speaking, you can hear me.
It's quiet.
Okay.
It's quiet, but I can hear you.
Okay, I'm quiet to him. Sound good to stream. Okay, so as long as I'm good to stream.
Where at?
Oh, I see. Okay. But for me, yeah, mine's messed up.
Say something.
I'm testing. Can you hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, so we're good here.
Is it too loud for me?
No, I can't hear anything. So
Okay.
so that's the problem. My headset, I'm just trying to think, how can I make this work? So just like talk normally, I guess. Like talk like you're casting. Like what's the volume like?
Oh.
If you're speaking.
Okay. So here we go, going into the next game. Got a Fox and Wolf on stage.
Okay.
Okay. Yeah.
I should. I think so. So no, he can hear me. I think what we could do is I can just like listen in, like through the headset when it's live on me, and then I'll take my like headset down and just cast the actual game like this. And then when the camera comes back, I'll just put it on.
Okay.
Like
I get
what
what
I'll
you're
do.
saying.
Yeah. I can make it work. Yeah, I appreciate it. Yeah, no problem. Let's do it. Yeah, I'm gonna go. Let's do it. I'll bring us in. You're Big Pepsi, right?
Yes, sir.
Cool. Yep. Welcome back, everybody, to Warehouse War 4 here in Nashville, Tennessee. I'm Combo, joined by the one and only Big Pepsi. How are we doing today, man?
Doing good. How about you, boss?
I'm doing a great time. We've had some fantastic sets before with Beautiful Crow on. Man, Major versus Javi was insane. I'm not sure if you're going to watch that.
So fun to watch.
Jigglypuff, Ganondorf, that matchup, super volatile, super fun to watch.
And Major,
Javi wake up in game 3 and just took it away. But we got our next set of opponents here as well. We've got Doorstop and Clifford coming up here. So Doorstop representing, Cincy Fear coming out from Ohio. I'm super excited. Let's see what our next set's
making ZSS look like a solid character, because I know there's a lot of discourse in the community about ZSS being a good or not good player, but Doorstop making it look pretty consistent, and it's nice to see that.
There's a lot of strengths to the character. I think it's not worth to describe the character immediately, but when it comes to, I guess, the nature of Smash Ultimate, especially after all these years, you're going to want to have very consistent characters is a big thing, right?
Correct.
You can execute your game plan and doesn't have to rely so much on any sort of response from the opponent as much as like you would expect it to, right? So now, for example, you have like a very combo and pressure-heavy character like Greninja, right? But there's so many DI mixes where people can just get out of things all the time. Makes that character a little less consistent.
Right.
There is strength in that character, but the consistency might be rough. So I think ZSS kind of falls in that pool just a little bit. But still, I think a very, very solid character that should not be discredited.
Right,
so
absolutely. I mean, and down B.
Incredible player. Right, so you put them together, we get some good ZSS content.
And Doorstop also having a pocket Pokemon trainer. So, yeah.
Let's
so
see it.
Clifford picking Pikachu with the best skin. Love the wizard hat. So we see a lot of pressure going on right now.
We're starting over here on Battlefield. Try flat to open up, right? So ZSS gonna be a decent fan, right? We got the classic brawl matchup here, right? ZSS and Pikachu way back in the Subspace Emissary. But
and I wonder how Pikachu's get off me burst options are gonna make Doorstop like have to play to get an edge on a character like Pikachu.
Definitely have to be a bit of heightened awareness up there. Just like, okay, Pikachu can break out of disadvantage a lot faster. I might get pancaked. I might get nared with active hitbox. So let's be careful. Right? I want to up air chain you. I have a tripod to do it. But let's be careful.
And one of the things that like you have to understand playing a character like Pikachu, you're gonna get hit, and the long multi-hits are gonna drag you out. So take your time, use that as a way to reset your mentality, and just get back in the game for what happens after the combo.
Right. I think Doorstop's been doing a really good job so far of keeping that distance, keeping that space, actually opting a lot more playing that mid-range and going for these kind of one-off hits, and pressuring through stage positioning rather than like actively trying to throw moves out of control space that way, which I appreciate. But now we're finally seeing Clifford get a bit of that damage back. What's the rig going to be here? How's Doorstop going to make it back? Okay, we got down B, great repositioning tool. Tries to get a read on that down smash. Still able to cover with the forward tilt afterwards.
And I love the positioning that Doorstop is choosing to take. Like you said, right outside that burst range that Pikachu wants to be in. And really gives Doorstop the ability to deal with Pikachu's pressure options, because the second Doorstop gets right up on, Pikachu's going to get him off.
There we go, down smash again.
A lot of paralyzers coming out from Doorstop, trying to get that quick finish. Love the positioning there.
Catching the roll read on the platform and catching the landing. With an up B, cleaning up that first stock. It took a bit though. That was almost 2 minutes of maneuvering, patient play.
I wouldn't ask it to be any other way, because that's obviously working very well in Doorstop's favor right now. The patience is paying off.
Yep, that's how it's got to be. Smart way to approach the matchup. You know, if you get way too into Pikachu, you're just going to be losing most of these trades, and eventually you're done.
Pressing a button in the wrong spot will absolutely eat you at least 20%. And with a character like ZSS, you're going to die for that 20% if you're not careful.
Yeah, but so far we got 63% worth of extra credit here in Doorstop's favor. Doing a great job of, honestly, playing a little bit more aggressive. This is a lot faster pace the second time around. Fantastic air drift read there with that back air.
The patience to wait for the follow-up up air. You saw Doorstop go up and feign the second jump for the follow-up.
Right.
Skipped it immediately and said, I'll wait for you to come down to me.
Cleaned up that second stock, nice and easy. Great tether positioning as well. Wave landing on the top platform.
Doorstop's movement is insane.
Ooh, taking that trade and immediately trying to act and potentially get a grab punish. 137%. How is Clifford getting this kill? Because Ryan's got hit with a down smash into a back throw.
I would have said this might have been a bad spot for Doorstop to be in against Pikachu, but Doorstop's movement, spacing, and punishes with the simple attacks are working out so well in their favor. Clifford really fighting to get some pressure, some ground.
The Zair, upward angle forward tilt, another Zair. Keeping that space. It's fine. Bounce off the stage. Doorstop is still living here. Are we looking at a 3-stock? We definitely have Clifford in kill range right now. Going deep for that side B. Skull Bash is not going to make it all the way back to stage. Thunder not able to recover. Doorstop will go down in stock. Clifford still barely staying alive at almost 120%.
I've seen crazier comebacks. But does Clifford have it in him to do it?
Ooh, side B, love the distance. Quick attack, return to center stage.
To give some credit to Clifford. Unfortunate back air on the tech roll in. Clifford is using the quick attack so well to get in and out of Doorstop's space. Doorstop just being one step ahead that game and keeping that space so Clifford really couldn't get any of the combos going. And Doorstop using the movement so well around the T-jolts to just not get interacted with at all.
Yeah.
Love to see it.
The mix of Zaire, side B have just changed the way you approach the entire match. And honestly, playing keep out with the rat, like that's just how you got to do it sometimes. That's just how it's got to be.
Being consistent about that, though, that's its own game.
That's true. That's true. Doorstop had it down lock for that first game. Let's see, though. We got best of 5. How much further can we take it?
I'm glad that this is becoming the standard, by the way. The best of 5, when it's doable, love it because you get more games, you get more chance to adapt, and you really let the better players shine.
That's right.
I'm loving these Zairs. I know you pointed them out last game, but golly, these Zairs
They've been taking
perfect.
control of the matchup. They've really been taking control of the matchup. And the down smash usage, rather, like the stun on the ground, quite prevalent. So it's got decent safety, a little bit hard to whip punish. And we've seen Doorstop covering so many options after the fact. So just being able to throw it out, get your opponent a little antsy, right? They want to press a button, and then they get punished.
The name of the game is making your opponent think that they can't use an option. And when Pikachu gets a rough approach into the paralyzer up B like we saw, then you're going to say, well, maybe I shouldn't go for approaching back air this time. Or maybe I shouldn't lane with quick attack or side B anymore.
Start crossing those out.
And now Doorstop is getting the
game.
advantage of that because Doorstop says, that's not on the list anymore and I can play around the rest of your game plan.
Again, stuffing all of these Pikachu approaches with the Zaire. We are seeing Clifford keeping this stock a lot closer to him and really aggressive, not letting Doorstop play at that mid-range that's been comfortable.
And those down tilts almost look like Squirtle's F tilt, leading into like chase positions and tech situations and another grab follow-up.
I see it. See the vision. This Thunder Jolt got to move around. Great stuff there from Doorstop. Like you said, that movement has been on point.
Making it look
Zaire.
easy.
Ooh. Down smash on shield. Get away from the situation. Challenge Thunder Jolt with a fair. We got a down throw. What's the follow-up here from Clifford? What's he looking at? Ooh, jab punch. Just another down tilt. Getting away from the down B.
I'd love to see Clifford try to get under Doorstop and juggle just a little bit harder. Maybe try to force Doorstop into a different position. But that ledge roll read with up smash, taking the stock.
Big thing here is that ZSS pretty much always has down B online as an option to already pretty much safely disengage from disadvantage anyway. So I think Clifford's like, I'm just going to skip the step where I'm out of position.
I see
I'm just going to wait.
The Thunder, that float that you get off Thunder is so devious to stay down under the stage like that and just give yourself time to reset yourself. You're not in a rush.
Oh,
maybe you are.
Challenge.
Maybe you are. That was just a stretch. She just happened to get in the way.
Yeah. But still, 45% lead here for Clifford. We can see something big. Oh, no! Doorstop a little to the very unfortunate SD right there.
Just got to shake it out.
Oh, Clifford in a pretty good spot, right? Able to bring back the momentum, knowing I need to play close. How do I thread this needle against ZSS, the new zoner that I'm dealing with right now, right? And we see Clifford doing a good job throughout that first stock. Question is how much longer can he keep it even? Because wow, Doorstop playing very aggressively here.
Well, and it's almost name it. You kind of mentioned it earlier. And like Ultimate is inherently a defensive game, whether people want to admit it or not. The fast buttons make you have to respect defense so much more.
Sure.
Doorstop right now doesn't need to press the advantage until they've won that.
What? Woo!
Narrowly
avoiding. Drifting right through the forward smash.
Just not getting the down smash out in time.
But hey, Clifford is still alive, and this is a pretty solid lead being built in his favor.
The way Doorstop needs, I almost said DoorDash. I got food on the brain. Oh, and a great side B.
Oh, okay. It's okay. We got Princess Hot Chicken right outside.
Ooh. Have to wait till after the blocks, though, unfortunately.
Heck yeah.
But just taking the time, being patient is what's going to win you this set. Coming from the deficit, but right now, Doorstop really got Clifford on the back foot.
Position, yeah, still in this position here. Only 40% deficit. Let's see what Clifford's going to be looking for now. Again, it's very aggressive play, trying to make it pass through the airs. Great spot dodge through the grab. just turned around, didn't whip punish, got jab for his troubles instead.
Oh, they've got me hold my breath. I'm so stressed.
This could be Clifford's time to shine. Put himself on the board, or Doorstop making a crazy run back. Again, the safety even on whiffing that down smash.
They've got me holding my breath because these paralyzers are coming out, almost narrowly catching Clifford. What are we doing?
Got forward lead is right back in Doorstop's favor. Very dangerous. He's using that wall jump here from Clifford. Quick attack. Trying to bait out an option. The question is, how does Clifford find their way in? But when you try to get something going, you get mixed with the grab. Then forward thrown, down smash that ledge into the down B spike. Doorstop up 2-0 over Clifford.
That animation from the down B spike, the flex that ZSS does.
Yeah.
Beautiful.
She's
Love it.
feeling it.
Yeah.
She's feeling it. She's like, power suit or no? That's me. That's me right there.
Who is it? When Banjo hits the parry, he flexes on you. And
Or
you
you
know,
got all the Incineroar, everything, right? Every animation, she's got to flex just a little bit, you know? Hype up the crowd.
the animation love, like in Smash 4, DDD was the character that really expressed himself. And Incineroar walked in and was like, scoot over, dog. I got something to show you.
I got something for you.
But both of these characters, we're right in it. I was going to say,
we're
both
right.
these characters very animated as well.
Yeah, right here to small battlefield. There we go, lowered angle. I love the angled forward tilt as well. It's a great boxing tool at all heights. It could be an anti-air, combo follow-up, mid-range spacing tool, or like a low check. You can do it all.
I'm loving the reversals for Clifford. Almost hasn't been able to edge guard Doorstop at all. And just because Doorstop is not letting Clifford get any ground. Love the
And
confirms.
Doorstop's getting all these confirms follows too, right? You think, all right, Pikachu's smaller. This stuff's a lot harder to get consistent with. Doorstop is not phased whatsoever. Ooh, clipped by the Thunderdome after using Zombie. There we go.
Great
We
read
got
from
it.
Doorstop. And you talked about eliminating options earlier.
Right.
Doorstop using the paralyzer straight at ledge, the down smash, is preventing Clifford from doing the second quick attack up because every time they have, get caught right in it for a
Right.
confirm.
You're not sweet spotting through ledge right there, right? You're messing up through ledge. And Doorstop's got fantastic timing, just lets it rip. Lets it rip. But wow, already looped in percent.
I was about to say, having a fantastic time. Doorstop is lapping Clifford right now. And only 50%. Doorstop has room to play the game. Really doesn't have to sweat or stress over it. All they got to do is keep Clifford off stage.
All right, tries to crawl back just a little bit. Wow, get him attack. Bounce off stage a little. We're going to tether right past through the Thunder, but the drag down there will connect. Still, Doorstop's in an okay position. Oh, no! Clifford let go of shield right in front of Doorstop's face. Has to hold that fully charged down smash into the up B. Another stock gone.
Doorstop stopped, checked the time, waited a second, and then threw it out.
Nah, he's like, all right.
The
give me
patience.
Give me a second. I'm safe no matter what, but just for fun, let me just let it rip.
Let it rip. And Clifford at the ledge again. Doorstop just not getting
Actually
Clifford
racking up.
any
Up air
ground.
chain, finish off with a back air, reset, get zared, an up tilt to scoop this time around. Great parry! Okay, there's a lot that just happened right there, right? We saw that parry from Doorstop. There's the startup frames from down smash right there. But then Clifford is like, no, let me follow up with my own Thunder Jolt, clear my own approach, then get up smash to close out that stop.
I felt like Shulk. I saw the future, and then it changed right before my eyes.
Vision. There it was. So again, signs of life there from Clifford. Incredible, impeccable, moment-to-moment decision-making right there. But still, this deficit's not going anywhere.
No, Clifford's really going to have to lock in center stage and not let Doorstop have any ground.
Oh!
But not enough.
One chunky back air will do it. And Doorstop walks away 3-0. First game looking really strong. Second game, we saw signs of life back here. Clifford came out fighting. Right, he's like, no, let's run this to last stock. Let's make it happen. It was last stock, last hit, right? That Pikachu was there to play. Game 3, though, Doorstop's like, now hold on.
Let me show you what I can do.
Let me show you.
Let me show
you
you
what
how
I'm
I
here for.
adapt. Yes.
Right. And that's the beauty again. I brought it up so many times with Beautiful Crow as well. But it's, as you mentioned before, right, now that we have the opportunity, if you're able to run best of 5, letting it rock, wonderful. Great for the players. It is a bit of a stamina battle. Right? You got to get through so much more bracket. You are playing so many more games. So more bang for your buck. That's nice, right? If you're into that. You want to actually play more Smash Ultimate. Right? Some people don't.
That's why we come, right?
Some people sign up and they're like, I actually don't want to play the game. But I mean, that's on them. They'll figure that one out.
I mean,
right?
do your thing. I respect it.
Sure. I mean, you get more money in the pot. And you +1 to the entrance. I can't complain. Right? You're doing your part for the community at the end of the day. I can't complain.
And I want to, like you did a great job pointing out, Clifford definitely wasn't down and out there. There was a lot of times where Clifford had a great edge on Doorstop. Doorstop just looked very prepared for Pikachu. Like, the game plan was locked in and solid, and I don't have a problem seeing how that
Sometimes
character
it's just
does
a couple
well
of like very important tools that change. Not to say ZSS isn't using Zaire often anyway as a great neutral tool, but really Zaire put in work overtime.
And Doorstop's placement of the Zairs, we saw so many quick attacks just get immediately stuffed out, sent right back to ground, and then Doorstop was ready to lock in that quick jab of maybe a paralyzer. We saw so many great confirms off of it.
And so many incredible interactions all around, honestly.
Great players, great set. That's
really
what we're here for,
really
great ultimate.
That's what we have signed up for here. We have our next set of contestants also locked and loaded. Hammer Bro versus Winter.
Hammer Bro, Tennessee native Ice Climbers player. One of East Tennessee's best.
Okay. I mean, yeah, of course, right? We're over here in Nashville, Tennessee for Warehouse Warfare, so of course, all of Tennessee's out here to represent. Right, but you got people from out of region making their way here too, right? Whether it be other places from the south, southeast, right?
I'll say homies from Bama showed up, homies from Georgia showed up.
There you go. I'm here from West Coast, right? Alongside Major, for example, and Lentini, right? I'm here from Seattle, right? Major coming out from like the Oregon area.
Oh, and we had Doorstop from Cincy. I know
right,
that.
We got Ohio, right? Get some Midwest rep here.
Jigbugs was doing comms earlier. She came down for that. Happy to have so many people be able to come together, especially to Tennessee, because this is our first real shot at a big tournament.
This is the biggest Smash event in Tennessee history, right? Like, this is huge. This is momentous. We've done something big here. I'm loving my time here in Nashville. Love my time here at Warehouse War 4. Everyone's been incredible. And super excited to come to more stuff like this in the future if if they want to do that.
I mean, and we're so close to downtown. There's so many great options in Nashville. I come
you walk down to Broadway, you get to see the entire party city life right there. I'm like,
the rooftop bars, man.
Yeah,
the live music is great. There's options for everyone that wants to do something.
Right.
And the food.
I've lived in music cities, right? I'm from Austin, Texas. I'm over in Seattle, Washington. I know what like a music city is.
So you know.
But Nashville, this is something else, man. Like I love those scenes too, but like it's a different vibe. Right, you can't just live in one and be like, oh, I get it. It's like you got to come here and feel it. You got to be on the street. You got to know. You got to know. Same with Austin. Same with Seattle. You got to be there.
You got to understand it.
Right,
you got to understand it.
So it's definitely worth coming out to.
And one of the things that go kind of against the grain of what you're saying is we've got some pretty cool sponsors from Nashville, and we've got the Royal Popcorn people.
Oh yeah, Baron, the Popcorn
the Baron Popcorn. Thank
you.
They were at
so
Combo
I
Breaker.
traveled a bunch of Midwest FGC stuff, right? Frosty Fostings, Combo Breaker,
all the greats.
And so it's like this is great, right? I tried Popcorn Bear for the first time. I think earlier this year because they actually had a sampling booth over at Frosty Fostings, and I immediately it's like that Despicable Me scene where or not Despicable Me. What am I thinking of? Ratatouille. I don't know why I got it mixed up.
Oh, when he eats it,
he eats it, it goes right back in
his head.
And it's like, as a kid, right, so it's like, it's not even like I have some sort of nostalgic connection. I grew up in the Midwest, but I never had Popcorn Baron as a kid, but still something about it struck a chord with me, and I had to buy it back.
There were so many flavors. I was like, I could spend my
forever
whole paycheck
trying them all.
I'll try them all. I'll sit back here with a smile on my face.
Oh, man. So, we got some over here. So, check it out if you're in the venue or nearby. It's definitely worth checking out. But let's hop into our first game here. Hammer Bro versus Winter. We got the Ice Climbers. Of course, Hammer Bro, Ice Climbers. I see the vision, right? And then Winter coming out with the club. Starting off on PS2.
And the irony of Winter having to deal with Ice Climbers.
Definitely a Winter is coming.
So Ice Climbers inherently not the best characters. They've got some pretty solid confirms. The up throw into up air is
They've got
great.
sauce, right? You got some crazy decent combos.
And
you got crazy kill confirms.
Took the words out of my mouth, but they have some. They're packing some heat that you can't see behind those hammers. And the decent combos and confirms. And like I said, Hammer Bro, Tennessee staple, great player. We know we're going to see a lot of that stuff. But what Winter has to start setting their mind on doing is getting Nana out of there, because Sopo has a way harder time dealing without Nana to have his back.
Right. This is the classic, how am I playing against Icy's game plan? Split them up, get rid of Nana, let Sopo suffer. Right, and Crom, Sorty, you're playing his mid-range disjoints and decently fast as well. Solid matchup in neutral, but offstage gameplay could get a little rough here. I'm going to eat my words right now as we saw Winter go deep to get rid of Nana, and Hammer Bro was not able to cover Sopo there. First stock, despite actually losing the majority of neutral interactions on stage, able to take that first stock.
That's the way Ultimate goes, right? Sometimes you get hit and you don't stop getting hit until you lose the stock for it. But we're definitely probably going to see a great burst option from Hammer Bro. Squall, honestly, one of the best moves in the game. That move is crazy safe. You get away with murder by using it. And it really forces, it can set up for desyncs. It can set up for Ice Climbers to be an advantage state.
Oh! What an angle! Bro went to geometry class.
That's egregious, honestly.
Okay, yeah, we get our falling up air, get some combos started. Just a bit of damage conversions back and forth.
Prom staple.
Here we go, dash attack up air. 71% already.
It feels so disrespectful when Nana comes up behind and is like, oh, you got hit? Let me slap another one on.
Yeah.
And right,
Just for fun.
we're back to an even game.
Down smash is going to whip here. Up tilt to try and catch the landing. Great drift back there from Winter to cover space with forward air. Okay, Nair 1 doesn't fall up, though. We got to fear Nana, right? Even if you clip Sopo, rather, Popo on his own, right? With something, Nana is still there.
And I love the way that Hammer Bro is just backing off if they're not getting their ground going on it. And Winter really having to try to fight their way through. But not quite an. Woo! They almost made me eat my words. Hammer Bro off stage and Winter just doing some empty hops trying to keep the pressure up.
Oh, wow! But Hammer Bro wasn't able to make it back. And again, Winter, just by the skin of their teeth, staying alive.
Prom shenanigans. Getting comboed right now.
Oh, the counter. Yep, that's getting punished. That's a forward smash for sure.
And it was so much more intimidating because Nana was on the other side, just ganging up on Winter, making him look like he had no options anyway. Oh, we're going to get the follow-up?
There we go.
I love the
Make it
patience.
back. Nice and clean, nice and clean.
No need to rush it. You've got time. And Crom's a character that if you start pressing buttons on, you'll die for it.
But at the same time, you start pressing a lot of the right buttons at the right time. So slightly adjusted pressing buttons really fast.
Take your time.
Suddenly your combos just kill people instantly. So.
Oh, and I love that F tilt there, but getting the armor on the rising up B.
All right, gotta hold that ice. Up
Follow
tilt
up.
to follow up.
I love the bear.
That's good, but Crom is still alive. Now we got the icebergs to mess around. Get up attack. Get off me. Reversal, get away from everything. Oh, great parry here.
And Nana
From
just
Nana.
coming in
Yeah,
clutch.
Nana parried. Popo did it. Crazy. Oh! You dropped shield just a little too early.
1-2,
and Winter's
baby.
gonna go down. No kill spark on that one. It was close.
I was going to be not quick to condemn Hammer Bro, but I was worried that going for the jump approach again, but Hammer Bro ready to throw that fair and fall right on top of Winter, trying to bait out the aggressive option, and it worked in their favor.
Yeah, it really did, really did. Well played from both players, honestly. I feel like a lot of the grounded exchanges and early neutral was all Hammer Bro favored. Winter was just able to kind of like skim by with some offstage shenanigans. But as we got closer towards the end of the game, Winter's actually playing a neutral. Like, okay, now I actually know how to deal somewhat with what's going on here. I got to utilize my range better. I got to be more aware of what Popo and Nana, where they are positionally. I saw it, right? I saw the vision here from Winter. Let's see how that's carried forward.
I want to see Winter play more of that lockdown gameplay style and try to hold center stage. Gotta watch out for the projectiles and you gotta watch
Because you
out
can
for the
control
snow
space
flurry.
so easily. You just keep throwing out your disjointed aerials. Like, what are they going to do? It's so hard for them to challenge.
And you have faster buttons, way faster buttons, way better consistent options
Oh my
to get
goodness.
you going.
But these side Bs are doing so much shield pressure, and we're not seeing any punishes here from Winter just yet. The drift is insane.
I will complain about side B. That is crazy.
Yes, indeed it is. Oh, Crom. We got the
I love
scoop up.
that. Go back to ledge. Just
Just
a little
to
bit
be
of
safe.
reset.
Oh, the down air forward smash on Nana. You know she just got chunked.
And Hammer Bro have to be careful. It's almost sent Winter right to where Nana could have gotten killed for being out there again. Right back to center stage.
And Nana's getting split. Look at the distance about back there sending Nana versus Popo. We're going deep. All right, what's the option? Forward to ledge. Oh, no. Got a rising neutral B.
That up tilt so good for when you get frozen by the Winter flurry.
Oh, there it is.
Sliding up smash.
Yep. Up tilt into up smash. That's the real Ice Climber sauce that we're looking for.
And we're seeing Hammer Bro get a ton of these attempts at desyncs, but Winter doing a pretty solid job breaking it up before the party really gets started.
That
But
is true.
Squall not giving Winter any room to breathe.
Winter instead struggling. Oh, my goodness.
Tickled by the win. Just enough to die for it.
And honestly, I'm surprised we're not seeing Hammer Bro do more of that when Crom is just an upbeat, right? Like at ledge.
At the higher percentage, you will. But Winter trying their best to not let Hammer Bro get them off stage to be forced in that position. Because
That's right.
That's the one place Crom really doesn't want to be, right?
Okay, I like it. I like it. Run off stage, but we have an entire stock deficit here for Winter. This is looking a little rough.
We've seen Winter use that option a lot.
My goodness. From starting at pretty much no percent, this is 2 disadvantaged interactions, 88%.
This does not look fun for Winner.
Not at all. Uppy to make it back. All
I think we were about to see that that wind we were talking about there at the ledge, but just not getting it out in time before Winner smacked him. Opted to stay
What's
at
the
the
approach?
ledge.
This is so scary. How do you approach this? Right, on shield, you might just get up smash. You might get up tilt into up smash. You have to deal with so many icebergs and follow-ups.
The delay on the up tilt to catch Winner later. Winner looking pretty frustrated right now. I'd love
It's a hard one.
Take a deep breath and reset because we've seen Winner handle the match fine. It's just about keeping that lead and keeping your space up.
It's a tough ride. It's a tough ride.
You think that disjoint would help more than it looks like it is right
we
now?
saw it in that first game. It was doing its job. It's the second game, Hammer Bro is finding all the right openings. Like you said, though, right? Tennessee, known name, right? Like their name's up there. They've got that adaptation down lock. Right? Game 1, data. Game 2, if it's a best of 3, that's the closer. But since we got best of 5, more time to work with some information.
Yeah, and I took the words right out of my mouth. You got with the best of 5, game 1, and players gotta give themselves a break. Because sometimes other players are more prepared, but that doesn't mean you can't overcome and adapt.
Right.
It's just about how you deal with it. And love to see Winner lock in that mentality and deal with it to give us a game. Hammer Bro looking cool, calm, and collected though.
Yeah, chilling. No pun intended.
I think there was a little pun intended.
I'll run it back to PS2 here. Let's get it started. So how are we going to see Winter trying to approach this time? On shield yet again. Hammer Bros kind of drift away. Not going to put anything. There it is. There's a side B, the drift. Still no real commitment punish from Winter. Winter seems to be a little bamboozled every time the side B drift comes out. We always see a little lost on how do I actually turn this into an advantage situation. It just never really converts all the way.
And we're seeing a lot of these spaced aerials. We're seeing a lot of punishes on shield. And we're seeing a lot of empty hops with Winner just trying to say, hey, I will let one of these rip if you try to get in my space. So do me a favor and don't.
Okay, first 2 hits of double-edged dance.
Oh, and catching before the up B could come out.
Split them up slightly. Wasn't able to confirm that fair onto Nana, though. And now you're on the pain train. Oh, my goodness. Nana, fair follow didn't quite connect. We saw falling up air for Winter to get out, but it was just a moment's respite as he got right back into the Ice Climber's blender.
Just narrowly avoiding the kill confirm there. And Winner on the back foot, having to air dodge the platform. Hammer Bro really on Winner's case right now, not giving him any room to breathe. Ooh.
This is looking rough here for Winner. We got 130% worth of rage.
We saw a
Not gonna matter
lot.
when you got up smashes to deal
We
with.
saw 4 F tilts come out in a row. Winner really looking a little lost.
There it is. All right. Boost forward with that forward tilt, but then what?
Great shield.
How are we keeping our pressure?
Air.
Jab, back air. Nana goes down. Popo's still alive, but just drifts away. Yeah, I mean, at that point, Krav definitely has control of the situation. Only 53% deficit. Nothing
Ooh.
that Winter can't make back.
Get away, get
Gonna
away.
have to watch out. Double-edged dance. Get off me. All right.
I love the double jump bait. Get up attack. Hammer Bro not afraid to let it rip. What do we do?
Oh.
Winner
Up
chasing
smash out of
so
it.
hard. Don't be afraid to back up. You got time. Your rage will fuel your win. Ooh, and a great air dodge from Winner.
Yeah, we're making it back to the ledge with this one. I don't know for how much longer. Again, 134% rage. Gotta make a crazy hard read. We're getting jab fair. Can we edge guard Nana correctly? She air dodges back.
Nana's been so elusive this set.
Yeah, she's getting parries in, air dodges in, drifting correctly. Great follow-ups too. She's getting paid for her work. She's definitely doing what she needs to be doing.
I love to see Nana do the hustle run and catch up. And we've got.
She's got to be there. Up B's going to interrupt Prom up B.
crazy.
Finally, side B completely whips. We get a down tilt punish. And then a down smash tech situation. Nana gets hit. Popo does not. Great forward smash. Away. Both ways.
Get it with the 1-2. Winner is not out of this set yet.
74% here on Winner, though.
Stuck in the corner, though, and this has not been Winner's friend this entire set. Ooh, we're out. What does he do with it?
There we go. There we go.
Ooh, okay.
All right, I see the
Okay.
damage output. Oh, we split Nana up. She's down. This is big here for Winter.
If the crowd could have seen us sit up for this right now.
We both had it in down tilt. Tech chase jab. Forward smash.
Where are we at?
93% here going out stage. So this is so dangerous for Popo. He's got to bring it
Still
back
alive.
to the stage. But man, this forward tilt, that'll do it. That will do it. Winner's on the board.
I'm not going to lie. I was giving Winner a little hard time for doing the multiple F tilt, but it did work in their favor. So I will.
It's a
I
good
will.
move.
I will rescind half
It's
of the
a good
complaint.
move.
Only half.
Only half. It's a good move.
It's a great move.
One of Crom's best.
The Hammer Bro aware that move exists.
Final.
But we saw the adaptation. We saw Winner start to crank the game back in their favor. It's all about reeling it back in for the next game, though, because after that, the momentum is shifted and you're back to a neutral space. It's all about keeping your head level.
Let's see it. Game 4. Hammer Bro versus Winter. ICs versus Crom. We go back to PS2 again? No. No more PS2. We got Hollow Dash. Let's run.
Hopefully
Dash
we'll
attack to
see
start.
Winner go for less of the scrapping to get out of the corner with not having that platform there as a fallback plan.
Oh my goodness, Nana.
Oh.
I see. Great save there. Great save there for Hammer Bros. I'm not letting Nana go down just so soon.
The ride or die.
I need her. She needs me and I need her.
That's my love. That's my baby. Oh.
Okay,
And I love
option back here. Ooh, Nana wasn't shielding there. Okay, but they're still together.
Oh!
Wow, Crom actually interrupted the up B. Nana was in the right spot, but Popo wasn't.
And we're seeing these uppies in the corner that I was just getting on to Winner for. Working now. We're starting to see more
Oh my goodness.
spacing and patient play coming out. And Hammer Bro looking a little worse for wear right now.
Yeah. Oh my goodness, that. I think it was like the third or fourth time that Nana got hit that stock.
And just,
She popped like a balloon.
just because Winner let the F smash rip. Oh, and a great air dodge to get back to stage.
All right, fishing for jab. There's down tilt. Off stage, down air. We have a rising up air here from Hammer Bro. They're going to trade mid stage. Honestly, Winter is perfectly fine with this arrangement. Right? 83% of a lead, and it's just Popo. Oh, no punish on that side B though.
Gonna see a little bit of
Winter's still
damage.
struggling with that timing.
Winner getting the Jair, but not at the ledge.
Ooh. Jab, no back air.
Will you answer me a question?
Sure.
I've seen Winner go for a lot of the falling fares at ledge.
Yeah.
Does that hit below ledge if you do it right, or is it more
It
of like
should.
just trying to preemptively catch Hammer Bro doing an aggressive option?
I'm pretty sure it would, but I guess I'm not.
That's
like,
wacky.
On.
I have one more thing.
Forward tilt also does.
I want to complain.
Okay, let's go. Go for it.
I just think it's dumb.
That's fair. I mean,
But I get it.
do what sorties do.
Speaking of doing what swordies do, Popo
Wow.
looking like a sword player right now.
Okay,
no.
This is an even trade here.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah, Hammer
Both-
Bro is actually really okay with this.
To have that positioning, because the first interactions with Ice Climber usually is the one that really sets the pace for the stock. And we see Winner trying to weave their way back in. I love the falling up air there.
Okay.
Squall.
Oh
We
my
got a
goodness.
desync.
These are the Ice Climbers combos that we signed up for. I'm out again from PNW. We got Big D up in our region. So you know he's already putting in work with the ICs.
I love the Nair to get the lead for Popo to get the fair. Hammer Bro's awareness is going crazy.
Oh my goodness. The active
Not
frames
enough.
up tilt. Able to confirm after 132% here on Windsor. Looking so rough here. It's crazy how this game can turn around. And the punish off the down tilt. Out of
Speaking
shoe
of
with an
turning
up smash.
around, that turnaround up smash was very good. Beautiful.
And Hammer Bro walks away 3-1. But a great set. A great set all around. Love to see the adaptations we saw from Winter in the first game, especially here in the fourth game. We had a story. A story was being told. But
And
ultimately, Hammer Bro is gonna
sometimes
walk
it
away.
doesn't go the way you want it to, even if you try your hardest.
He's going to walk away.
But
Wow.
that doesn't mean Winner can't come back and do it again, because we saw the makings of something great.
We really did. We really did. And-
Last set of the block. Isaac, Emblem, one of my homies in Team ChargeShot,
Okay.
same as Tyson and me here.
I see. I see.
Falco, Ken player. Falco
Okay, Ken player.
And we
So
got,
me.
I
I got a lot of FGC history. I'd love to be seeing a Ken player on screen.
Yes.
That'll do it for me. That will do it for me. Great way to wrap this one up. But that's my personal request.
Is that Mugen? Is that Mugen? Do we see Mugen?
Maybe.
We got Mugen. Mugen in the house, baby. Georgia Staple. Roy player?
If I remember correctly. But things could change. Or we could just be wrong.
I was talking to Dux last night on doubles commentary, and I say it almost every time I end up doing a block. These players love to go out of their way to prove us wrong. The second we try to make a point and be like, they're really locking down their defense, they can't get past
They're
the
doing
ledge,
this, and then
they
just
will
bam.
immediately get reversal.
Right.
And I'm like,
I
put
was
me
literally
out.
talking about on-stage neutral for Chrom seemingly looking pretty good in the IC's matchup, and off-stage is rough. And right when I said that, it was 130% on Chrom because of constantly losing on-stage interactions, and then off-stage Chrom just killed. Like literally the exact opposite of what I was trying to analyze or theorize about is what ended up happening.
It's proof the meta is not developed enough. There's a reason we're still here. We're still grinding this game, and we're still working on it.
Yeah, I mean, there's just so many variables going into any given situation. You can't really like generate a checkmate scenario until you whittle those down.
And even in a game like Ultimate, where everything is a little wacky and a little inconsistent, but that's why we love it. That's why we're here.
That's why we do what we do. So we got Roy and Falco. All right. We know what these characters do, right, Roy? Not too different from what we saw with the Chrom gameplay before, but a lot more aggressive, right? Chrom can play a very good tipper spacing game and keep out game. Roy is all about get me in there. Falco getting fishing for his great combo confirms and huge damage out.
I was about to say, you said it perfectly. Falco wants you to be in that range because Falco is going to make you regret getting hit by those up-close hitboxes. And it's so far looking pretty great for Emblem. Mugen not getting a ton of space. Going for the hard read, trying to catch Mugen going to the platform. I love it. And at the bare minimum, right, it may not have landed, but that pressure there that Emblem is already hunting for the kill, it's going to keep Mugen on the edge of their seat.
Yeah, and I think actually Mugen's been able to punish that for the majority of this stock right now because we saw Mugen was kind of at that kill percent. Emblem started to get a little fishy, a little aggressive themselves, and then Mugen is obviously outspacing that with sword aerials.
And hitting the back hit of up air on shield to immediately go down and get the bear.
Wow.
They're looking, both of these
Instant
players are
confirm,
looking
yeah.
hot right now.
These guys got it. These guys got it. We're in for a banger of a set. This is winner semis here of Pool B3.
And the cool thing about this set for me is, love to see a good scrappy game, right?
Oh, yeah.
Love to see these players really go at it and swing, and we're getting a lot of that right now.
Look at this jab pressure here. I love the jump over the spot. That's great punish for the down air. We have up tilt scoop here. Not able to convert too much. Punishing the nair on shield again because we have an instant spot dodge. Mugen's getting very antsy with those spot dodges. Great read. Tries to drag down with the double-edged dance. There's a back air for shield pressure. Turn right back around to Emblem. Gets the up throw conversion. This back air and laser could be doing it.
I thought we were going to see something crazy. And Emblem really holding their own in the corner in a place that
Double-edged dance will do it. The
they
young
got
lion
it.
walks on with the Sword of Seals.
and I'm loving the movement from Emblem right now to keep Mugen out.
All right. Nice. I love the falling up air traps here. Emblem is stuck here. I have to hold at 47%. Add up all this extra credit, looking really good for Mugen. Of course, liberal use of the double-edged dance as well.
And Emblem just having a hard time getting their feet back on the ground after Mugen playing this lockdown style gameplay.
Down tilt almost took it.
Almost. A little bit more percent, and it would have been a good go for it.
There we go.
What do
Shield's
we do
run a little
now?
low. Gotta be careful here, Mugen. All right,
Gonna get poked.
Oh,
we see
great
him
spot
going for it.
dodge. We only got a forward tilt here from Emblem, though. Emblem's looking for all these kill options. It's not landing. See, again, this is the antsiness that Mugen is able to confirm off of the first stock. Fantastic jump catch. Get that base back here. And first hit goes Mugen. Clean. Very clean.
Definitely great pacing from Mugen to kind of really grab the reins of the game and take it back in their hands after a really hot start from Emblem.
Oh, yeah.
Just one of the things that I wanted to compliment Emblem on is we saw a lot of great dash shields and a lot of great dash ins and spacing advantages. Just not quite great optimization of the space captured. So get a little bit, because we saw go for a little more aggressive options there at the end. So maybe slow it back down, get some more shields back in your game.
At the end of the day, Roy is still sorty, right? The tipper is not great, but he's going to be poking you out, and eventually he will find his confirms.
You may not punish the first hit, right? But when Roy goes for that second hit, then you're ready to do something about it. And a character like Falco, it really only takes one or two really solid interactions to do what we're seeing right now.
Yeah, because we got the Town and City counter pick, and that's 77.6% off of 2 interactions. And we're keeping it climbing. Mugen's got to work their way up a little bit.
These empty dashes, these raw shields to just stop the pace of the game. I'm loving what I'm seeing here. And Mugen's looking a little worse for wear going back into this. How do we follow it?
Whiffed grab. All right, we're going to air-to-air challenge to the back air here. Oh, my goodness. Down tilt to check the illusion, the side B. But then whiffs the forward smash after. Not quite sure what that was going to be. But ultimately, great set up after the fact. There's 72% and counting added right back up to Emblem. Mugen's regained control of this game.
And a little bit of hesitation there from Emblem to go for the pair. Not quite sure if it would have connected anyway. And Mugen doing such a great job, just not letting these stray hits catch.
There it is. So we get the base hit of up tilt to take that stock.
Mugen throwing that stray hit out. Yes, beautiful. And we're seeing shades of the last game. Really need to see Emblem get in there and take that stock to get the pace of the game back in their favor.
There's Illusion to scoop up. Can't get the follow-up now. Roy's pretty high percent, 145. A lot of his kill confirms start getting a lot shakier. That consistency is starting to drop.
We're not seeing Emblem go for, whoa. Got to shake that off. Not quite sure what happened there.
Emblem just kind of fell to his doom. Wow, odd.
We're not seeing a lot of like the late landing multi-hit aerials to try to catch where the shield's getting pressured a lot. That move is crazy. That move is privileged. It's so good. Oh, and Mugen really got Emblem's number.
Catching the get up in place with the final hit of Double Edge Dance. Take that stop. That side B is ridiculous. I don't feel I've been saying it since literally day one of Ultimate, but it stays true to this very day. The amount of setups you can do in the air, on the ground, catching so many options, whether it be rolling, getting up in place, just frame killing the first 3 hits because all you need is the 4th one anyway.
If it ain't broke, don't fix it.
It's insane. It's insane. And now Mugen's up 2-0.
Mugen definitely capitalizing on Roy's strengths as a character.
Oh, yeah.
Those great tech chase situations, those great punishes where you really get stuck in what options do you actually have? I can punish you for both if I just take the time to wait. And we're seeing the switch to Ken in a banger song.
Here it is, yes. Gerudo Valley, the Smash remix. Beautiful. Gorgeous. We moved on to small battle here. This one I mentioned, I love to see Ken. However, Ken against Roy, I see that you really want to be boxing up super, super close where Roy wants to be. And you're going to have that frame data advantage when you're right there. But there still is a mid-range that Roy gets to play in that Ken doesn't really.
And we're seeing that what I was complimenting Emblem for last game was just the movement. Because like you said, you're going to have to like really box Roy out. You're not going to have to give him any ground. And we know Mugen has experience in the matchup. Jaza is same
from
region.
Atlanta, right.
But definitely working out so far in Emblem's favor. Got to be careful with these kind of greedy options to get back to stage.
Yeah, this is where Mugen's turning it around. I feel this is a pretty common pattern now. Early stock, Mugen is kind of getting tossed around like a rag doll. Slowly but surely brings it all the way back before he lands a solid, sick kill confirm. And the counter through Tatsu doesn't connect.
And we're seeing a lot of really wonky interactions that kind of come with the Ken matchup. And love to see that Isaac's going for the focus cancels.
Right.
To try to like weave it.
Oh.
Doing such a great job SDIing away from the multi-hits to prevent the Shoryu from killing.
Yeah. But not able to get punished on Shoryu until now. Finally, up tilt's gonna take it.
We're seeing the shades of like, and I said it last game, but like Emblem gets ahead, doesn't lock out the kill, and then Mugen starts to run away with the game. Really need to see Emblem lock the space back in and get back down and just shield for a second.
Oh, okay. Jab check against those crouching light kicks and crouching medium kicks. Here we go. Ooh, standing heavy. Oh, there it is.
Yes.
There it is.
And a little rage on Ken. Ain't no one complained about that yet.
74%. Oh, focus attack doesn't make it all the way through.
Making up for that counter not connected earlier.
Right.
I love the parry on the back hit of the Tatsumaki.
Yeah, sweep into Tatsu, but he's not worried about the Tatsu at all. There's a sweep into Tatsu yet
card
again. What's the
cancel?
follow-up? Okay. Crouching light, crouching medium. There's the focus attack. Just gets it grabbed. 136%. How are we getting up off stage here?
I don't think the focus is the wrong answer, but maybe mixing up your timings for your cancels and stop trying to get shit like that.
There we go. Nice. Great movement. Gets the Tatsu and gets the kick follow-ups after the fact. Now we're checking with some up tilts.
Oh, and I love that. What a great spot.
Ooh, rising nair almost taking the stock, though. There's the focus attack into back air. Double edge dance. Final hit doesn't connect.
We've seen some shenanigans this game.
Oh!
Let it
for
rip.
Blazer.
Let it rip.
Reverse up beyond a shield, and man, I guess they got the job done. All right, great parry in the Hadouken. We get a down throw. Now let's get our up air chains moving here on small battlefield.
Like you said, you got to
30%.
kind of accept you're going to get hit by that, right?
Yeah,
Like
yeah.
we're-
Ooh. Oh, no. There's a great parry into an up tilt, but didn't get the Shoryu to follow. That could have been the stop.
Oh, and catching the trade and getting the tech off the platform to get right
Uh-oh.
back to.
Blazer,
I
no
love
whip
the-
punish.
I
There
love the
it
way.
is.
Not enough. But Emblem in a great spot right now.
All right, yeah, we're going to light kick check here. Bit of shield damage.
This is where we were at when we saw Emblem take their last stop.
Uh-oh. That's going to do it. And
Tried and
Mugen
true.
walks away 3-0 over Emblem. Double S dance, man. It gets the job done. There it is. Another really fun set, though. This was a very high octane. We got Roy Falco, got Roy Ken, explosive characters, high damage output, staying in with the game. You
Love
know?
to see both players smiling after that too.
Yeah.
They know there's more to take away from it, and the grind never stops.
It was a fun set. It was a
Yeah,
fun set.
absolutely,
Right?
absolutely.
A lot to love there. A lot to love there.
And speaking of loving it, we've been loving this commentary block with you. I
Yeah,
think they're
man.
getting ready to kick us off here in a second, though.
Okay.
But it's been nice.
Sure.
Sounds good. Shout out to the sponsors real quick. Shout out to all the viewers. I know we're on side stream. There's a main stream. Check out Melee too. Without you guys, we wouldn't be here. All the people that came, showed up to play, support, watch, all the workers.
Everyone deserves all the kudos in the world for helping put this together, man. It's genuinely
Absolutely.
such a great time. Super happy to be out here in Nashville, Tennessee at Warehouse War 4. But I've been Combo. This has been Big Pepsi. Where can we find you at? You got some socials, something you want to plug?
Twitter at Big Pepsi _. That's really where I'm at. Just
Big
search Big
Pepsi
Pepsi. There's
_.
not a lot of people that are doing it like me. So
Okay.
you'll find me pretty easy.
Okay, good enough. And for me, you got it listed right here. Oh, wait, right there. Nice and simple. Combo FGC. Super easy, super memorable. Drop a follow. My DMs are open. You want to talk shop, want to talk feedback, anything, I'm always there for, always here for it. Would love to hear from more
Love it.
of
love
you.
it.
But yeah, thank you
support
all
the
so
community,
much.
uplift the people around you because we help each other do the thing we love
That's
to
what
do.
we do. That's what we
I've
do.
been Big Pepsi.
I've been Combo. See you guys on the other side.
Been a
Take
pleasure,
care.
brother. Thank you.
Welcome back to Warehouse War 4. Energy has been electric in the venue, and we are back with some more blocks for you guys. I'm Kevin with a K, joined by my OG Georgia Static, Ducks.
Well, I cannot say how happy I am to be at this venue. The atmosphere and the venue at Rocketown is electric. There have been great games. We just saw Hammer Bro taking out Winter. Rare to see Ice Climbers, and now we have another amazing set coming up with Sybil and Shiny Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Sybil Shiny Mark is going to be interesting. We actually have 3 Falcos in Winter's side top 64, 2 of them from my region in Chicago, my new region, in Cypher and Eclipse, and now we also have Sybil joining the ranks. Now, the other 2 have easier matchups, right? We've got, I think Cypher is against Zomba. One of them is against Zomba, one of them against SkyJ. So they have a lot easier time matchup-wise. This is not that. Pikachu Falco seems terrible.
No, it seems like a matchup where if you do try to establish that aerial dominance, you really can't do anything to force a win condition because there's so much faster frame data on the side of Shiny Mark that there's no real clear path to victory except, like you've mentioned, just playing a solid fundamental base game and basically abusing the reflector from Falco.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, there's really not a good way to approach. You can't hit up tilt because Pikachu pancakes. You can actually hit up tilt more reliably on Pichu than you can Pikachu, which is just crazy to me. And then, yeah, how else do you really approach, right? Like, you can hit a nice dash attack, but if you miss that, you're getting comboed to hell.
Yeah, it's a huge risk, especially because of the linearity of the recovery, where if you go for an illusion at a predictable angle, that's a pretty easy back air for Shiny Mark to take advantage of.
Yeah.
But even more importantly, if you're going low, and let's say you Firebird right back up to the stage, again, you can either get sent into the stage, you get sent into a tech situation. There are thousands of ways for Shiny Mark to exploit your recovery as Falco.
Yeah.
So maintaining your ground and your composure, especially off stage, are huge assets for Sybil right now.
Absolutely, yeah. That's definitely going to be a core aspect of the game plan, but Shiny Mark is just so comfortable off stage and planking under the stage and really controlling the pace of the game that Falco's biggest weakness being approach ability, being closing the gap in neutral, really just having rough neutral altogether is going to be heavily exploited.
So you said how there are a couple of Falcos, especially in your region.
Yes.
What is there that Sybil can do to possibly open up Shiny Mark?
So here's the issue. There's no Pikachus in my region. So
okay.
I don't know. The next closest thing I could think of is maybe Inkling in region. And even then, it's really difficult. I mean, you play around lasers the best that you can. Inkling can low-profile lasers. I don't think Pikachu really has that same ability to, like, dash in and deal with lasers, but you probably want... I would imagine you'd want a longer stage if you're playing Pikachu. You just get all the room in the world to set up T-Jolt, and you probably want like a Smashville or like a Hollow Bastion, ideally, if you're playing Falco, or Battlefield if it's left open. I have to imagine Shiny Mark would ban all 3 of those, though.
Yeah, there's almost the double-edged sword of Triplats where Falco can abuse them, Pikachu can abuse Triplats, but I think elongating the stage, much like going to small battlefields, is an easy way for Shiny Mark to try and open up the game plan.
Yeah, absolutely. Starting off right now on small battlefields, good neutral stage to start off on. You definitely don't want to start PS2 if you're Sybil here, so I like the compromise to go to small battlefield. You get to play around T-Jolt a little bit more effectively. You can back up Reflector and not get punished for it, but if you're playing in the scramble situation against Shiny Mark, Pikachu's going to win every time.
More importantly, I think Sybil might have gotten caught a few times just trying to push a button out of disadvantage. We see a lot of forward airs and other items being thrown out to try and deter Shiny Mark.
Yeah.
But eating the percent consistently is not an easy way to open up Shiny Mark. But that back air, close, but not enough.
Yeah. like 2% more, I think it would have worked out. But Shiny Mark has the ability to cross to the other side of the stage a lot faster than Sybil can on Falco. It's just a great way to reset neutral when you're off stage.
Using the wall jump to good effect there, but I think small battlefield might work against you if you do try to go for that same trick. The T-Jolt to take you out, but the up air closing out quick. Up tilt, up air, pretty consistent.
Yeah, Shiny Mark's going to look for like maybe an aggressive approach here. And finding the forward air, I mean, is a great way to start off, right? You want to bait Shiny Mark into doing aggressive things. We've seen a lot of those thunder, like B-reverse thunders off of a wall jump. That's what Shiny Mark's been doing a lot this tournament. But, I mean, Sybil was waiting for it. Sybil's definitely playing a lot more patient and is really far up this game.
Yeah, Sybil's in a really commanding position where they don't even have to make any more of these risks where they're throwing out an option to bait Shiny Mark. Now you can just play a pure defensive game, use the reflector like we have seen, but also now just start trying to go for your consistent kill options, up tilt, back air, or whatever that Sybil can dream.
Quick attack does catch there. That was kind of crucial because otherwise I think Sybil would have found an up tilt into that back air. But off stage now, Sybil's trying to get back. Just goes for a really, I want to say, lazy Phantasm back to stage. Shiny Mark catches it out and is continuously catching out these options. That was definitely an aggressive choice, but you cannot just Firebird at any spot. You have to be smarter about it. You have to be able to wall slide it.
And that's part of what we talked about in the pregame. You cannot choose a linear recover where you're out against Shiny Mark.
Yeah. Shiny Mark's controlling a lot of the stage right now, and Sybil backing up. I really like just backing up and forcing Shiny Mark to approach. You have that freedom right now with the percentage advantage, but not for long necessarily. All it takes is maybe 2 interactions from Shiny Mark to get above. But if you can reverse the corner pressure, that's crucial.
More importantly, just racking up more consistent percent. We're getting to this kill window where Sybil can just look for a back air and seal the stock. 2-1. Sybil's in a pretty commanding lead right now.
Sybil's looking really strong, and I'm wondering how much of this comes down to matchup experience. I don't think Shiny Mark has played a lot of top-level Falcos. I don't know if there's any Larry Lurr or Tilde experience, and then otherwise there's really not a lot of Falcos in region for Shiny Mark as far as I know, and definitely not a lot from the events that they're traveling to. I feel like any event recently hasn't had a top-level Falco because Tilde doesn't attend too much, and there's not really a lot of others.
Yeah, completely agree with you. There may not be the representation there, but we've talked about this before in the past where top-level players like Shiny Mark only need a couple of interactions to adjust their game plan.
Yep.
And again, Sybil smothering Shiny Mark on defense here. It seems hard. Oh.
Big. That's a big combo right there. The drag down fair almost led into something, but I like the DI in to make sure you don't get hit by the laser into the up air. Waiting for the air dodge. Can't get an up smash there? Going for the up air. I guess it's just continuation. It's a lot safer. You're a full stock up. All you need is one quick opening, one quick option, a back air or something along those lines.
All right, the up smash does equalize, but Shiny Mark has quite a deficit to erase. And at this point, you have to be watching out for any of these starters like
oh my god,
the up tilt, but that back air is so lethal. Sybil up 1-0, and we thought this might be a little bit of a hill for them to climb.
That's really interesting. So Sybil, as far as I know, has played against Jigs, another top Pikachu player, has at least a little bit of experience in that matchup. And I think that that's coming into play a little bit. Shiny Mark isn't playing grounded, which I feel like is kind of the crucial aspect of playing against Falco, is that you have to play grounded game plan, play around pancaking, play around not being able to get up tilted, just fish for quick attacks. I wouldn't even bother with T-Jolt half the time probably, and play around your grab game the best of your ability. You can definitely dash up, grab on like a whiffed forward air, drift back or something like that, just not enough grounded gameplay.
Yeah, and I think part of it is we're not scaring Sybil into shield enough.
Yes.
If Sybil is afraid to throw out those landing fairs, a nair, or any of those extension tools, it really implements Shiny Mark's strategy to at least push Sybil off stage and force the recovery routes that we saw there. Using the F-tilt to secure an easy stock on stock number 2. That is the game plan that I think Shiny Mark needs to start playing around, but Sybil playing really composed and, more importantly, just dancing around the effective threat range of Shiny Mark.
Yeah, absolutely. Here's an interesting thing, though. Stage counterpicking. We're taking a moment. I think Shiny Mark stepped away for a little bit. Got to recompose and start over the game plan a little bit. But here's the interesting thing. Stage selection for Falco versus Pikachu, I think generally like favors Falco, because as soon as you ban PS2 and like Town and City, every other stage is small, and Falco has the freedom to frame trap just as well as Pikachu could on like a Final Destination or like a Kalos. There's so much freedom to be able to throw out an aerial, but like fast fall, so that way if Shiny Mark goes for an air dodge, you can follow it up really easily. I mean, there's just so much freedom in flatter stages, and in the smaller stages, of course, keeps it really claustrophobic for Pikachu to get hit by any errant thing that a Falco might throw out. An random aerial or an up tilt will cover so much more of the stage. So I really don't know what stage you pick here as Shiny Mark if PS2 is banned, which I imagine it will be, and if Town and City is banned.
I think part of it is, I hate to say this, Hollow Bastion might be the choice. You can camp under that center platform and essentially create a tent that Sybil has to move around. Where if Sybil comes to, let's say you try to draw through the platform, do a nair, and then extend into a grab, it's not necessarily as free. Shiny Mark can react to the drop down.
Right.
So there are ways for him to intercept what Sybil's offense might be.
That's an interesting thought process, because I feel like it's a double-edged sword. If you have a Falco playing underneath the platform, there's a lot less ways for Falco to approach a Pikachu under a platform, it's true, but if Falco gets under the platform, you get an up tilt, like fair drag down onto the platform, up throw, up air, and that's an easy kill on a Hollow Bastion's short ceilings. I mean, that's a scary, scary place to be.
Yeah, it's very, very scary, especially when back air has been so potent. Compressing blast zones, period, is, I think, part of a necessary risk you have to take, because it goes two ways. We've talked about how Sybil can't recover to the stage using the Firebird, but think about getting F-tilted if you go for what you called a lazy illusion right back to the stage. You get called out with an up smash, an F-tilt. It goes both ways.
Yeah.
You're gone at 80-90%.
That's a fair point. Yeah, I think that we have to go back to the original game plan and try not to put too much onus on which stage you go to.
Yeah.
Probably running it back to small battlefield is the best shot for Shiny Mark. And then just play around forcing shield pressure, like you said, forcing Sybil to shield more, playing around grab game more, playing a lot more grounded, because you're going to get air-to-air like crazy by a Falco.
Yeah, I think that's exactly what you're talking about. You need to find a way to enforce the shield and scare Sybil into doing anything else than trying to oppress you with aerials that are just outside of a range where you can jump and react with fair. But we did just get confirmation. We're running it back to small battlefield, much like you said.
Yeah.
I think this is where Shiny Mark is going to take those learnings from Game 1 and start applying it and hopefully trying to shift their game plan more towards shielding.
Yeah, Shiny Mark is #1 seed at this tournament for a reason. He's young, he's adept at adapting incredibly well. We've seen him make reverse 3-0s on a lot of top players. I don't think that this is necessarily going to be any different. I fully expect to see Shiny Mark renewed in this game.
But here we go, back to small battlefield. And Shiny Mark playing a much more aggressive game so far, already coming out swinging and trying to force Sybil into the corner.
Yeah, there's some shield pressure right here that we're talking about, but off stage and parry, that's such a good and crucial parry. Oh, I love the DI in to ensure that you can't get dragged down to the platform. Shiny Mark is showing a little bit more adjustment.
More so now, just using that fair as a deterrent, trying to tell Sybil, you can't necessarily jump in on me for free. I like how Shiny Mark is immediately using the Skull Bash to get under the stage to try and recover and regain some composure under the stage. But Sybil just running away with this game right now, 98% essentially unanswered. Yeah,
we're talking about Shiny Mark's adaptation and doing a lot better than before, but that's really not saying much because Sybil still has the game fully in their hands and has been racking up the damage like nothing has changed. Like, finding the openings, making the most out of the openings, and not getting worried about the scrambles. What a crazy up smash. Great DI from Shiny Mark. Didn't even matter.
A good call out, and I think you mentioned this earlier. Sybil is actually playing a pretty defensive game where you're just deterring Shiny Mark from attacking you, whether it's with aerials or anything else. Sybil's using Nair to great effect, but getting consistent conversions. Only 60% onto Sybil's first stock. Shiny Mark might have to start looking at another way to approach.
Up air juggles are a great way to do that. Falco doesn't have a great way to deal with people underneath them. And if you can continuously up air juggle like this, then you can force a lot of situations. As long as you are grounded right afterwards, just a short hop up air and then ground yourself so that you can get fast speed to wherever Sybil chooses to drift. That's not what we're seeing though. Sybil's just getting more leases on life every single time that Shiny Mark doesn't over-aggress, or does over-aggress, I should say.
Sybil at 117, and now Shiny Mark trying to slow down the game using the T-Jolt. I think this does make sense, so you're locking Sybil into the reflector.
Yeah.
So you can bait that behavior, but right now, 76%, you're threatening up till back air.
Yeah, and in theory, I agree with you, but the situation is that Sybil is closing the gap underneath to punish T-Jolt with like an up tilt. But Shiny Mark did pressure with T-Jolt there, forced Sybil to roll to the other side of the stage, and then found a dash attack to close up the stock. I think Shiny Mark's going to try to take the pace of the game into his own hands now, if possible.
Yeah, you can definitely try to take the tempo into your own hands, but part of this is just getting Sybil to commit to the shield.
What a crazy option.
I was about to say, that was so close to a quick stock loss. And I like how Sybil is threatening Shiny Mark to drift away from the stage.
Yeah.
Just do not get back to the ground.
Absolutely. But here's Sybil's like red flag right now, right? This is the Achilles heel, is the aggressive recovery options. If Shiny Mark keeps pressuring Sybil off stage, maybe going for some throws or forward airs to force Sybil off stage, then all you have to do is react to one aggressive recovery option, and Sybil's gonna die. That said, Sybil's not giving it up.
Sybil is doing a great job of calling out similarly aggressive recovery options. The fair, extremely well placed, giving Mark nowhere to run. But now this is where I don't think Sybil can keep recovering this high. They are going so high so consistently. Ooh.
The grab punish on the quick attack. This is insane. Sybil looks so practiced in this matchup.
It's so consistent. Sybil is executing a game plan and just adhering to a fundamental principle. I'm not going to go in. I'm going to let you approach. But more importantly, I'm going to wait for the whiff and get a 60-70% conversion just off of it.
Yeah. A little bit late on the grab there. Shiny Mark is able to start a little bit of an advantage state. 69%. You're going to have to swing for the fences here if you want to close out the stock. You cannot go for any more guaranteed combos. You kind of just have to find a nice tech read or a jump read like that to force Sybil in disadvantage, the forward air to force them off stage, and now a punish on the recovery. That should be it, and there it is.
Yep, this is what we talked about earlier. If you punish the linear approaches, or recoveries rather, that's where Shiny Mark is going to make the most out of their stock closures. Yeah. But it might be too little too late. 76% onto the board. It's a huge mountain to climb. And even though you get this recovery to the other side of the stage, you can T-Jolt camp out.
Oh my god.
Oh
my god, what a chase. That's crazy. A combo, big combo starter. The neutral air dodge does save Sybil, gives another chance here, but 69%, Shiny Mark has fully closed the gap.
I was going to say, Sybil's slightly losing a little bit of composure. That iron defense is slowly starting to fade away. And now Sybil's getting a little antsy and throwing options out almost preemptively.
Oh my god, that was a crazy reverse back air. If it had gone the other direction, maybe it would have been death, but not quite happening. The forward air catches out the quick attack, and Sybil goes up 2-0 against number 1 seed Shiny Mark.
What a great clutch by Sybil. I mean, how often do you see this type of Falco gameplay where it's extremely cagey, patient, but more importantly, it's based around a punishment style where you're exploiting one mistake, one opening, and it just leads to a stock closure.
At its, from a bird's eye view, Shiny Mark is falling behind early, which forces Pikachu to approach Falco, thereby negating Falco's big weakness, neutral and approaches. So if Shiny Mark can play a little bit more patiently, a little bit more bait and punish at the start, go up like 50% or even maybe a stock, then Sybil's going to have to approach, and we're going to see a much different game plan.
And look at the Sybil now trying to harass Shiny Mark back with the lasers and essentially daring Shiny Mark to invade their space.
I love this, just constantly backing up, and now 50% advantage for Sybil. And this is the opposite of what you wanted to see if you're Shiny Mark in this situation. Trying to aggress early to find early damage probably wasn't the move, and now we're going to see a lot of what we saw in games 1 and 2. Sybil playing back, forcing Shiny Mark to approach or aggress, use quick attacks unsafely, and then find grab combos.
doing a really good job of finding openings in Shiny Mark's offense, but now I don't know if there's an easy way to break Sybil out of the corner. They've been very intentional about cornering themselves to abuse Shiny Mark 97% and launching them off stage.
Staying on the same side, the Phantasm back air should kill. It does. Sybil's up a full stock. Sybil's trying to send Shiny Mark to losers in the first stage of top 64.
Sybil is in a commanding position right now. 70% on the first stock. This is looking pretty similar to game 2. If Sybil can just hold this defense and survive the onslaught from Shiny Mark, this can be all but over.
This is a big concern right here. That's a big read. Shiny Mark getting back to stage, using that quick attack in place on the platform. That's crucial, but man, Sybil is keeping this corner pressure so heavy.
And now Shiny Mark's just looking for a way to get back to the ground. And Sybil, again, just really good at executing and almost taking the stock. About to lap and has lapped Shiny Mark in percent.
Oh my, I mean, look at this laser pressure. Not able to punish the quick attack, of course, it's so difficult to do so, but just backing up, keeping the corner pressure hot, forcing Shiny Mark to use aggressive roll options. And now we're up 2 stocks. Shiny Mark is on his winner's side stock to Sybil, local Southeast Falco hero.
South Carolina is extremely excited right now. Sybil can close this out, just doing such a good job of sharking against Shiny Mark. Any landing is stuffed with
and it's an SD.
That's it.
That's tragic.
A 3 stock to close out your set versus Shiny Mark. Sybil must be on cloud 9 right now. What an upset.
Oh my god, that was incredible. What a show of display. I think it just kind of, it does speak to what I have to assume is lack of matchup experience from Shiny Mark here, because this is normally a matchup that Falcos heavily struggle with, but Sybil looked really confident that entire time, played very aggressive, played very confident, but bait and punish style for like 80% of the game. The aggression is what allowed for the openings, but the bait and punish is what brought it home.
Yeah, we talked about this over the course of the set. They did a great job playing defensive, playing cagey, but exploiting any openings that were left by Shiny Mark. You could see that there may have been some misplaced aerials, but knowing that they can exploit the T-Jolt camp, 3-0ing Shiny Mark in your top 64 run, you have to feel strong going into your next game.
That's going to be such a boost of confidence, a boost of morale, not just for Sybil, but for the entire Southeast. What better place than to do it on your home region turf at Warehouse War, knocking down the first seed? I mean, in a losing matchup at that.
It's, I cannot believe everything that we just saw with how Sybil ran that game, but you can't turn away. We have another great set coming up. We have Mudace, and I believe it was
Kawaii Pickles, is that right?
Kawaii Pickle.
Yeah.
So, Kawaii Pickle, we talked about this earlier, plays a Shoto. You're a former Atlanta resident. You get it, man. We've had tons of Shoto experience. If he is playing Ryu like we think, I think that's a pretty good matchup into Peach. You have the ability to slow down the game using Shaku, but you can also contest some of the aerials using your up air into Shoryu to close out a stock. But again, we've talked about recovery in the last game. I do not want to recover off stage at all against Peach if I'm Ryu. If you get called out on that Tatsu, lights out.
Yeah, that's the big issue. It's definitely the edge guard capabilities, and the safe edge guarding capabilities at that, right? Like, you can use turnip to whatever degree that you want to. And in this matchup in general, like Shotos versus Peach, Mudace, even though these two haven't played each other, Mute is up, I think, 7-1 against Jazo. So, and Jazo is like the premier Shoto player in the Southeast. So, as far as experience goes, Mudace definitely has that matchup experience. Question is, does Kawaii Pickles?
That is definitely going to be some of the question, but I think part of it will also be understanding how to enforce your game plan as Ryu against Peach. Look, you're not just playing a Peach. You're playing the Peach.
Right.
This is it. This is the pinnacle. So good choice going Ryu to PS2. I think this is a great way for Kawhi Pickle to open up the game, but part of it is you cannot jump against Peach, or this is the reality you face. A quick 70% hammered onto Kawhi Pickle.
Yeah. Interestingly enough, Josso goes Ken in this matchup, despite having plenty of Ryu experience and being willing to play Ryu. Seems to usually go Ken in this matchup. Wants to play a little bit more scrappy, a little bit more around, you know, some immediate like scramble situations where you can convert it into like some down tilt shoryus. But Kawhi Pickle's choosing a much more safe route to play on the Ryu, where your hits are big and you can reset neutral or reset in advantage state at any time. Yeah, that bomb was scary.
But in the time that we were talking about how Kawhi Pickle can set up, immediately stuffed off stage. We talked about how Mudace has tons of opportunity to shut Kawhi Pickle out. Fair closes out the first stock, but I think Kawhi Pickle really hasn't committed to the Shaku game right now. If we see, there's one, but slow it down. Play the Shaku game and exploit Mute Ace for jumping in on you.
Yeah. I like that falling nair into that Shoryu there, but nothing doing quite yet. 104%. You got to put in a little bit more effort. That's the danger of playing Ryu versus Ken, is that you could probably kill Peach at this percentage with a raw Shoryu, but a little bit too far away, a little bit too scared, and Kawhi Pickle loses another stock.
Just the fear to deter the Tatsu to get back to the stage is a huge win for Mudace. But now, 134. Mudace has no incentive to just go in. Let Kawhi Pickle come to you and just go with your common extensions. Nair, go for your continual combos. This is a great position for Mudace.
Yeah, Mute in prime position, but very nice down tilt into Tatsu that's the benefit of playing Ryu, is that is a guaranteed option for you.
Yeah, that is a guaranteed closeout. You don't need to go for the Shoryu, nor look for exclusively a back air. The Tatsu is a consistent closer, but now this is a fresh stock for Mudace, and you essentially just reset any of the staling that was previously there.
Goodbye, turn up goodbye. Yeah, just Tatsu away.
All right. It was a rough game one.
Tough.
So
Tough.
You got exploited off stage. Do you see Ken come out? I don't know if the stage made a difference, but I could think Ken could.
Okay, so it's character first. Just a reminder, this is the Midwest Unified rule set being used here. So it's character and then stage. So if a stage swap were to come out, obviously Ryu and Ken are going to enjoy different stages against Peach, I think. You want a little bit more space as Ryu, maybe something like a small battlefield, and as Ken, you'd probably want something a little bit more claustrophobic. You would be happy to go to a Hollow Bastion, for example. But it just depends on how Kawhi Pickle wants to play. If it's more aggressive, it's the Ken. But I think Kawhi Pickle is choosing to play, and going to PS2, the longer stage, wants to play a little bit more linearly. Not as much around scrambles, reads, or like parrying like Josno likes to play around. He wants to play a more unified game plan where you play your neutral interactions primarily, reset, and play another neutral interaction.
And now, Kawhi Pickle having a really good start right now. But what did we see already? More Shakus, more Hados, a way to slow down the game. But I don't think you can choose these aggressive options to get back from the ledge. Jumping in at Mudace, rolling past Mudace. It sets you up off stage, and there goes your stock.
Just waited. That was one advantage state for Mudace, dragged out. And Mute knows the win condition, but sometimes you just raw F smash, right? Like sometimes that's just what you do.
I mean, do you want to get hit by a Ryu raw
F
smash?
My God,
no
foot
thanks.
to the face? No, thank you.
But again, Kawhi Pickle doing a good job of just getting these little strings, using the up air, nair, Tatsu, and just poking and whittling the game out. It's not the most aggressive plan, but I think this is the way that Kawhi Pickle can ensure their advantage.
Yeah, I agree with that entirely. And Kawhi Pickle wants to hold down the stage, wants to basically force Mudace to approach, because otherwise you're just going to eat Hadouken after Hadouken, right? Shakas after Shakas. And it's not the best position for Peach to be in. However, Kawhi Pickle just chooses these options to like over-aggress, trying to find an opening with like a down tilt Hadouken, or a down tilt Tatsu, I should say, and it's putting him in such difficult positions. Able to get back to center this time, but man, an edge guard was imminent.
Yeah, we mentioned it earlier, but choosing these aggression options like jumping in or anything where you're like running up and immediately down tilting without the opening.
Yeah.
It's putting Kawhi in these positions where you can't recover off stage, and that's the stock again.
Second you burn your jump, you have no resources. You have no way to get back unless Mutace misplays. And Mute is, I mean, top 10 player in the world, arguably. Not really known for misplaying.
No, but it, especially when playing such an execution-heavy character, Mute does not make the mistakes. So those opportunities to capitalize on your stocks, it's really tough to try and jump in and capitalize on, especially when Mute is so good at intercepting with a swift aerial.
Look at this corner pressure from Kawhi Pickle. But over-aggressed a little bit right there again. Mutace was able to shield and get back down to stage, and now Kawhi Pickle is kind of swinging for the fences. Needs to close out the stock, knows that they need to close out the stock, and unfortunately is choosing hyper-aggressive options when Mutace is just dancing in the moonlight.
Again, the clock, it may not be your friend right now, but use the Shaku. It has gotten you the stocks thus far. If you can get a raw Tatsu, Mutace's stock goes away, and you can slowly whittle down the defense. I do not think that this is a situation where, like you said, Kawhi needs to take a risk. An errant Shoryu, and now you're off stage again.
Was able to get back with holding down on that Shoryuken, but oh, wow. Okay, that's an option, you know? Approaching with that forward air is definitely a choice.
Yeah, it is an option, but now I think Kawhi Pickle's starting to choose some more aggressive options. They see a path to victory, and they're just over-aggressing. You've hit the nail on the head, Kevin. It's hard for them to find an opening, but now just one aerial away, I feel like, and Mutace can close this game out.
Yeah, but big damage there. I like the focus punch cancel, but the forward air, this is what happens if you're just swinging for the fences as Kawhi Pickle, right? You needed to set up more of those Hadoukens. You needed to set up a little bit more stage presence and put more damage down on Mutace. Then you can aggress like that and convert that like one up air that you hit into like a Shoryu to kill, or you can convert it into like a tech chase into like down tilt Tatsu. Like there are options there, but Mutace wasn't high enough percent for you to play that aggressive.
Yeah, Mute is just playing a consistent game plan to exploit Ryu's recovery. But more importantly, once there's a whiff, just a quick aerial. You know that because of how Kawhi Pickle has been playing, they're going to be willing to eat the percent.
Yeah.
It's easy to exploit.
Great early aggression right here. Knowing when to back off is key, I think, in any matchup against a character like Peach. Knowing when you need to bide your time or get out while you're ahead, I think is crucial.
But we saw this in the last game as well. Kawhi Pickle came out of the gates extremely strong and then slowly fell apart because of one mistake. It took one turn and okay.
That's a goodbye right there. Yeah, could not make that one back. Mutace just off stage for presence more than anything else.
The presence of mind on Mutace to throw the turnip, knowing it would intercept Kawhi Pickle, is unbelievable. And again, now Kawhi Pickle is starting to assume more risk and just swing at Mutace.
Yeah.
And it's the same story we've seen for the past two games.
Down tilt forward air off stage again. Kawhi Pickle, how do you make it back? Went a little bit too aggressive there. Could have snapped to ledge. Instead, went up a little bit too far. Is off stage again. Is able to hit a Hadouken to get back to stage safely. Mutace is pressuring, though. How do you get out of the corner? You're going to eat a fair every time. High Tatsu's fantastic.
High Tatsu was a great choice. Mutace has been consistently calling you out for going low, but now one whiff, the back air seals the stock, and it's 3 stocks to 1 for Mutace. This is turning into a runaway game.
Yeah, just hold the turnip and run around. The turnip is constantly a threat.
It seems like Mute just is content to do nothing. It's all on Kawhi Pickle to make the move, and Mutace has been exploiting that all set. It's so consistent. Stay in the corner and or just get back here. You know, that's also an option.
You have to be ready for Kawhi Pickle to kind of throw out options. We saw just a moment before that Kawhi Pickle throw out an F smash that just hard whiffed, but it should be the indicator that Kawhi Pickle wants something, right? And I think Mutace was intending to bait it out, but just wasn't quite ready for a back air, right? You're not expecting to eat a Ryu aerial, but they are powerful.
Yeah, that back air can close out of stock much earlier than you would expect. But now Kawhi Pickle playing a little bit slower, using some of these shakus and tilts to try and harass Mutace. But again, it just takes one overextension and Mutace can run away with percent.
Yeah. Nice. Falling instant float up air does catch Kawaii Pickle. Forces the ledge trap to be backed off, and all you get is a little bit of corner pressure now, which means very little on PS2. It's such a long stage. Mutis has so much room to dance around and find their opening, and they're so patient in doing so. Look how long they stayed on the side of the stage waiting for their opening, and now they get a ledge trap, and they're reading Kawaii Pickle a whole lot better than vice versa.
Yeah, they are. More importantly, just understanding what Kawaii Pickle's default defensive options are. The percents may be even, but Mutis is content to hold the stage and just not aggress. Kawaii Pickle slowly getting bullied into the corner.
Yeah, one interaction here, down tilt into fair. If you can turn it around, is going to win. But Mutis is not pressured to turn this around, right? Like, you don't need to get on the other side of Ryu. You just need to play intelligently around Ryu and don't let Kawaii Pickle expect what you're going to do next. That's the key.
Oof, back air connect.
Bye!
Peach going low and closing it out. 3-0 for Mutis, and that's a pretty commanding series win.
Yeah, definitely commanding. It was the expected outcome for sure, and I don't think that, you know, Peach versus Shoto's definitely feels Peach favored. I think Jazo would probably agree. It's a tough matchup because it forces you, depending on which Shoto you choose to play, it forces you to kind of choose your lane, right?
Yeah.
Ken keeps the game plan more variable and a little bit more scramble/read dependent, and Ryu's is a more linear game plan. The issue is Mutis is really good at paying attention to what linear game plans are being put into place, adapting to them, and then playing around them accordingly. Like, you're rarely going to catch Mutis losing to people or characters that have a linear game plan.
I think one of the bigger things that we saw was Mutis was exceptional at exploiting any missed aerial on the side of Kawaii Pickle. I mean, we talked about it in Game 1. I don't think you have the luxury to just jump in at Mutis. You can't do that. It's just establish a dominant ground game as a Shoto. Sure, you can do a short hop Shaku, short hop Hado. There are other options, but going with a full jump into a nair close to the ground, Mutis can react to that very consistently, whether it's with a folk cancel or anything else. Mute has the defense. You have to, again, match that tempo, play it slow.
Yeah, absolutely agree with that. Mutis just showing kind of how you can choose to play around what your opponent's game plan is and execute effectively without having to break the bank, right? Without having to shove your face at your opponent or go for a hard read. It was so methodical the whole time.
Yeah, extremely methodical, and I think this just kind of gives credence to that. We're going to have a really awesome top 64 throughout the course of this bracket. We've already had 2 amazing sets. We've had a upset already, so it never tells you what the future can hold, and there's just so much great. Just this whole venue, I'm so enamored by everything that I've been seeing. All the players have been having a great time in this atmosphere, so it makes me excited to see more games over the course of this tournament.
Yeah. Now we've got the next set coming up. We've got Jazo versus Juan P. Both Southern staples. We'll flip the names for you guys. Jazo, obviously, we saw some Shoto gameplay as is, but we're going to see some other top-tier Shoto gameplay. Having an incredible arc for himself. Recently got top 8 at his first major at Patchwork, which is a big milestone for him. And Juan P, with a character swap over to Banjo and Kazooie as of a couple of years ago, but has really been honing it lately. Yeah. I think we'll probably see the Banjo and Kazooie stick around. That said, Palutena against the Shotos is fantastic as well. I wouldn't be surprised to see Juan P swap that out if Banjo doesn't work out. We'll see.
Yeah, I think that there is an extreme chance that we could see the Palu come out, because think about this: if you go onto the stage and try to poke with the Shoryu, counter just eats that a lot.
That's true.
So we are seeing the Banjo much like you predicted. Jazo versus Juanpi. How do you think Jazo is going to try to play this game? This is one of our regional guys. How would you expect Jazo to try and adapt to Banjo, something that he may not be familiar with?
I think Jazo's going to play it as he always does. Up close and personal, fishing for parry options like that, and looking for a punish. However, he's going to be parrying a lot of projectiles, a lot of egg tosses, a lot of grenades. Like, there's going to be a lot of projectile or like multi-hit parrying, so it's a little bit harder to find your openings.
Yeah, it's definitely going to be difficult for Jazo to find their openings, but I think one of the ways they can get around that is using focus attacks sparingly, where Juanpi has a lot of multi-hit moves, nair, back air, etc. There's a ton of ways that you can get around that by conditioning, saying, I am going to land with focus attack consistently.
Yeah.
But Jazzo having a really hard time breaking through these projectiles.
Yeah, Hwanpi's pressure is so heavy, right? Like, unafraid to play in that up close and personal burst range, not quite in Ken's range, but in Banjo's range. And the Wonder Wing mix-ups also have been very nice, just finding the openings exactly where you need to.
Yeah, doing a fantastic job of more so just keeping Jazzo off the ground. If Jazzo gets their feet on the ground, there's a way that he can use this rage to close a stock before. It's countless times we've seen Jazzo do something with a Shoryu, add high percents, and steal a sock.
The visionary. Duck's the visionary. That's what we call the commentator's dream right there. That was fantastic. And called it out, but again, called out Jazzo trying to aggress back instead of holding shield, instead of waiting for Hwanpi to throw something out, and Hwanpi catches with a nice back air.
Yeah, I think we're going to see Jazzo start slowing down a little bit more, less jump happy, but good use of the Nair so far to try and break in against Hwanpi, but I think part of this is I like that use the grenade. Grab the grenade, throw it in the air, and turn it against Hwanpi.
Yeah, we haven't seen any focus attacks, so using it sparingly is the name of the game, like you said. There's a parry on the egg right there, and still was able to aggress off of it. Hwanpi was still in end lag, but I don't see that being like a core part of the game plan. I do like down tilt Shoryu.
Yeah, that's a pretty consistent setup coming from Jazzo. So I would expect to see something similar again, where we're looking at another Shoryu to come up, but Hwanpi really has not found a way to get comfortable. Parries the Wonder Wing down tilt Shoryu.
The parry king of NA, Jazzo.
Man, Jazzo is so consistent at hitting parries. It's something that we've seen all the time in Georgia. But right now, I think Hwanpi does have a clear path to victory, and it's just abusing the fact that you essentially have a pseudo-sword in Kazooie in your tilts, your aerials, and everything else. That is going to be where you can make the most money against Jazzo.
Yeah, that was super nice. I love that. Jumping over the grenade right there. At doing it again, and Hwanpi just doesn't seem to be ready for it. The Wonder Wing not punished right now. Parries another grenade. How do you get back to stage? Hwanpi struggling.
And now Jazzo looking for that.
No way!
Oh, no.
Jailbreak? No. Can't quite lock into shield stun.
Yeah, he definitely would look for the collar breaker or the axe kick there, but not enough just yet to get there. And spikes Hwanpi.
No,
nice
the Shoryuken caught Hwanpi going high. Hwanpi's up B got canceled, I think, and then they fast fell while in end lag for a move. They couldn't make their way back up with another up B, so just a weird interaction.
Yeah, a little bit unfortunate there, but with what we saw yesterday with Hwanpi in doubles, they definitely can adapt and overcome this. Do you think the stage changes at all in this situation?
That's a great question. I don't really think that Banjo thrives on any other stage that Ken doesn't do well on. Maybe PS2 would be, or I mean, Small Battlefield would be an option. Yeah, Small Battlefield. Yeah, Small Battlefield definitely makes sense. You give a little less room for Jazzo to run away and make the game plan happen. Still enough room for yourself to space out. Yeah, I think that's really the keys there. It's not a huge change, but it's a little bit.
Yeah, look, call him a clairvoyant. We're going to Small Battlefield. And Hwanpi already playing a much different game, trying to poke constantly at Jazzo's shield. I would like to see some more grabs coming in on the side of Hwanpi, but you're almost trigger shy because you don't want to get anywhere near Ken up close.
Yeah, worried about like a spot dodge, because then Jazzo can get a massive advantage state into like down tilt Tatsu into a reset. That's what you're really trying to avoid. And you can see Jazzo really looking for it right now, and Hwanpi's just backing up, resetting, playing around projectiles, playing around Kazooie range.
Yeah, and like we said, abusing the fact that you have the range to destroy and stay away from Jazzo. I like the grenade there. The Shoryu procced it, getting hit with the fair. Hwanpi may have found a pretty consistent trap to get Jazzo.
Okay, that's a nice grenade right there. Jazzo focus punching to get back down. The multi-hit would have stopped it, but it doesn't matter. Unable to mash that percentage just enough, and up tilt gives Hwanpi the first stock.
Yeah, I think condensing the blast zones was definitely an area where Hwanpi can now utilize the down throw up tilt to a little bit better extent, but the thing is, by condensing the stage, you've given Jazo essentially free reign to run you down to a corner and bully you into the down tilt Shoryu range.
Entirely true, but the thing is, Juanpi's really not afraid to play at the corners and play off stage because of having multi-jumps, good aerial mobility. You have a lot of choices here, and Wonder Wing, of course, can get you out of jail at any point. I don't know. I think that Juanpi needs to keep playing around these corners and not try to force center stage as much, because then that'll happen to you.
Yeah, it's exactly that. Jazo can run off the platform, hit you with a nair, quickly follow up with the down tilt, and execute their game plan. But again, Jazo just needs 1 or 2 interactions. He doesn't need a long, continuous combo. Oh my gosh!
The Parry King at it again. We saw Jazo, I think on Twitter, I want to say a few months ago, went through the process of asking everybody what the hardest moves on their characters are to parry, and then he tried to do all of them. So Banjo's would probably be Nair. And I love that we got to see that come into play. That's it.
Calm down. And another quick stock. Jazo doesn't really fare the parries, but one thing that we haven't mentioned, Jazo rides momentum really hard.
Yeah.
Especially when he's out of region. When Jazo feels hot, it's basically like trying to stop a runaway train.
Jazo is up a full stock right now, still racking on the damage on the Juanpi. Really not afraid to play a little bit further back. Playing center stage has been so crucial for Jazo. Look at the parries. I'm just disgusted, honestly.
It's unfair, right? Like, why are you allowed to do that? Down tilts.
SDI is up is crucial there, too.
Again.
That's crazy.
Parry, F smash?
Yeah,
sure.
Parry jump fair into F smash. There's no way that's true. I don't know. That was crazy. What a great lookout for Jazo. The fact that you're aware enough to fish for that is kind of unhinged, honestly.
Did people tell Jazo, like, you don't have to do this to win the game? You don't have to parry every single move to execute a win condition? Like, you don't get drive meter back. It's not Street Fighter 6. You're good. You don't get, like, all those plus frames you get in Street Fighter. We're good.
It's about the mental damage. And here we go. This is kind of also what we talked about. I'm glad that everything that we're talking about is coming true. Palutena does come out. It's a lot more reliable to edge guard the Ken. It's a lot more reliable to combo the Ken. You have a way better way to deal with the long range and the immediate burst range situations as well. You only have to worry about, like, nairing on shield because Jazo can punish the hell out of that, but that's about it. Look at the Tomahawk grab game is also crucial. I mean, this is such a big swap.
Yeah, but even more importantly, we talked about how Banjo abuses disjoints. Palu with your fair, back air being invincible, the nair being all-encompassing. Jazo is going to have a really difficult time trying to play any air-to-air game against Juanpi once they get rolling.
The upbeat platform cancels are also very nice for Juanpi. They're allowing a lot of ambiguous aerial movement, and I think that's the thing that you also don't get on Banjo is ambiguous aerial movement.
Yes.
You're a little bit more predictable because you're a little bit floatier, you don't fall as fast. Your physics are just so much better on Palutena that you can start baiting out options, and you still have the multi-hit aerials.
But even better, we saw how he knew the focus attack was coming out for Jazo to try to cheat to the stage. Up air immediately sends Jazo back into the air, and now you're not letting him execute that game plan of playing a grounded game, fishing for the Shoryu.
Yeah. Jazo's still corner pressuring, though, not wanting to give up center stage so easily. That was really aggro, but Jazo couldn't get a punish off. Another platform cancel. Juanpi's just trying to keep it very ambiguous.
How do you even try to aggress against Jazo right now? You're at 90%, 137. If you get clipped by a down tilt, that Shoryu is taking you out. There was good SDI there, but again, you're basically playing on borrowed time.
But Juanpi's not afraid to play in the corner because if you hit a grab, back throw is basically death.
Oh, yeah.
Actually, it's exactly death. 137%, back throw would definitely kill. And so Juanpi's not afraid to play in the corner. Up throw, not going to kill, no.
No, but it forces Jazo to get off the ground and commit to the focus attack, sending them off stage and setting up the win condition for Juanpi.
Air dodge? No, focus attack into Shoryu actually does allow Jazo to come back. What a heads-up maneuver.
Jazo at 177. The Shoryu just misses, and back air closes it out.
But reverse Shoryu right on spawn, and Jazo acts as though nothing has changed. Game has essentially reset. Juanpi getting a good combo starter here, unable to follow it into a chase.
But we've seen this before with Jazo in region. When Jazo... Okay, never mind.
Sorry.
Just down there.
Sorry.
Sure.
I'm sorry.
No, we both had the same reaction.
I'm
man.
sorry.
But now Jazo has to start taking risks. He hasn't been in this position in the series yet.
Yeah, taking risk is something Jazo's comfortable with, right? Like, very heads-up defensive player, really good at bait and punishing. Like this, a fantastic example of that. SDI up does allow Juanpi to have a few more options to escape there, but you still have to deal with the ledge trap, the corner pressure. Fantastic parry, that could be crucial, but then Nair actually, he turns it around for Juanpi.
This is what we were talking about. The fact that you can disrupt Ken's game plan with your consistent aerials, Nair, back air, up air, all putting in extreme work against Jazo right now.
Focus attack expecting the back air. Juanpi actually was expecting the focus attack, just didn't drift far enough out for that Nair to hit. Otherwise, that probably would have been death, or at least another edge guard. That parry can't transition into anything, and the down air actually gets beaten out. What did Jazo use that beat out Palutena down air?
Back air.
Oh my god.
Ken doesn't skip leg day, dude. Like, but now Jazo at 80%. We've seen him win these type of situations before. But if you're Juanpi, you don't have to take any risk. Let Jazo come to you. If the jump in comes, intercept with an aerial and execute the game plan, carry Jazo off stage and end the game.
Jazo so patiently pressuring Juanpi into the corner, but as we talked about, Juanpi is not afraid to play in the corner. Palutena has a lot of ways to escape the corner with up the platform cancels to get back out. They're a little bit riskier, but still, you don't lose anything from playing the corner as Palutena.
No, you don't lose anything, but now Jazo starting to run away with the offense. Down tilt Hada, or Tatsu down tilt into Hada. Oh no.
One more time. Set it back.
Oh, the axe kick setup?
It's a right choice because you're going to get shield broken otherwise, probably.
Yeah, crescent kick is a huge killer right there, but Jazo not afraid, running up to Juanpi and immediately threatening that space just outside the jump range.
Oh, the burst jump in back air. Jazo wasn't ready for it. Was expecting maybe a tomahawk fastball and going for an edge guard instead, but Juanpi said, you know what? I haven't done this yet.
Yep.
Let me force.
All right. We've seen what has happened over the course of this game 3. Juanpi has started to equalize. Do you expect a different stage to come in from Jazo, or do you think it did not play that much of a role in this matchup?
I don't think it played that much of a role in the matchup, but I do think that Ken could still benefit from playing on a slightly smaller stage against Palutena. I wouldn't be surprised to see small battlefield. I'd be surprised if the single platforms are left open. And we're going to small battlefield.
Okay, we're going back.
Yeah.
But this kind of harkens back to what we said in game 2. You're condensing the stage so Jazo does have the ability to start pressuring you and be more offensive on a neutral and grounded game plan.
Yeah, so it basically means that Juanpi can't be as comfortable playing in the corner because everything is a corner. Everything is claustrophobic now, just a little bit more, and Jazo thrives in the claustrophobia.
But now Jazo has been really suffering against these multi-hit aerials. It's a close game right now, but again, Juanpi wins consistent neutral interactions over the course of this set, and Jazo is trying to basically pick and choose small openings.
Yeah, Jazo loves to pick and choose small openings. Juanpi, though, looks for big openings and looks for conversions on them. So the back throw and then the explosive flame catching the neutral air dodge. Jazo, neutral air dodge, I think just a little bit too early there, and got hard punished for it. In 72%, you need a little bit more damage for down tilt Shoryu to kill. And now we're at kill percentage.
Now it's just look for that down tilt Shoryu, any aerial possibly into the short, well, up air into Shoryu. Jazo, the problem is you got to get to the ground.
Yeah.
Jazo has been struggling to get to the ground, and Juanpi is smothering his shield and not giving him the chance to parry.
Nice. I think it's a big adjustment for Jazo to start playing against the Palutena as opposed to the Banjo. I think that's a big core part of it because Jazo has a great winning record against Palutenas. Like, is so good against Chase, has like a crazy winning record against Chase, for example. I don't think that this is like necessarily more of a challenge, but Juanpi definitely plays differently than Chase.
Yes.
And plays a lot more movement-based and not so much aggressive.
Yeah, and part of it is I think that Jazo is trying to reorient their game plan. They came in thinking, okay, Banju, possibly Palu, but after losing such a heartbreaking game 3, now you have to just reorient and go back to your grounded game plan. established dominance at Palu, and right now, I don't know if I agree with sharking Palu right there on the platform. You may be just looking for an up tilt or something else.
Yeah. Corner pressure is big here. Jazo doesn't want to force anything, just kind of wants to punish an aggressive like neutral air if Juanpi decides to fall with something like that. Yeah, falls with an aerial, gets the parry, so heads up.
Up tilt crescent kick. Jazo is really utilizing these tiny blast zones to full extent. And now we're starting to see how Jazo typically plays. A much slower, more methodical game plan where you can wait for the Hado and start to execute.
115%. Jazo's in the lead for the first time this game and is really pressing that advantage. Back throw is not going to kill, but it's going to be enough pressure off stage that should be able to find it with the nair. The drag down actually is what hits. Instead, not giving Jazo a second chance at recovering, and Juanpi's evened up the stocks.
Juanpi has evened up the stocks, but 73%. Jazo is now hunting for blood. The Shoryu connects, and Jazo advances 3-1.
Jazo continuing his winning record against Palatinas. Juanpi, I think, did the right thing. Switching to Palatina, I think, was absolutely the right choice. Jazo needed some adjustment period, was able to figure out the game plan, as always, against the Palatina. But Juanpi definitely showed so much like versatility and so much prowess on the Palatina. The movement was crazy. But the second that the movement becomes unambiguous, Jazo's there like a shark. I mean, just so fast.
Yeah, Jazo is looking for any pattern, any level of consistency in your offense. It is, like you said, it's remarkable. The second he caught the pattern, on you.
Yeah.
I'm running you down. That's why I think it was such a smart move for Jazo to move to small battlefield, because it made the game plan more predictable.
Yeah.
When you have PSU, like you said, those platform cancels made it very hard for Jazo to succeed. But what an amazing round 2 for us to go. And it still is going on, because now we have MK Leo and Danny, the hometown hero.
Number 1 seed in Tennessee, Danny, going up against MK Leo. Now, we've seen Danny play against other like popular jokers. Omega, I think, has played against Danny quite a few times. There's some more people in region for Danny to play against. And as far as Leo playing against Wolf, Leo knows the Wolf matchup inside and out.
I'd be hard-pressed to believe that he doesn't know the Wolf matchup.
No.
It's going to be hard to get one over on Leo, but there's something that Danny has that he can use to execute this game plan. Consistent neutral wins. Do not take or assume risk. Use your laser to a safe degree, and more importantly, I've seen him abuse the bayonet a few times where you can actually scoop and then look for an aerial. If Danny can play a well-rounded, holistic game plan against Leo where you're not trying to basically better player him, I hate to say it that way, but play a consistent and safe neutral plan, that is Danny's best path to victory.
And Danny's definitely no stranger to camping a little bit with laser, but my concern is that if this is what I assume it to be, which is Joker versus Wolf, Rebel's guard is just going to get stacked up, and getting edge guarded by Arsene is so easy as Wolf, right? You're going to get interrupted. Your Wolf Flash is going to get interrupted by a back air. Your up B is going to be easily countered off stage. Like there's so many ways to deal with edge guarding. So I don't expect to see laser coming out whenever they're far away in neutral, but maybe in that mid burst range where MKLA is trying to close the gap. Whenever you're not expecting the Rebels guard, I think that's when Danny's going to throw out a laser. But otherwise, it's going to be, I guess, non-stop.
Danny trying to find a way back to the stage right now. We've seen some pretty good use of aerials so far to try and get some early damage, but Leo getting these consistent grabs and setting up easy damage onto Danny. The game's been pretty close so far, and I like how Danny is trying to command center stage and take it away from Leo.
Yeah. Falling back down to the stage, Danny again has only used that laser in that close range situation, and Arsene is almost online, but almost doesn't even need it. The tech chase is big here. Arsene is online. That could be an edge guard. You can even look for like an F tilt on like an up B here, but there's no situation, and MK Leo is going to put himself in that position if he doesn't have to.
I like this aggression coming out from Danny, trying to essentially knock the Arsene out of Leo. This has been a good plan, playing just outside of the range where Leo cannot punish, spacing those aerials extremely well. But now, Arsene's already offline.
Yeah, that was a big win condition, just gone. But the dash attack catches Leo going for an aggressive option off of ledge. Danny, again, going for that heads-up play. It's fairly low risk as well. Finds a stock off of it, and this could be a really nice way to continue your advantage. Now you can camp a little bit more.
And there it is. The Arsene's online, but I think Danny now just has to keep playing this consistent and aggressive game plan. But unfortunately, recovers a little too high, and the F tilt closes the stock.
Expected Leo to go off stage there and look for a back air, so went for an interesting angle on that Firewolf, or whatever the ability is called. And unfortunately, Leo decides to wait, understand his opponent's game plan a little bit more, and play a conditioning game.
And this is one of the situations I don't think Danny wants to find himself in. If Leo can keep you pinned with up air juggles, there's very little room for Danny to try and execute any defense. If you try and neutral air dodge, there's ways for Leo to cover, but 97% just from that single interaction, essentially. And now Danny has to essentially start assuming some risk, but these dash attack conversions have been so nice for Danny.
Ooh, went for it all right there. I think that it was a good heads-up look, but if it puts you off stage in a position where you're going to actually die off of one interaction, could have been a problem, but Danny gets back to center.
Look at that recovery, anticipating Leo going low with the gun, finding a clear angle back to the stage. Danny is playing extremely well against one of the best players in the world.
Yeah, absolutely. That seems to be a theme right now, is players from the Southeast succeeding in going toe-to-toe with some of the top players from around the world. Unfortunately, though, Danny's down a stock now.
Down to stock, but I like that he waited on the platform to try and stall out the Arsene just a little bit. Unfortunately, Danny's already into the low 60s, and just, this is not a position you want to be in. Leo can set up a stock, but never mind. The back air clutches out. Danny looking at a clear path right now. Maybe if you can get a fair train, there is a way.
There's no situation where Danny isn't going to have to deal with Arsene here, right? That's the big concern, is that you're already at kill percentage, that if you get thrown off stage or, you know, even on stage shenanigans, Arsene is the win condition for Leo.
Yeah, it's essentially right around the corner. Here, it should come after the next hit. There it is.
Oh, wow, actually waits it out. That's so good with the shield. And now an advantage state right here for Danny. Trying to hold down stage, almost gets comboed, gets frame trapped into the grab off stage. Now MK Leo's reversed it.
Good counter and attack from Danny. Having to try and find a way back to the stage. Good pace from Danny, but just not enough. Danny playing very well right now, but Leo just so consistent at punishing the smallest mistake. If Danny makes any slightly over-aggressive move, we've seen it basically just means a stock.
And just if you guys weren't paying attention to Arsene meter there, we were a moment away, maybe 5 seconds of lapse or one hit away from Arsene being gone, and the edge guarding becomes a lot more difficult, right? You don't have access to that Makara card. You don't have access to like a down air or to a lot of options where you can edge guard, like the big back airs to edge guard Will Flash. It could have been a big turnaround for Danny, but just one hit too late, one cadence too slow.
Whoa, Leo trying to go for a very interesting setup there, but now Danny looking a little bit listless in terms of offense. We've talked about this in the past, Kevin. These top-tier players like Leo, it's not a game-day interaction. It's an interaction. It's one interaction, and Leo can figure out. But Danny really racking on the damage. Arsene already whittling down and on. This is a huge lead for Danny.
What a parry right there, and it's gone now. Now 141%. Yeah, an F tilt will kill. There's a lot that will kill for Danny here, but an edge guard is still something you always have to worry about against Joker with or without Arsene. Although MK Leo does not want to over-aggress.
Oh, but now good forward throw from Danny trying to set out a nair.
No jump.
Still can make it back, but
Back
this
throw.
back throw certainly should do it.
Yeah, big right there. Danny's got a big advantage right now, and it's just about holding it. See if you can burn Arsene maybe. If you can get Arsene online and burn it before you lose your stock, that would be crucial. That would be core right here, and it looks like we're trying to rack up that damage.
One thing that I like is Danny is extremely disciplined with the laser. We mentioned how it basically means that the counter is going to come online. You're going to build that meter extremely easily, but dash attack closes out of stock relatively easily, and I like Danny waiting to, again, burn that meter as long as they can.
Unfortunately, Leo has found a big opening, and the meter that you wanted to burn, Arsene came online, instantly killed you, and now it's a fresh Arsene for all of the damage in the world. Danny has been fully reversaled right now on all of the lead that he had before, and Leo finds Not even a drag down, just a fair one into the up smash. Doesn't kill this early.
Not yet, but just missing the conversion on the down smash. Leo is playing extremely heads up and just essentially already 2 layers of Yomi, it feels like, ahead of Danny right now.
Danny's so fast, though.
Yeah, Danny still can close this out. It takes 1 interaction, already up another stock on Leo. Danny really trying to pilot a good win right now.
Same game plan as last time. Get the Arsene out, but try not to lose your stock until you burned about half of the Arsene. If you lose your stock before Arsene comes out, it could still be a problem. Arsene is out. Now get half of Arsene gone, and the last stock could be yours.
Not just that, Danny is still preserving this stock. Have to find a way back to the ground, but unfortunately, it's extremely difficult. Like you said, with Arsene, Danny somehow still alive from the back air.
Arsene, the timer, it's going down. Arsene's going to be gone before Danny loses their last stock, and they're planking. They're playing so slow, so safe, air dodging, just going for disadvantage options. Arsene is gone. Danny did the thing that he needed to do.
Danny playing extremely reserved right now and finding that consistent win condition. Arsene is offline. Danny can set up that 110% back air that is going to guarantee the stock. All you have to do is just keep Leo guessing. Use your disjoint. Keep Leo guessing. I think 1 grab might be enough to set it up.
Leo off stage trying to pressure, but Danny unafraid is willing to eat a few ledge traps, willing to eat a few edge guards because all you need is 1 opening, 1 edge guard, and that's a big punish right there. Forward throw. Arsene is close to coming online.
Ooh, extremely close to coming online, especially with Rage. You do not want to see that meter go to full. Danny has to look to close this stock out now.
Oh my god! Oh, the Wolf Flash turns it around, not the spike angle. Unfortunately, Arsene is online, and if Danny's off stage one more time, that's curtains.
The dash attack seals it up. Danny goes up 1-to-1 against MK Leo.
I love this split screen, by the way. Leo's side, crickets. Danny's side, all of Tennessee, all of the Southeast supporting. I mean, that's the nature of coming out of region. If you're an international player especially, you have to deal with the hometown heroes. And Danny is looking strong.
Danny is looking incredibly strong. I guess, easy question. Does Leo change? We've talked about how there's going to be, okay.
I'm going to say yes. Am I right? Oh, wow.
Stage and character.
Yeah, it's changing stage and character. It is character first. This is the Midwest Unified rule set. So, we saw Leo choose to go Pyra Mithra, and then select Hollow Bastard. So I don't know what the bans were. I have to imagine if you're Danny, you're banning a lot of the flat stages because you don't want to get frame trapped by Mithra.
No, but I think more importantly, you don't want to even let the chance of possibly a tri-flat come into play. You could ban the flat stages, but I think also you're afraid of Battlefield. You don't want to get laddered all day.
Yeah. Very true. Danny's got to get back to stage here, and Pyra Mithra, you don't have to worry as much about being edge guarded, which is fine, and I think Leo's kind of resigned himself to saying, I don't need to edge guard you, right? That's such a small win condition on Joker, such a specific one, and I can beat you in neutral on stage. How are you going to deal with that? And now Danny has to decide.
Yeah, Danny has to find some way to close the stock out, but I think it's been extremely hard for him to match Mithra's speed. Pyra can definitely close out a stock with relative ease at this point, but Danny has been struggling to match the tempo on Mithra. The aggressive frame data coming out from MK Leo, it's hard for him to find an opening.
That Nair is going to be punished right there. Good choice from MK Leo. Going up the stock right here, and the swap of the character and the swap of the stage just changes what Danny's entire game plan is, right? You're on Hollow Bastion, a single platform stage that feels a lot more claustrophobic than it is. You don't have the opportunity to set up any lasers because you can just get hopped over by Mithra and you're in end lag, Mithra's already on top of you. So you can't do that on this stage. If you're on a longer stage, possibly. If you're on a double plat stage, possibly. But instead, you have to play true neutral, which, how are you doing that against Mithra?
Yeah, you don't really get the opportunity to do that. Danny, again, doing a good job of trying to set up a kill here. The up smash does not connect, and it feels like Danny is just choosing some aggressive options to get back to the stage, but now Leo has started to cash on to your defensive options. You have to find a new way around Mithra.
It's tough. It's tough. Hollow Bastion is a tough stage to deal on too, but punishing that up B is too aggressive. I was going to say, I wonder if MK Leo thought he was on a Pyra looking for the Prominence Revolt. Instead, just gets hard punished.
Still pressure from MK Leo coming out. And just extremely dominant on Hollow Bastion. It feels like it's hard for Danny to get any momentum, especially when MKLeo is closing the gap from center stage in a heartbeat.
Yes. Some more Mythra shenanigans here, approaching, dash back, so much speed, such good frame data. Wolf can't deal with it. Wolf doesn't have great out-of-shield options. Wolf doesn't have really great approach options. And MKLeo is just dancing circles.
But more importantly, just playing so consistent. Again, MKLeo has not been taunted to just get off of Mythra. It has been a complete route so far with Mythra.
Yeah, oh, the Pyro frame trap not quite coming out right there. Just looking for any opening. I think MKLeo is not too stressed. I think Gentleman's Jab at Edge will kill. Blazing Edge actually winds up killing itself. And it's even up now, MKLeo, Danny. MKLeo is actually up 2-1 now.
Yeah, 2-1. There is so many people here. There is at least 3 to 4 people deep to watch this set in the venue. All eyes are on Danny, staking the hope of Tennessee on their #1.
Yeah, get out of there, Jazza. You're not even watching the set. Jesus. So rude. Another Tennessee person could be watching up close and supporting their boy, and you're just watching something. Mainstream? Get out of here.
There's time to parry. Like don't we have to practice parry timings on other stuff? But
all right, getting into the next game. I'm assuming we're going to be going the same character in a different stage, if I had to guess.
I would think so, but I think if you're Danny, there is a win condition. Slow down. Do not be daunted by the fact that MKLeo is going to try and match your cadence. Play defensive. We know you can do this.
Switching to a dual plat stage also benefits Danny for a couple of reasons. You have a lot better approach options in the air. You don't have to worry about that center platform. You have a little bit more room, feasibly to work with that you don't have to get constantly frame trapped and killed by Mythra. That's a great example. You had a little bit more room to drift back there under the platform.
Yeah, and I think part of this is that Danny might be looking for some more opportunities to openly shield, but Leo just playing so patiently, waiting for the defensive option to come out and punishing.
Oh, big edge guard, blazing edge into air dodge. That's a really safe option. Danny would have had to have popped over and look for an air, but instead, it's MKLeo finding the stock. The dual plat, maybe double-edged sword right now as the sword comes down and goes up. MKLeo takes the stock.
MKLeo takes stock. Danny resetting this ledge situation and unfortunately letting Leo out. Now, here comes the Mythra again, and Danny still struggling to find an answer against Mythra.
MKLeo is so good on those tech chases, just so reactionary on such short timing, but the up tilt does catch a jump. That's a good mix-in option. Danny can't abuse that, though.
No, can't abuse it, but more importantly, I feel like right now, Danny is choosing these wolf flashes to get to the stage, and Leo is able to consistently read that and punish Danny's recovery. Stock is quickly erased, and Leo is up 2 stocks to 1.
Yeah, this is looking dire. It's very difficult to deal with both Pyra and Mythra. Pyra's massive hitboxes that hurt and combo into each other so heavily, and then Mythra's entire neutral advantage, being able to force Wolf onto the back foot. Like, you have to switch paces on a moment's notice, and I don't think Danny's ready.
No, may not be ready, but now it looks like Danny has found a little bit of a confidence boost, but missing that F smash, you cannot afford to whiff any of those laggy options against Leo, especially when they have found ways to consistently exploit your defense.
Oh, yeah. Roll in against Leo center stage. Danny's worst nightmare right now. How do you get back? The ledge trap is caught by the Nair. Oh, scramble situation. The Nair for Wolf is a little bit stronger. Another Nair.
I feel like there's no way around this. Danny can put these back airs out and try to wall out Leo, but just that extended reach of Pyra and Mythra, it's hard for him to get around.
Couldn't find the footstool combo out of Blazing Edge. That would have been a crazy clip to close out the set, but Danny wants one more stock. Danny wants to try one more time here.
It's possible. Danny just plays safe, harassing the shield against MKLeo. There is a way that you can get this stock, but the rising Blazing Edge has been so hard for Danny to react to.
How do you get back? Back throw is a great way to kill.
That'll do it.
And all of Tennessee is rallied around, wanting Danny to take this next stock, but 114%. Any hit from Mythra, I think at this point, you're gone. You're a goner.
Yeah, you have to play extremely safe. No errant lasers, no extremely greedy options like a smash attack or something else.
Oh my god, he wanted to end the whole career right there. Are we going to see another Wolf Flash combo come out? Big combo, 67%. Switching back to mid throw, you have to.
Danny trying to find that quick opening. Had such a good quick 67% on the
No
board,
way.
but
Foresight.
Foresight.
That's top tier privilege right there. Oh my god.
That, you know, that's hard to stomach, unfortunately. It's hard. You get such a great string. Hope is renewed, and you lose to the Foresight and then get immediately F-smashed. It's hard. You really don't want to be in that position. I feel for Danny, but you have to be proud of your performance.
You don't even think about it, you know? You don't think about Foresight. It hasn't come up the entire set. And then the one time it actually matters, the one time Danny goes for something untrue that's just a tech chase, and Leo finds the roll Foresight, and it just turns around the entire stock. Danny was making a crazy comeback. We all wanted to see the Game 5.
We all wanted to see it, but again, huge props to Tennessee, and especially huge props to Danny. You can see a clear trajectory for their future. There's no telling where they're going to end.
Yeah. Goodness. We're going to take a break, I think. Just take a moment after that said. After we've been yelling at you guys for a while, the Tennessee crowd has been hyped. We're going to take a moment of refresh right now, send it to a break for just a couple of minutes. Please do not go anywhere. Make sure you have the main stream and the side stream pulled up this entire time. We'll be back.
Welcome back, everyone, to Warehouse Wars.
I'm sorry. Yeah, chat's been talking about how tall Dux is this entire time, and now his head is actually cut off of the frame. It's so rich.
My bad. Sorry, I'm only like 5'3". Don't worry, guys.
I'm
not that tall.
That's fine. That's fine.
But
I am short as hell.
Welcome back to Warehouse Wars. I'm Dux here with Kevin with a K. We have some amazing top 64 games to keep bringing to you.
You want to scooch this way?
Yeah, I'll come in.
Okay,
so
there we go.
We just had MK Leo Danny. We've had Mutace, Juan P. We had Sybil take out Shiny Mark,
which will come into play a little bit later. I'm excited to talk about the path there, but right now we've got it. A matchup we've seen actually a few times in the last year.
We have Mutace and SkyJ. It's always a treat to talk about just the character specialists that you have on screen, whether it is SkyJ on Incineroar or Mutace. I'm really interested to see how the counter from SkyJ comes into play in this matchup.
Yeah, what's interesting here is I said that they played a few times in the last year. Surprisingly, they've only played once in the last year and a month. They haven't played in about a full year, which is surprising to me. The number of events that they're both at and how many times they both get top 8 or top 32, that they just haven't seen each other that often.
Yeah, that's pretty interesting that they haven't played that much, but so far this has been kind of what you would expect, where SkyJ has to take a little bit of an abuse and get kind of just carried away by the turnips, but it only takes one interaction. We've talked about this before with heavies. It just takes one aerial to set up, and SkyJ can close out the stock, especially with this much rage on the board.
Yeah. So they actually play about one time a year, which is pretty interesting. Right now, Mutace has a very winning record, 6-2 against SkyJ with the last 5 sets going Mute's way. But SkyJ, on this last year, we all know in the last year and a half, 2 years even, SkyJ has been on such an upward arc that I fully see that this could go either way.
Even there, that's a perfect example. Good counter, and SkyJ is up early. This is the type of position I think we want to see SkyJ in if you're looking for a great Incineroar gameplay. Going off, countering the recovery, but taking first blood is huge for SkyJ in this matchup, especially the usage of these whips to keep setting up your advantage state. It's so commendable for SkyJ.
Absolutely. Misses an Alolan whip there, coming back to stage. Gets caught right there by Mutace. Can't get their own situation started. Revenge is punished. Mutace is sending this all the way.
But more importantly, I feel like right now it looks like SkyJ is just having such an easy time to try and get one hit that converts into tons of percent. The bigger thing is that we've also seen SkyJ is hammering Mutace's shield, down tilt back air, the consistent setup for SkyJ, closing out that stock.
Yeah, big hits are the name of the game for SkyJ, of course. Death by 1,000 cuts is what Mutace is looking for, and possibly edge guarding, right? These are the win conditions that Peach has in this matchup. But if SkyJ continues to run away with it and Mutace isn't able to close out the stock, all it takes is some damage racking and a Alolan whip. I mean, we know how Incineroar works.
Yeah, I mean, there are some things that we know Incineroar is susceptible to, which the only option might have been there to jump off of ledge, but we've seen that SkyJ has been so consistent at opening up the game and getting the first stock. This is a holy moly.
Oh my god, I thought that was curtains. No way, not at that percent.
Maybe with a counter he could have done it, but that's one thing we haven't really seen. It was the first stock taken by the counter, but hasn't really come out since.
No, that Darkest Lariat helped. Oh, I love the short hop Alolan whip catching. SkyJ takes game 1. I don't really have much else to say about that. I mean, that was fantastic.
Do you go to a better or bigger stage, rather? Like, do you think about going maybe up, well, not FD, but like, do you want to go to PS2? Do you want to go to Town and City,
ideally,
possibly?
I think ideally, right? But SkyJ, I think you have 3 bans here. I imagine you're banning PS2. I imagine you're banning Town and City, and maybe Kalos. I would honestly, FD being open isn't the worst thing for Incineroar, but I don't know. Maybe PS2 is left open, in which case that would be the choice for Mutace.
Yeah, I think going to a larger stage definitely would possibly here, but sticking it out. It might just be where Mute thinks like, okay, stage wasn't the problem. I need to adapt, whether it is turnip camping more or just looking to punish the Lariats coming out from SkyJ, because SkyJ has been using Lariat a ton over the course of this set.
I think leaving double flats as an option is better for Mudace in general. You get to play around those platforms a lot more than SkyJ would have to worry about. SkyJ probably did ban PS2 if I had to, like, wary a guess, but Small Battlefield is the next best choice for Mute.
Yeah, I think that definitely makes a good bit of sense, but right now, the way SkyJ is playing, he is just in control of... Up B calls out with the Lowland Whip. SkyJ is just in control. I was trying to say that earlier, but they are abusing the fact that their weight is affording them an extra lease on life.
Yes. Oh, the fair, not able to be punished actually, but the golf club will. Big Alolan Whip, not quite killing. We have an edge guard situation here, and Nair, falling Nair could do it, but SkyJ does not want to risk anything. It is much more comfortable going for the ledge trap, because Incineroar's ledge trapping is so scary.
SkyJ finally getting punished for the short hops there. I think that's one thing Mute might need to do more, is abuse these short hops that SkyJ is consistently throwing out against him. But
oh yeah. Couldn't quite start a turnip combo there. Mudace was looking for it, but the percentage wasn't there. Tried to read and tech option, but SkyJ gets in the driver's seat once again. Love that. Bait out the aggressive option from Mudace on stage. You don't want to have to deal with Incineroar's ledge trapping if you don't have to, and SkyJ says, you're going to have to.
Look, unfortunately, SkyJ takes about 80% there, and this is the heavy tax. You have to take your lumps when you're playing against these combo-oriented characters, but it almost is fine. SkyJ's getting raged.
Oh,
it just takes one interaction to get to 36. Holy smokes.
Yeah, guess what doesn't matter when you're playing against Incineroar? Instant float. You're going to get caught by a Alolan Whip either way, so you have to choose like full hops or like really well-timed short hops, tomahawks. But if you're just going for like instant float pressure like you normally would on Peach, you're going to get a Alolan Whipped, and SkyJ's looking for it every time.
I guess one thing that I haven't seen yet, do you think it would make an impact in this matchup, is falling up air on the side of SkyJ to try and set up something, whether it's like a back air or something else?
Heavy tax, unfortunately, also leads to juggling, and Small Battlefield's got enough space up there for up air to kill. SkyJ wants to turn it around.
Still trying to find any type of conversion, whether it is the F tilt, maybe an fair at the side of the stage. And
I like the drift back. You needed to do that, and Mudace needed to grab there, but it was afraid of the spot dodge. SkyJ got a little bit more in the driver's seat, but Mudace is starting another combo here. 107%. It's definitely kill percentage if you can hit a Alolan Whip or an edge guard, but going for edge guards is so risky.
Yeah, doing a great job of exploiting Mudace there. Possibly could have gone for a different aerial, maybe a fair or something else, and there's the up air we asked him, but just not a falling up air. That's part of what I wonder if SkyJ is going to start implementing, because we've seen so many short hops. Could the falling up airs start to try and capitalize on Mute either not swinging or just abusing his shield?
I think it's too scary to go for the falling up airs as SkyJ. I think that you do open up the possibility for Mudace to go for instant float like back airs and things like that. Revenge is something that has been used so sparingly, though. I feel like that could make or break this stock.
It could, and I almost wonder if SkyJ is afraid of pulling the trigger on the counter, because if you do gamble wrong on the stock, it can lead to the situation we just saw where Mudace can clean up a stock with basically no resistance.
Yeah, being edge guarded there, SkyJ wanted the quick recovery, right? You're constantly getting battered and bashed, and so you want to be able to utilize your revenge while you have it online. You want to be able to like start a little bit of a combo game, or at least get some damage down on Mudace so you can get into like an Alolan Whip. But unfortunately, what he did is he went for a high cross chop there to try to get the recovery. Mudace was paying such close attention, was able to catch the end lag of the cross chop as opposed to waiting for whatever SkyJ's next move was. And I really like the attention that Mudace was paying to SkyJ's return option as quickly as it happened.
Yeah, it is kind of the hallmark of what we've been seeing on the Star team so far, where Mudace is exploiting people's recovery again and again, but running back again to Small Battlefield. I guess SkyJ does not feel like the stage played that much of an impact in the reason that he lost the previous game.
I don't think that any stage is necessarily better for one than the other. I think it just introduces more chaos, and I think SkyJ kind of thrives in the chaos, but I don't think that either character or either player wants to introduce more chaos in such an evenly matched game.
Double counter, we've seen SkyJ doing this a couple times where he'll rip a counter, you try to punish that behavior outwards, he hits it again, and can immediately get it back air. Just look at this, 87% essentially off of one air interaction and just one little poke, off to the blast zone you go.
Walks up, waits, F tilts. SkyJ picks the most interesting options every time.
More importantly, did you see that tag? SkyJ is playing out of their mind. Okay, well, I was about to say the recovery department, but oopsie.
Maybe a little bit missed input, maybe a little bit trying to take out Mudace's other stock really quickly. Either way, I kind of, if it was the latter, I like the attempt, but it's definitely not the right choice.
Again, I just feel like we're looking at this war of attrition where, like you said, Mudace is looking for a varied offense where you're getting, and look, second counter again. You go for one, he pops the second one immediately, and then tries to punish the behavior where you're swinging again because you got countered.
So true. Now SkyJ's on the back foot, tries to fish for an Alolan Whip, but Mudace is ready for it. You need to get on the other side of Mudace if you want a chance of getting this one. Tries to catch a roll, not happening today. Mudace floats high, going for these full hops, not bothering with the instant float anymore because the Alolan Whip is too scary at this percent.
Yeah, it's a little bit too scary, but good follow-up there with the back air. SkyJ now on the back foot, and I think maybe a misinput there on the Alolan Whip, but... Ooh.
Down smash. Do it again. You always follow with a second down smash. It's the Wi-Fi special on Incineroar.
Well, hopefully we don't have to do it again, but SkyJ I feel like has had a couple series of misinputs, and it's been pretty disastrous so far this game.
Thanks for that Alolan Whip there. Mudace had to choose a different option, lest they be shield poked or caught by the Alolan Whip, so it was a good choice regardless. SkyJ's got the stage, but does not have the stock. Finally cleans it up into 81%. That's just the heavy tax. This is doable.
It's doable, but more importantly, we need to see SkyJ find a way to open up Mute's offense, and here we go. Easy conversion with the up airs into a fair. Just 43 off of 3 swift hits.
Yeah, getting back to stage here is hard. Calling out the jump. Mudace is so good at conditioning their opponent right here. Oh, the cross chop high is going to definitely be punished. That was unfortunate. SkyJ actually was able to make a full recovery, but was a little bit too worried that Mudace was going to re-aggress, as it would make sense, right? Mudace instead goes to center stage to decide to reset the ledge trap situation that would have happened right afterwards, and SkyJ had already made the decision to go aggressive with the cross chop, expecting the edge guard. Great stuff from Mudace, changing the cadence of the gameplay to benefit themselves.
Yeah, doing a great job from all of them, just making sure that they can say that, all right, if I know SkyJ goes for an aggressive option, whether it's the cross chop high and a Alolan Whip, they're constantly looking for a way to exploit this. So SkyJ, again, running it back to small battlefield, I almost wonder if a change of scenery may have helped, but at the rate both of these players are adapting, it might not matter.
Here's my thought process, right? SkyJ is really adept at conditioning his opponent. Oh my god, 66%. Really adept at conditioning his opponent. And I don't think that he wants to switch stages, because then you have to recondition your opponent. You have to relearn what their habits are. You have to relearn what their options off of ledge are. And in this case, you can at least have a better understanding of what your opponent is looking for at any given time without having to fully reset. So it's, I guess, a strategic choice from both players to not have to reset the conditioning game that they've already set up.
Yeah, it feels like they've made such solid adaptations into how they want to play this game, but Mudace is slowly starting to run away with this and just constantly calling out the offensive options on the side of SkyJ. Whether it's calling out the Alolan Whip like we've seen just there, adding up a quick 60%, or just waiting for a missed aerial, a smash attack, something else. SkyJ is starting to swing for the fences, as you've mentioned, but it is almost backfiring on him in this game plan.
Yeah, had to Alolan Whip there because they didn't have the jump, so he wanted to burn the Alolan Whip into the cross chop, but Mudace, aware that SkyJ didn't have a jump, was already ready with that forward air and is up 2 full stocks now. Mudace is not one of the players, I feel like, that SkyJ just randomly takes massive sets off of. You know, SkyJ takes sets off of Spargo, takes sets off of Leo, other big players, but Mudace does not seem to be punching that same ticket.
Mudace is just doing better and better over the course of the game. Finally loses a stock there, but again, they've seemed indomitable at this point. Their defense has been airtight. They've been able to add so much consistent pressure onto SkyJ, whether it's playing around the counter. Ooh. Hold on.
Sorry, that footstool nair I don't think I've seen out of a Peach.
I mean, can you even blame them? They're character specialists. They're the best in the business, but
High cross drop. Didn't even matter. Threw the turn it down, still had enough time to throw out an F smash. And Mudace takes the set 3-1, looking very comfortable against Incineroar.
Yeah, extremely practiced and just looks like they fully understand what their win condition is. They were able to execute extremely well under pressure. But I think more importantly, we're seeing how Mute just kept adapting as the offense started to stagger and change on the side of SkyJ.
Right. Absolutely, Ed. Continuing on with a run is Mudace off of a hot win at Patchwork, running that tournament back-to-back years, winning it in 2023, winning it in 2024. That was a major. This isn't even a major, although there are some bigger players here. Mudace is going to have more competition going into the top 8. That said, looking unstoppable. I mean, I don't know who's really going to be upsetting Mudace anytime soon.
We could have a chance. I mean, Leo's here. You can't really count out Leo. So there are some chances for that to possibly be an upset, but we have another great set coming up, and I think it's one from your region, Ice Knight versus Doorstop.
Ice Knight, the Greninja, the best Greninja in North America. I'm calling it right now. I'm sorry, Anarchy. I just think that Ice Knight is better right now. It's my regional bias. I am well aware. But Ice Knight versus Doorstop. And these two play like a good bit. I mean, they're similar region, and they go to a lot of the same events. I think recently Doorstop actually shut out Ice Knight. While surprisingly, they've only played once. And it was a fairly long time ago. It was at Frosty Faustings. I thought Ice Knight played Doorstop more recently than that, but I guess not.
So, I mean, how do you expect this matchup to play? If you've seen Ice Knight recently, ZSS, especially with Greninja, you know, there's not really any out-of-shield options on the side of Greninja. How do you expect Ice Knight to adapt?
I would say the idea is that your ground speed is your key, and you have to deal with ZSS's like aerial approaches with Zair. Zair is really the only thing you're massively concerned about. And then, of course, the ambiguous disadvantage state that comes out with Flip Jump. So those are the things that you have to be paying attention to and the things that you could potentially punish. But otherwise, you're going to be playing your normal linear ground game, looking for dash attacks, looking for down tilts on landings, anything along those lines. And that's pretty much it. Ice Knight is so fantastic at turning the tables and the pacing of the game as well. I know we talk about that with a lot of different players, but Ice Knight is somebody that can slow it down with Water Shuriken as needed or force their way in with a lot of like aggressive fast-falling nairs. I mean, I think this is going to be a hot set. Let me just say that. I don't have much in the way of predictions for you.
No, but I think you're pretty much on the money. I think one of the ways that Ice Knight could succeed. Oh, we have a really big crowd picking up again. Why Delirious, I believe, playing
Terry
against Shiny Mark. I think it's a close game, but directly behind the stream.
Trying to knock the #1 seed out before top 8 even happens. That one's not on even on stream, so you guys are just going to have to pay attention to start.gg for that one. But man, that's crazy.
Yeah, it's intimidating. You have such a close game already set up, but I mean, this is the winner side that we're worried about. We have Ice Knight and Doorstop both on an amazing run. If you look at the bracket, Doorstop took out Chunky. Ice Knight actually benefited from the initial game during our set where Sybil took out Shiny Mark, so now Ice Knight got to play into the Falco instead of the #1 seed. And so Shiny Mark unfortunately took out Y Delirious. Another Tennessee player falls, but like we said, Sybil helped Ice Knight get to this point in winners quarterfinals.
Yeah, definitely. And here's an interesting statistic for you guys. Doorstop actually has a win on Tarek. So that's a surprise. In the last year, it actually went Game 5, but has a win on Tarek. So that's definitely something I'm going to be like keeping my eyes on. Is that going to come into play? How much is that going to matter in the matchup experience? But in any case, we're going to get right into this. I know that Ice Knight is hungry for a win after last week going down, losing both games to Onin and Didi to lose Saturday Stadium in the double Steve, where he went Game 5, both times chose to go back to PS2. This is a little bit less traumatic going PS2 against ZSS, but I can definitely tell that Ice Knight is hungry for a big change of pace and some sort of placing would be nice.
Yeah, it seems like Doorstop is playing aggressive, but they're just doing a great job of punishing Ice Knight for deciding to swing at them. But Ice Knight doing a good job setting up off stage, and there's the water shuriken that you were talking about earlier, and just forcing this air dodge out of Doorstop.
You haven't played in a very long time, and I don't know that there's much in the way of ZSS practice in Chicago. Oh my goodness, that might be exactly the issue. Teching in place is such a dangerous situation when you're in the corner against ZSS, because you either have to worry about tech in place or tech roll away. You're going to have to deal with the down smash right in front of you. Or if you tech in, if you roll in, you'll have to deal with the reverse down smash. Both are scary options, and you don't have really a right choice to make right there.
And Doorstop playing extremely well right now, just dancing around this effective range that we keep referencing to on Ice Knight. And I think the easiest way they can say that is that they're starting to abuse the Nair, just like you said, still living from that up air. So Ice Knight having to find a different option. The problem with Greninja, and I think we can attest to this, once you escape a certain percent range, conversions are near impossible.
Yeah. I wonder how much the jab is going to take effect this game, the frame 1 jab coming out from ZSS, and how much that's going to influence how Ice Knight plays out of shields or in close quarters.
Yeah, definitely going to have to, I think, play some factor for bailing Doorstop out of a situation they may not want to be in, but more importantly, we can just see a really careful game plan on the side of Doorstop where they're just giving Ice Knight the respect they command.
Yeah, and unfortunately, giving plenty of respect to Ice Knight is the right choice for Doorstop, where Ice Knight has to force an opening here. You can't play too much slower because you're just racking up damage after damage. At 91% on your second stock, and you can't find a closeout as Greninja, you're unable to find down tilts. It's not easy to look for on ZSS, even on landing options, because you have to deal with Zair. Like, you can't low-profile Zair into a down tilt. You have to cross up at best, and you're not finding any of those openings right now. It's so difficult.
Yeah, add in the rage, you're starting to have to look for those raw fares because you can't get those down tilt conversions just like you said. But Doorstop immediately answering 2 stocks to 1. And I think this is the position Doorstop wants to be in. You can play slowly poke at Ice Knight using the Zair, but just play around the fact that Ice Knight has to aggress.
Yeah. Okay, good drag down right there. Not able to follow it into anything right now, but Ice Knight is fully in the driver's seat. Gets hit by the get-up attack for the reversal, but still gets to do a ledge trap, finds the Nair, isn't able to combo into a fair, not high enough percent quite for that. Juggle comes out, still chasing, still scrambling, reversed.
Doing a really great job so far of just setting up these chases and hammering on the offense against Ice Knight. Just calling out these defensive options. It feels like Ice Knight's a little bit listless.
That's a good option right there, playing it really slow. Neutral get up into the down smash is too scary, but Doorstop was not ready to respond on reaction. Does find that falling back air to close out the game. What's the adaptation?
I think part of it is Ice Knight, I hate to say it, you might have to move away from the shuriken. You're trying to play a range game against ZSS, especially with the Zair. You might not win that. You have to wait for Doorstop to finally essentially commit, come in either with fair, something else, maybe even trying to nair you aggressively, and start looking for grab conversions. Make Doorstop afraid to poke at you so they will sit in shield and have to endure some of the better frame data from Greninja.
This is interesting that we're choosing Small Battlefield. So I think any stage besides PS2 and Small Battlefield probably benefits Greninja. You either get the center platform that you can play around, make things claustrophobic for Doorstop so they can't just like back up and look for Zairs. You get to press on top of them or force them to try to approach when you're sharking underneath the platform. Or you go to a flat stage and you get to frame trap for days against ZSS. You can cross up more effectively. You don't have to worry about ZSS landing on platforms. And you can't ban all the flat stages and the single platform stages. So I think that Ice Knight is more of an enjoyer of the platform combo route, and that's why he chose to go back to Small Battlefield. But I honestly think you can adjust your game plan and succeed better on a different stage.
Yeah, and one thing that we haven't seen yet, but I would like to see Ice Knight implement is off-stage Shadow Sneak when Doorstop is trying to recover in a predictable way. We've seen Anarchy and other Greninjas use this to great effect, so this is something that I could think Ice Knight could immediately implement to make Doorstop uncomfortable.
Yeah, uncomfortable is really the name of the game because you can't just force conditioning on ZSS's disadvantage. You have to be prepared to go for uncomfortable or odd options, because that's the only way that you're going to catch doorstop. You can't just condition.
Yeah, and
maybe you can. Maybe you can. I'm sorry I doubted you.
But it's exactly what we want to see from Ice Knight, forcing doorstop off stage, and again, just exploiting the fact that there are only so many options that doorstop can take to get back to the stage. Ice Knight is just playing extremely well, but more importantly, patient.
Yeah. And we are on a more claustrophobic stage, right? Let's be clear. That does benefit Greninja, period. It is better than PS2 on all counts. And we're seeing that because doorstop can't just back up and look for Zairs. Doorstop has to scramble more often, and Ice Knight, you know, being on Greninja, having better frame data, has plenty of tools to deal with those scramble situations. And you get also these platform combos, can't find a tech chase.
Yeah, I cannot agree more with you, man. I think the way that Ice Knight is looking to play this is the best way. Doorstop does have to look to close out a stop right now, because at 162, you're just, again, we've talked about Rage all day, but at this point, it's just getting harder for Doorstop to find that opening, and letting Ice Knight secure an earlier kill, not a great position to be in.
I don't know if Ice Knight was magnet handsing there. I think Doorstop actually saved Ice Knight. Ice Knight was able to tack on a little bit more damage. We'll see how much that matters, but oh wow, if that was a kill, it definitely would have mattered.
Yeah, it would have absolutely meant
Loves those hydro pump delays.
But I think that's another avenue that Ice Knight is just either a hair too early, or Doorstop is very cognizant of, using the hydro pump to force a recovery, and again, good conversion with the fair. You can see Ice Knight finally settling into their game plan.
Yeah, definitely settling into playing around Doorstop's disadvantage state. Running up and catching the down tilt has been like a core thing that Ice Knight has been able to find more of in this game than the last game. It's led to stocks, and now we've got a big stock advantage leading into some percentage advantage too.
I'm just calling out that shuriken right there, using the flip jump with the shuriken. I like how Ice Knight has the presence of mind to understand that you don't need to go for a flashy option, just get your consistent conversions.
Yes. Absolutely. I think this is a little bit too close to be playing if you're Doorstop, and Ice Knight was trying to aggress because it was too close, but the first time that we've seen out of shield up B, Doorstop finds the correct option at the correct time.
Oh man, Doorstop is finally looking for some unique setups now, using the berry. But now, I think we've seen Doorstop finally move away from some of those aerial approaches, but oh no.
Oh wow.
Yeah, I think you were 100% on the money. Moving to a small stage absolutely benefited Ice Knight.
Yeah.
But if you're in Ice Knight's shoes, what are you banning against Doorstop right now?
You're banning if I'm choosing here, you're banning PS2, you're banning Battlefield probably, and you're banning Hollow Bastion.
So why Hollow Bastion?
Or maybe Smashville Hollow Bastion. And you're banning, I wouldn't imagine Hollow Bastion being a ban, right? But the only reason I say it is because I saw Ice Knight mouth Hollow Bastion. I don't have a reason for you. I just know that he did ban it. I don't know. I mean,
I'm just really good at lip reading. I don't have any logic behind it.
That's exactly right. Like, the platform is small enough that you can still get your combo extensions on it. You get that short ceiling, so your up smash will kill earlier. I mean, I'm not sure what the reason is. And the fact that PS2 is actually left open surprises me. I think that people are so hesitant to ban PS2 because it is such a neutral, theoretical neutral stage, but it's so advantageous for players that can, like Young Link, like ZSS, the people that can back up and throw like an aerial or like throw some spacing options at you. We haven't even seen Paralyzer come out, but that could be in play for Doorstop as well. I don't think you go to a longer stage here. I don't think you leave this open.
Yeah, PS2 isn't necessarily always as even as you may think. Think like, for instance, the Donkey Kong or the Ike matchup. But right now, Doorstop really abusing the length of the stage to put Ice Knight in disadvantage by just constantly choosing a safer spaced option.
I think Ice Knight is super comfortable in the double platform stages. A lot of like tech options onto the stage, like drag down, up airs, combo extensions in general, have been benefiting Ice Knight, and I think that's a comfort pick more than anything else. But I don't know. I agree with you. I don't know that it's the best choice. Falling there into forward air isn't going to quite kill. Going deep for the back air, unable to hit it.
And fake Doorstop out to close out his stock. Really good presence of mind from Ice Knight to just essentially fake doorstop into the air dodge and closing it out.
Yeah, doorstop burn jumped a little bit too early, and so Ice Knight went really deep. And did the Hydro Pump catch there?
I think it did.
Okay, you know what? Ice Knight is really fantastic at proving me wrong on all of my predictions or all of my thought process, making PS2 look like the stage choice for Ice Knight.
But I think even closer to what you're saying, Ice Knight is staying calm and not letting these mistakes rattle him or say like get a little bit too amped up.
Right.
I think we're seeing doorstop realize, oh shoot, I am down 2 stocks early. I have to clear this deficit up. It's 2 minutes off of the board and I cannot touch Ice Knight yet.
Yeah. Forward throw. I mean, you just don't have a kill throw option right now as ZSS, so like you have to just play for position here. Ice Knight is planking, just waiting, holding, strong, patiently walking up, but unfortunately I think it's shield poked by the side B there.
Yeah, that was kind of almost inevitable at that point with percentage on the board, but Ice Knight just slowly whittling away against doorstop. This is their game to lose. You have 77% onto doorstop. Just maintain your ground integrity and force doorstop into a position where shielding isn't the correct option and you force your conversion.
And Ice Knight is the Midwest king of pace changing, right? Able to slow down the game as needed, back up and use Water Shuriken, or re-aggress as expected, right? So we're seeing a lot of drift aways here where you might expect like drift in, a lot of ambiguous aggression coming out from Ice Knight. So doorstop is trying to force offstage interactions, force over-aggression, but unfortunately, if you're fishing for like a down smash for that forced aggression, Ice Knight, again, changing the pace, has backed up just far enough to avoid it and punish it with a forward air.
Yeah, I think Ice Knight has done a good job of implementing a game plan, sticking to it, but more importantly, adapting to how doorstop wants to play this game out. I think if you are on the side of doorstop, you might need to either consider a different stage or a different tactic. Maybe just go to a little more of an aggressive stance and start trying to rush down Ice Knight by grabbing them.
Yeah, we're running it back to PS2. It is the right choice. It's the best option, I think, stage-wise for ZSS. But here's the other piece, right? I think Ice Knight is comfortable on PS2 because he's so adept at changing the pace of the game. It allows him the chance to run away, to play around the space a whole lot more. So when it's Ice Knight's game to lose, Ice Knight will not lose. The issue is if Ice Knight gets on the back foot at any point, this is a very, very difficult stage to re-aggress onto ZSS.
I think one thing we're looking at is Ice Knight has basically racked up 90% with just relatively unanswered, but we're still fishing for the down tilt up smash, and it's not connecting yet, but doorstop is afraid, air dodging out consistently. And Ice Knight, next trade, I think that's the stock.
Ice Knight is absolutely crazy. I mean, the amount of like drift away forward airs that he gets on doorstop's like re-aggression off of ledge, trying to go for a reversal, has been fantastic. But here's the issue. Ice Knight also likes to go for reversals from ledge too. If Ice Knight slows down the pace like that, right, waiting, slowly inching their way back to center, then, again, Ice Knight's game to lose. If Ice Knight over-aggresses and doorstop gets the stock advantage, it's going to be a problem.
I absolutely agree. Ice Knight setting up off stage, and this is the problem. We've talked about how Greninja does have some issues once these kill percents start to eclipse over the 150% mark. Now, Ice Knight, I think, is going to have a really hard time converting outside of a raw fair, or just up throw.
Yeah,
never mind. I forgot about that one.
I know. I always forget that Greninja does have a kill throw at above 150 on a lot of characters. Now, doorstop wants to trade the stock back immediately, but Ice Knight has to just play very slowly, and you can see the patience off stage, not burning any resources early because he knows that doorstop was going to have to go for something aggressive. Doorstop does find the aggressive option, the first down smash actually hitting this game, and converts off of it. So now we've reset again. Not Ice Knight's game to lose anymore, but it's not his to win.
Yeah, but doorstop's doing a good job of slowly adapting and figuring out how to play around Ice Knight's pressure. I like that we're just floating outside of the range where Bear doesn't necessarily work. So doorstop is fully utilizing the ZSS kit, but Ice Knight just smothering doorstop in offense.
Gorgeous. Gorgeous, gorgeous, gorgeous. Doorstop went a little bit too aggressive off stage without having the resources to deal with it. You can only really cover high recoveries like really reliably against Greninja unless you have all of your resources available. I'm talking flip jump, I'm talking regular like double jump. If you don't have those things, then you're going to get reversals really easily, and now doorstop's going to be afraid to go off stage for chasing low, and Ice Knight's going to abuse that, I think, by only recovering low.
Yeah, that makes complete sense to me. I think we will see Ice Knight start going low to try and circumvent Doorstop's aggression. But part of this is Ice Knight is in a position where these dash attacks can just lead to a pretty much kill setup where, Doorstop circles up with the down till it's a pretty precarious position too, because you're essentially dancing on the razor's edge, where Ice Knight, this is kill percent. You can explode at any given moment.
Yeah, absolutely. 93% is a tiny bit of rage as well. A little bit more damage on Doorstop, you can get a kill. A down tilt up smash would have killed on the platform, but unable to convert. The instant tech does save Doorstop just a tiny bit. You have a little bit more to work with, but this is your winner's side stock.
Doing a really great job so far of just forcing advantage onto Doorstop. Last stock for Doorstop. If you can close out this stock, you can slow play the rest of that last stock.
Gorgeous.
But too little, too late, and Ice Knight closes it out 3-1.
That's my goat right there. Chicago on the map. Top 8. Winner's side, Ice Knight has secured their spot. Let's talk about the path. Who was in Ice Knight's path that was supposed to stop Ice Knight? Shiny Mark. Sybil took out Shiny Mark and then had to play Ice Knight for who plays Doorstop to get to top 8.
Yep.
Guess what there's a ton of in Chicago? Falcos. Ice Knight has all... Look, actually, Ice Knight is talking to 2 Falcos right now, Eclipse and Cypher. Ice Knight has so much experience in the Falco matchup that Sybil was definitely just a small roadblock, and since Shiny Mark was no longer in the path, it was a more even matchup, right? Doorstop Ice Knight is a lot more even than theoretically, you know, Ice Knight, Shiny Mark. So Ice Knight finds their way into the winner's side in a large part thanks to Sybil.
Yeah, great to see that we're continuing these on, especially having Ice Knight able to clutch up essentially because of what happened earlier on with Shiny Mark losing to Sybil. But we are keeping things rolling here. I believe we have Chunky and Wolfie coming up to the stream. So Wolfie, another player formerly a ZSS, but now playing Sonic. I think it's going to be a little bit tough for DK to try and halt the offense on the side of Wolf, where you're just incentivized, slow play it. You're fine. You can spin dash, you can charge. There are other ways for you to oppress DK, but how are you even going to essentially land your starters on Sonic if you are DK?
There's no like theoretical way to win this as DK, right? You just have to have the chunky difference where you get like some crazy openings, like a nice grab, conversion, a good edge guard. Like Chunky shows up in so many different ways that you can't predict ahead of time, and that's what's allowed him to take games off of some of the top players in the world. Wolfie, the #1 player in Indiana right now on that Sonic, has just been very dominant in their region. Only dropped 1 game at a regional South Bend Fight Club. Only dropped 1 game the entire tournament. I mean, when they're on, they're on. They're dominant.
Yeah, seeing the journey that Wolfie has taken from starting with ZSS, like we said, and then moving to Sonic, putting all their effort in, and becoming a disciple of the character, it's really admirable. It shows you that as you put in more effort to mastering your character, there's nothing short of possibility for you to advance and become a better player. Right. So really excited to see how Wolfie does play this out, because I don't know how much experience there is for Wolfie to play against DK typically. Yeah,
I also am not sure typically what that looks like, right? I mean, in region, theoretically, Chunky you have Wrath, you have Sinito, you have other Sonics in the region. Sonic's a common enough character. DK is not necessarily so much that. And especially in Indiana, I don't think there are a lot of big DKs. So how much experience Wolfie has in this matchup, I'm not sure. Will that come into play? Chunky Kong is the player to matchup check here.
And here we go, Wolf already playing extremely patient and waiting to basically capitalize on Chunky just over-aggressing. But interesting use of up B there. I understand what Chunky's game plan is, but I feel like if you keep going for these down specials, it's Wolfie's game to lose at this point. He can just wait for the frame data to be in his favor.
Yeah, absolutely. We're going for a quick stage tech check. That's the chump check right there. Wolfie doesn't fall for it. More experience than that. You can't chump check him. Chunky Kong's got to get back to stage here. Very difficult to do. Disadvantage is not exactly DK's specialty.
And calling out the recovery with the F Smash, Wolfie in a good position, 88% on the board. So now you can just look to slow play out and basically burn the clock against Chunky Kong.
Yeah, and Wolfie is no stranger to burning the clock if that's something he chooses to do, but I don't think that that's necessarily his game plan right now. He's going to play bait and punish for sure, but I don't think he's going to play circle camp.
No, you don't even have to play circle camp at this point, but I think the way that Chunky Kong is playing, by consistently going for the down B against Wolfie, it has incentivized him to just basically play to wait for Chunky Kong to give him an opening.
Yep, Chunky Kong cleared up the stock. We talked about that heavy tax before. That's going to come into play for sure here. But we do have Giant Punch online. Get up attack does catch. Yeah, Hand Slap is going to interrupt any spin charges in.
It is, but at the same time, we've seen Wolfie been able to pretty consistently get in and around the Hand Slap to just use a Nair or something else to extend these combos, but it's pretty good at deterring Wolfie from a ground game right now using the Hand Slap.
Nice little combo right there. Wolfie gets Chunky off stage. Chunky Kong returns the favor, looking for a ding dong. That's like a 58% death on Sonic. Just a reminder, Sonic is a light character.
And quickly equalizing. Great job from Wolfie there to clean up the stock. It feels like it's anyone's game, but right now, if Wolfie can slow play out the Hand Slap right now, just wait for Chunky Kong to overcommit, and that's that opening. Wolfie can run away with this, but unfortunately, it looks like the combo was dropped.
Went for the forward air, would have caught a few different options there, but DI in is not one of them. Wolfie gets out. 60% though, and no percentage down on Chunky Kong for the most part. With Giant Punch online, you have to be worried about a lot. You cannot just spin charge in. You have to look for other openings. Falling up air is a great choice.
Pretty good damage being tacked on by Wolf right now, but you kind of... Oh, never mind. The Giant Punch is offline. Wolf is in a commanding position right now to just wait out the offense from Chunky Kong. As long as you do not let this Giant Punch get back online, you're in a great position to seal this game out.
60%. Oh, no, never mind. Yeah, 60% is death for sure. That was a great falling Giant's Punch. It wasn't even fully charged up. Chunky Kong did fall with it at very heavy charge. It was mostly charged, I'd say probably 75% of the way, and that's all you needed to take out Sonic. Chunky Kong, against all matchup odds, is up a game.
It may be against matchup odds, but do you think going to small battlefield possibly backfired on Wolfie, giving the option of a ding-dong against Donkey Kong?
Yeah, probably so, but returning to Game 2, PS2 is the only thing I can imagine that would stay open right now. I guess we'll find out in just a moment. Donkey Kong being up a game, I'm assuming the bans would have been flat stages. I'm surprised that we're going back to small battlefield instead of choosing like a PS2 for Wolfie. What were the bans for Chunky, right? I would imagine you'd have like the long flat stages, right? You'd be banning Final Destination, you'd be banning maybe Town and City. I don't know. That's a good question.
The thing is, you really do not ever want to go to PS2 against DK. It is a gimme to get the ding-dong there. So Chunky Kong definitely left it open as a bait to say like, yeah, sure, take me to PS2. But that's one of the most consistent setups for Chunky Kong, where Wolfie doesn't really want to possibly go to town either, because you can get a similar setup. So that does leave you probably the options of like maybe Battlefield or something else. But Chunky Kong doing a great job of just sharking out these platforms, and I think Wolfie needs to find a different plan of attack against Chunky Kong, because what's currently happening isn't working.
Yeah, I just have so many questions about the stage bans right now. Like, all of what you're saying makes sense, but then what did Chunky Kong choose to ban? I feel like Smashville and Hollow Bastion only benefit Chunky Kong, and then flat stages are also like not exactly Sonic's forte. I mean, yeah, I'm not sure.
It's going to be interesting, but I think we probably will not see PS2 as a counterpick from Wolfie, but 130 on Chunky Kong, especially with the Giant Punch online, Wolfie might need to figure out a different way to get around how Chunky Kong is setting up this defense with constant use of the Giant Punch. And a quick 2 stocks on the side of Chunky Kong. Wolfie has to find any type of opening, and the shield shatters!
Okay, that's a nice little combo. All you can get is guaranteed damage at that percentage, but doesn't mean that the shield break wasn't hot. That's some good crucial damage. And like you said, the defensive setup, right? The hand slap, the grounded hand slap means that you cannot approach with spin charge. If you want to approach with spin dash, it's going to have to be aerial, in which case you're going to get like ASK'd out of shield. So edge guard here is crucial for Wolfie. Unable to find it, and Chunky Kong's going to get another chance up here. Giant Punch armor does come out. Now the advantage has swapped. Chunky Kong on the back foot again. Gets frame trapped into a back air, and Wolfie's got a little bit more time on their hands.
Yeah, Wolfie does have a little bit of time, but right now it feels like Chunky Kong is just in such a commanding position. It takes one grab or a setup, and that up air will seal the game a quick 2-0 in favor of Chunky Kong. And right now it feels like Sonic just isn't an answer. Do you see Wolfie swapping at all?
Nah, no shot, right? Wolfie hasn't played anything else in, like, I feel like some time. And as far as like a stage swap too, I really don't know what benefits Wolfie here. I think the platforms are clearly not Wolfie's friend at this point, and what stages are left open has yet to be determined. I can't read Chunky Kong's lips. They've got a mask on. But PS2 is the swap.
Okay.
I think that this is probably the only choice as Wolfie is to swap here, because small battlefield, the hand slap just takes up too much space.
Yeah, I think it is a little too claustrophobic, as you said earlier, but now Wolfie looking pretty confident right now, playing with a renewed confidence. I am interested to see how they're going to play around Chunky Kong, at least openly charging the Giant Punch.
Back throw gets Chunky off stage. Edge guarding is a big win condition against Donkey Kong, but Chunky Kong's disadvantage is pretty ambiguous, and Wolfie is a little bit too afraid to get reversaled, I think, and is not going overly aggressive for it.
Yeah, definitely not going to be punished for any over-aggressive mistakes this set, but catches Wolfie off stage and almost cleans him out. It feels like Chunky Kong is trying to just exploit any recovery that they can on the side of Wolfie, but 117, you would think it's a kill percentage, but Chunky just has rage. It's gas in the tank.
This is Ding Dong percent too, at 53%. Doesn't even bother looking for it. You know what else it is? Giant Punch percent. That's like a big mix-up, right? You either have to worry about the Tomahawk hop in, cargo throw, jump onto the platform, Ding Dong, or you have to worry about the jump in Giant Punch. And so you don't really have a lot of good choices. You can like roll in, which is insanely scary to do. Like, who's doing that? Or you can choose to 50-50. Chunky Kong has been picking every 50-50 correctly. This is looking like a double-sided coin.
It's definitely difficult to try and get around this type of offense when Chunky Kong is playing so cognizant of how you're trying to exploit, let's call it the common weaknesses in Donkey Kong's defense. But how do you try and at least establish control as Wolfie? Do you try and play a hit-and-run style timeout Chunky Kong? Because what has been happening over the past 2 days has not been, or 2 games, has not been successful. There has to be a different way.
Yeah, I think hit and run, maybe spin charge through shield. But the issue is if you try to spin charge through shield, you're going to get aerial spinning Kong down to shield. And that's just going to be damage and advantage state for Chunky Kong. So that doesn't feel good either, right? So you can't attack shield super reliably. But if you're going to attack shield, you need to stay on top of Chunky Kong, and you need to stay grounded and hope that Chunky Kong uses something a little bit overly aggressive. But falling Giant Punch has just been the only option that Chunky Kong needs to keep advantage.
And again, just trying to find some type of advantage. Chunky Kong is fully running away with this game so far. Wolfie might have to get a little bit creative and either stuff Chunky Kong off stage, maybe with a spring gimp or something else, but we're threatening Ding Dong right now.
Ding Dong and Giant Punch, right? You have to worry about the Tomahawk grab, or you have to worry about the falling Giant Punch. And so far, Chunky Kong has picked the falling Giant Punch most of the time. Can't find the Ding Dong right there.
Wolfie still makes it back to the stage, but I like him immediately trying to command center. It's a solid game plan, but again, Chunky just looks unshakable right now.
God, finally doesn't find the Giant Punch, but it has enough time to spot dodge and continue aggression to some degree. The scramble situations, you can see Chunky panics a little bit, goes for spot dodges just almost at random, and so Wolfie has some opportunity in that small, tight moment, but you just don't have like the stock or the percentage to start conditioning your opponent anymore. You needed a lot more time that set to do it, and Chunky did not give any time for it. 3-0.
3-0, Chunky Kong moving on, and making pretty quick work of a matchup that you would think would be extremely in Sonic's favor. It's pretty impressive to see when you have these character specialists like Chunky Kong, Mude, Sky J, and the like, essentially exploiting matchups that you really wouldn't peg them to win.
No, not at all. But Chunky Kong is that character specialist, has taken sets off of players much greater than Wolfie at this point. And Wolfie could not find the in, right? I think Chunky Kong essentially put down a game plan, set out a structure for Wolfie and said, figure out how to play around this.
Yeah.
Wolfie just couldn't do it. So Chunky Kong said, I'm going to keep doing the same things. I'm still going to play like ambiguously with my advantage options, right? Threatening both Tomahawk Grab and Giant's Punch. But otherwise, if I'm on the defense or if we're playing neutral, you have to figure out a way around hand slap. You have to figure out a way around my spot dodge options. You have to figure out a way to recover when you're off stage, deal with F-tilt. Like, just a framework placed.
Yeah. I think it's also how the execution of Chunky Kong's game plan just worked out, especially with how he was consistently drilling the giant punches.
Yeah.
It's so hard to come back when you are constantly getting hit by these haymakers, and oh boy, we have a Georgia native coming up to the stream. I hate to interrupt my train of thought, but we have Mugen and Doorstop coming up for you guys. This is going to be a real treat.
Yeah, we got Roy versus ZSS, which is always a fun matchup to watch. You know, the top level, I'm sure you've seen Cola versus Mars. This is Cola versus Mars at home.
Oh, don't.
Not derogatorily, just
I was about to say, no.
They're both regional threats. They're both massively regional threats that don't like happen to make massive runs at super majors. So when I say they're at home, I mean literally they succeed the most at home.
Yeah, I was about to say, like, let's not diminish Doorstop and Mugen. These players are unbelievable. Especially when you talk to Mugen about anything where it's about Ultimate, they are able to quickly internalize and process data in ways that you don't necessarily think about immediately.
Right. Can't disagree with you there. As far as ZSS threats, do you know of any like noteworthy Georgia ZSSs like that Mugen would have had practice against for this to feel like he's got the experience?
That are active right now?
Yeah, maybe just in history, honestly. Oh, you know what? It doesn't matter.
Oh. Well, there's a Pokemon trainer in Georgia. You heard of DD before?
I've heard of DD. I've heard of Squirtle B. I've heard of, I feel like there's two more, right? There's just so many, actually.
Yeah, there's...
Vapors Club just plays everything.
Yeah, there's a lot of Pokemon trainers here, so this is something that Mugen isn't afraid of, but you can already see how Mugen is going to adapt to Doorstop, and it's by basically dancing outside of where Squirtle can hit you, but more importantly, just peppering options and abusing the fact that you have a disjoint with a great sweet spot that can blow Squirtle up extremely early.
Yeah, this is a much better matchup for Doorstop than like a ZSS choice would be. Squirtle against Roy is just so oppressive, as we can see. Doorstop is going to milk the Squirtle as long as possible, as long as it's beneficial for them. But unfortunately, that also could mean death. Mugen tried to find a nice little trap there, unable to do so, and so now you have to deal with a Squirtle ledge trap.
Yeah, I think that's definitely going to be something that's difficult for Mugen to handle, but at 84% with a little bit of rage, the jab is one of the most... I was going to say, oppressive options that Mugen has, so you have to respect. F-tilt, Dancing Blade, there are limitless kill options for Mugen in this situation, but bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Up throw, Charizard, now switch back to Squirtle, and we're starting it all over again. So the question is, can Doorstop get enough damage down with the Squirtle before taking too much damage themselves that they can stay on the Squirtle for a very long time, get Mugen to crazy kill percentages, and then maybe swap off if you think it's beneficial? Or does Mugen get to rack up some reverse damage, force Doorstop off the Squirtle early, and then it's Mugen's game?
Yeah, you might see the Squirtle get off early, but it's...
Whoops, I'm sorry, was that up tilt, jump up B from Squirtle? I've never seen that combo.
I mean,
that's raw.
I can process that, but...
Sorry, continue with your train of thought. Oh no. My god.
This is part of the issue. If you miss a single tech against Squirtle, especially once you get off stage, it's so easy for Doorstop to exploit anything that you are doing off stage. If you make a blazer back to stage at a bad angle, you're dead. But same side of the coin. Squirtle can just explode off of one bad reaction, and I think Doorstop, yeah, there it is, has to get off Charizard if you want to close this game out.
Yeah, absolutely. Mugen actually found a nice ledge trump, which is the Mugen specialty. Jump is still online, is able to recover, very patient. Mugen knows how to recover on Roy. It's not the best recovery, but it's definitely doable. Now the switch to Ivysaur way too early, I think this is a mistake. I think you have to stay on Squirtle as absolutely long as possible.
You do, but you're also having to respect Mugen and the fact that you're in a kill window where jab, back air, you know, F tilt at the ledge. If you're on Squirtle, you're gone. And
oh my god. That's what happens when you switch to Charizard, though. You become this heavy, this fast faller, and then Mugen, of course, knows how to play Roy, hits the jab into double-edge dance, and closes out the game. So what do you think happens now?
I mean, immediately, you want to try and slow Mugen down. You do not go to Town and City. That is banned. You cannot go to Town and City. If you give Mugen Town and City, that's lights out. He can blow you up on the inside blast zones immediately. Yeah. So I think part of this is, I hate to say it, go Ivysaur.
Yeah.
You have to Razor Leaf camp. You have to play extremely slow. But utilize Charizard when you want to interfere with Mugen off stage, and Squirtle should be your fallback.
I think that makes plenty of sense. As far as stage selections, I can't imagine that Mugen wants to keep the small stages online or the single platform stages. They don't tend to benefit Roy. And so we banned probably Smashville, Hollow Bastion, and then maybe FD. I'm not really sure what the third ban would be, but small battlefield is the selection.
It does make sense. You're making it a little bit claustrophobic where Mugen can cover the entire stage at once, but it's also harder to escape the projectiles. Mugen just suffocating Doorstop right now.
Look at this. The tech chases are crazy, but Doorstop has rolled in every time, and Mugen is just expecting a different option each time.
Oh.
Doesn't hit the tech on the stage, but unfortunately both players are going to lose their stocks from that. So Doorstop finding a good opening there and just turns the tables back to neutral.
It might be enough to make Mugen second guess a decision, because originally they had so much momentum swinging in their way. They were able to just constantly poke away at Doorstop, but now that you've been able to reset the stock, both players are now fresh, we can see Doorstop is able to just slowly whittle away at Mugen, and I think that's your only path to victory.
Yeah. Mugen has a little bit of an advantage now. Is not afraid to trade some damage, right? Because if you get Squirtle low, or if you get Squirtle at like those higher percentages, it's going to be way easier to kill. And it just is a force of Doorstop to swap to Ivysaur. Exactly like that. Can't find the ledge trump this time, but is able to punish the grab with an F smash. Sometimes you just roll in.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's essentially an execute. You get hit with that F smash, you're gone. The way that Mugen plays is so fast, you don't have time to breathe, let alone think about how Mugen is playing, and he's always 2 steps ahead of you.
Jab back here. It's not going to kill Squirtle that percentage, but one more will. I have to imagine we're going to switch to Ivysaur if we're feeling uncomfortable, and Doorstop actually finds a grab, not feeling too uncomfortable, is ready to get an edge guard here. Not able quite to find it, and now Mugen gets a reversal. It's a little bit lazy.
I think Doorstop was a little bit trigger happy on the water gun there, closing out the stock, putting Mugen on his last, but 106, that's pretty terrifying, especially against Roy.
We've racked up a little bit of damage here. Really not switching off of Squirtle. The fear is not yet instilled into Doorstop, and that's the right choice at this point. Almost took the whole life right there, but the down air is going to allow Mugen a little bit more advantageous positioning.
Putting it onto the ledge, and Mugen trying to set up a jab confirm, but I think we're a little bit out of that range. Mugen might have to look for just a spare up tilt, a fair, or even an F tilt, but that will certainly do it. Mugen spacing extremely well around Doorstop right now, and it is 2-0 for Georgia.
It's really funny because I feel like every time that Doorstop swaps off of Squirtle at high percentages, he just instantly dies. Like, Mugen's like, I'm closing out the stock the second you switch off of Squirtle. And it happens like every time. I don't know if it's a confidence thing or if Doorstop just chooses more, I guess, I don't want to call them lazy options, but positional options that Mugen is ready to punish. Because if you're playing Squirtle, right, you're fast, you're mobile. You can choose, like, roll at ledge. You can choose, like, get up attack at ledge or something like that. But at the second that you switch to Ivysaur, it's a little bit scarier. You have longer end lag. And so he chooses a more lazy option, and Mugen is ready to punish it.
Yeah, I don't even think it's that. Is that Mugen understands that the only way to succeed is once Squirtle is gone, the threat to your recovery, you have to execute. You have to remove them from the field. But going to ZSS and taking it back to PS2, how do you think this might impact Mugen's game plan?
So we talked about how Mugen probably doesn't have any like active ZSSs to play against, like not a lot of experience here, and Doorstop probably just is more comfortable on ZSS today, being a little bit more practiced on it today. And the win conditions are a little bit more clear in this situation too. You don't have to worry about all the different Pokemon. You don't have to worry about trying to stay on this light character the entire time. You are a light character the entire time, but you have better options. You have a better range. You have a lot of that range that Ivysaur provides for you while also having the mobility of Squirtle. So theoretically it works out, but here's the issue. You get comboed as well really, really hard from being a tall, skinny, fast volley character.
Yeah, and I think you're trying to essentially dance on the most threatening part of Roy, which is right around that first part of the blade. If you're dancing around the sour spot, not necessarily as scary, but ZSS definitely wants to try to get in, and that's right in sweet spot range, just like you said.
Yeah. It's the down smash into the up smash, and now Doorstop is up a stock. And Mugen's got to find about 2 openings here, right? One with like a nair to get a little bit of damage down, and then maybe a jab into punish. But the down air, mixing up the timing, that's kind of Mugen's downfall right here. It's getting mixed up on the cadence. He's used to holding control of the cadence. Found it again, punishes the get up attack.
Yeah, I said it earlier, it's basically an execute. If he has hit you in a situation where he can tech chase, he knows you're not going to do something, that F smash is a delete button for Mugen. One thing we haven't seen yet is the falling up air on the side of Mugen. If that starts coming out, I think Doorstop has a lot of different threats to start worrying about.
We talked about players that like to control the pace of the game, and with Mugen, he's definitely good at controlling the pace of the game, but only if that pace is fast, right? Like Mugen slows it down sometimes, but it's only to find an opening to play more quickly, and that's the issue, right? If you roll in trying to get a quick reversal, Doorstop is sometimes going to be ready for it and closes out that stock.
Yeah, it makes sense, especially knowing that Doorstop is able to capitalize on these mistakes where Mugen is playing at a really high velocity and just trying to force decisions. I think the easiest way to get around it is the F smash from Mugen again.
Oh my god. I had to stand up on that one. Called the roll. That was the paying attention, right? We talked about how Doorstop keeps rolling in or keeps choosing roll as a tech option, and Mugen was actually ready for it that time. Evens up the stocks and now has advantage, is trying to clean up a lot of this damage right now.
We've talked about momentum, but Mugen doesn't play off momentum. It's confidence.
Yeah.
When he knows he's got you, it is a blood-seeking instinct. Mugen in a position where they have to be a little more afraid now. At almost 100%, Doorstop can find a conversion off of pretty much any stray hit.
77% is kill percentage if you get like a jab back air with a 116% rage. Also, a tech read could be good too, and that's a double-edged dance, trying to call out an air dodge in, unable to do so. Almost reads the roll. Doorstop panicking right now, holding shield. Oh, the F smash does not break the shield, and it allows Doorstop to run up and get the up smash. 2-1.
Mugen is in a still commanding position. Doorstop does get the win, but it still feels like by the skin of their teeth. Look, we have some Georgia.
Go ahead.
Some Georgia players just popping off real hard. But look, I think if you're in
Georgia's hype for their boy. All right.
if you're in Mugen's position, you just execute the game plan you know works, which is suffocating Doorstop and unforced error. Doorstop down a stock sub 15 seconds.
That's tragic, right? Like, the uphill battle that Doorstop has had to battle this entire set has been, how do I find ZSS capabilities to open this up? Mugen gets an air dodge back to stage. Now Doorstop has more of a hill to climb from that SD.
Yeah, it just feels like Doorstop now has to take such unnecessary risk against Mugen, who wants you to do something goofy so they can immediately punish you. But equalizing quick, Doorstop saying, I didn't need that first stock.
Who needs the first stock? Doorstop does equalize. That's so important too. The fact that the pacing, right? Mugen can play up the pacing to the best of their ability. Also means that Doorstop understands the pacing, is ready to respond to it, catches that jump for the first time this set, and Doorstop is looking a little bit more studied. That said, double-edged dance, Mugen, again, keeping pace. This is the speed he likes to play at.
Yeah, make Doorstop uncomfortable. Make Doorstop make a rapid decision where they cannot answer you if you're always pushing something to force the option. Mugen rolling back to center and just commanding the ground. Doorstop is looking for any answer. The parry into back air. Mugen is slowly running away with this game.
The parry can't find the down tilt, wants to find a tech chase here if possible, is unable to carry in the double-edged dance. A little bit floaty of a character for that one. Can't find the F tilt, gets the tech chase here, actually just goes off stage. Doorstop's trying to make it back. The double-edged dance gets interrupted. They're both trading. It's a big scramble. Mugen wants to get in the driver's seat again. Gets caught by the down smash, but unable to find anything off of that. That should be a big punish. Up air isn't big enough of a punish. Mugen's got to find something here. Oh, the grab up throw. Not quite going to kill.
Not enough yet, but the fair will do it. Mugen moves on 3-1 against Doorstop.
Georgia back in there, boy. Super happy about that one. Mugen's going to continue moving on. I don't think I deserve this, but S. Pickles just dabbed me up.
Look, there he is. The #1 cheerleader for Georgia, immediately going to dap up his boy. Jazo giving props to his friend. But we still are not done with our top 64 bracket. I believe we got one more match coming to you guys. And we got Shiny Mark and another Georgia resident in Jazo.
They love us. They're giving us all the Georgia matches. I'm so happy about this. I'm so happy that Jazo's fighting Shiny Mark. You know, he's super excited for this matchup too. He's so practiced in the Pikachu matchup. He's so ready to take Shiny Mark out. And I mean, I'm just excited to see if Jazo makes it a 3-0 or gives Shiny Mark one game, honestly.
I have $20 in cash that you cannot name a Georgia Pikachu that has played in the past 2 months.
Oh, God, what's his name? Not Swift. It starts with an S. No, I have one. I know one. Hold on. Give me a second. This is good content, right? It's just me waiting to come up with a Pikachu from Georgia just for the bit.
Come on, you got like another 30 seconds.
You
got to figure it out.
What is his name? It's not Swift. Is it Speed?
No,
the guy shows up drunk the 404 and just plays with his headphones in the entire time. But he's a Pikachu in region, all right? That's all I got for you.
All right, well, I think Jazo might have that experience, but going back to the match, how do you expect Jazo to at least play against someone like Shiny Mark? You know, this is something that he may not be as comfortable with. Do you expect to be a more passive Ken? Do you seem to try to be more oppressive? I don't think he has the luxury, similar to what we saw earlier with Mutace against the Ryu, I believe it was Kawaii Pickles. You can't jump in, period. That is forbidden.
Hey, you're going Ken, right? I think he's going to go Ken. You're going Ken, right? Gonna go get Ken game 1, which, you know, by the way, Goblin just passed by and said he's gonna go Kaz. He's gonna pull out the Kaz.
Okay.
We'll see, but yeah, going Ken in game 1 is definitely the right choice, right? He gets to spend time conditioning his opponent, try to figure out how Shiny Mark chooses to play in disadvantage, fish for parries, the classic Jazo setup to get started with the game plan. If game 1 goes successfully with the Ken, we're gonna stick on the Ken. We're going to play around those scrambles, we're gonna play around punishes, get those down tilt Shoryukens. If game 1 doesn't go well, will we switch to Kazuya? I'm not sure. Kazuya's probably better than Ryu in that situation, but I'm not sure. I really don't know what the adaptation would be.
I really think the Kazuya is one of the safer options, but a less conventional pick for Jazo that I think would work extremely well is Terry. Terry. You go Terry, you have ways to essentially bypass neutral, you have your long hanging fair. There's a lot of ways, especially Power Geyser.
Yeah.
Pretty good. And there's ways for him to essentially quickly reversal a stock for paying the big boy tax.
Paying the big boy tax. I don't know how practiced Christian is in his Terry, though. I think that primarily the stocks have been placed into Ken and Ryu, and then some into Kazuya, but I have not seen his Terry as of recent.
His Terry isn't bad. He's pretty good with the Terry. I think he's pulled it out a couple times at one of the Georgia monthlies called Keep It Real. Shout out to Jonas Lee. It is a wonderful event. If you're ever in town, please make sure you go and see it. Yeah. But also, thank you to our wonderful sponsors here at this event. We've had a wonderful event hosted by the Titans Esports. They host tons of local events, not just Smash Ultimate in the Nashville area. Please make sure you show up and sign up for Titan Esports. But also, we're benefiting Monsoon, one of the local Tennessee TOs. I believe he's had some heart issues and some misfortune fall him recently. There is a QR code. If you go to the mainstream, you can actually see it right behind Jazzo right now. Please make sure you do, if you have any availability, donate to Monsoon to help them overcome these medical debts. My wife's a nurse in the cardiac unit, man. Those debts are huge, and they're crushing. It feels like there's no way out when you're under that medical debt, so anything helps.
Yeah. If you're on Twitter, I'm sure you've seen it at this point. You know, Monsoon looking for some assistance there, and really like not fishing for it either. They're like worried that they're asking for too much from people. They're really humble about it all. But we just want to support our local TOs, local community as much as possible. So definitely go find that QR code and donate.
Yeah, and again, these events wouldn't be possible without TOs like Monsoon, which allow us to have such great experiences like the match we're going to have here with Shiny Mark and Jazzo.
Shiny Mark versus Jazzo. We talked about it a little bit, right? Pikachu versus likely going to start with the Ken. We're probably going to start on PS2 or Small Battlefield. And in Small Battlefield, don't give Pikachu too much room, right?
I mean, what percent do you think Shoryu kills Pikachu? Okay, Jazzo.
Down tilt Shoryu, I think we'll probably kill it like 75 plus. That's a guess, but I think that it's possible. I think more realistically, he's only going to start fishing for it around 80 to 85% though.
Yeah, it's only going to take a couple of interactions for Jazzo to essentially hammer on enough damage to where he can harass Shiny Mark, but this is a matchup compared to the matchup with Civil. You can T-Jolt spam basically to your heart's content. What is Jazzo going to do? Parry?
That's true. That's a good point. And look at that. We are seeing the parry, but you can't punish out of it because it's still advantage Shiny Mark. See a little bit of a Shoryuken action right there on the platform. On the platform, it can kill a lot easier, but I don't think we're going to be seeing that for some time.
I still think one of the interesting things about this matchup is it's kind of the death by 1,000 cuts you mentioned earlier from the side of Shiny Mark, but it only takes one for Jazzo.
Right.
One foul interaction, and you're gone. I think at this point, if you get caught in up tilt Shoryu, down tilt Shoryu, that's lights out, especially with this level of rage.
Gets caught by the quick attack, wanted to chase the roll away. Jazzo's got to find this opening right here. It only takes one now, 100%. A raw Shoryuken will kill. A lot of things will kill, actually. A roundhouse will kill, an axe kick will kill, but unable to find the positioning right here. Getting back to stage is always the challenge.
I do think we haven't seen Shiny Mark abuse the focus attack enough. That's something that Jazzo is very reliant on. It's an integral part of the Ken recovery, but that is a quick stock. Jazzo up 3 stocks to 2 with a little bit of high percent, but no stranger to holding on to stocks.
Yeah, to speak about the parries, right, and how crucial those are. Parrying the second hit of quick attack, then dashing up to hit the Shoryuken is the type of win condition that Jazzo is going to be fishing for. So Shiny Mark has to be a lot more selective about how they choose to pick options here. I doubt that he's played against any player that's as good at parrying as Jazzo is. So it's an entirely different adaptation you have to make.
It's a different mindset as well, because most of the time you can't necessarily count on your opponent always. Okay, well, little Gim, that's a problem.
Yeah.
But we expect that. This is going to be something Jazzo will have to face against with Shiny Mark. But what I was trying to allude to was you don't necessarily count they're going to parry. They are going to parry this, and you have to account for that when you're playing against Jazzo specifically.
Jazzo, even though we don't have much experience against Pikachu, you know who Jazzo has a lot of experience against? Sonic. A lot of Sonic matchup experience, which means Jazzo is prepared to play as patient as necessary, even going to time if needed. That was some fantastic pressure, the axe kick. Forces Shiny Mark off stage. We're going to see going to the opposite side and resetting neutral. That's perfect for Shiny Mark.
Again, Jazzo just using a lot of pressure, hammering out with these down tilts and forcing Shiny Mark to hold the shield, which is terrifying because if you hold shield for too long, the axe kick just follows through, your shield snaps. It's such devastating damage, but more importantly, Jazzo is holding onto his stock for dear life, building up rage. Parrying into that back air is terrifying.
That's fat. Oh, Shiny Mark goes for something a little bit too aggressive and actually is caught by the roundhouse. Jazo is up a stock, but how are you going to make something out of this without dying first?
I think the only way that you can do it is just treat this like extra credit. Any percent you get is better than what you'd expect. You're at 126 now. You just need to focus on living and doing as much to Shiny Mark as you can while you have the rage to spare.
No dash up right there. Can't quite punish. It's just a little bit too safe of an aerial option. Is so ready to parry all of these T-Jolts, but that was a great choice. Instead of parrying, it chooses to jump over it to actually punish the T-Jolt, and that's a little bit more damage down. Maybe one more interaction would be ideal before losing your stock, but Jazo biding his time, playing patient. 3 minutes on the clock.
Yeah, Jazo playing extremely patient. A good choice from Shiny Mark, not getting followed up by the Hado, but I wonder if Jazo has to find any other way to get back to the stage. We see he's been going high quite a bit. Is he afraid of going low from Shiny Mark just taking an easy snipe?
Absolutely. The angles that some of Pikachu's moves can send you at, it's too scary to go low. You can get 2-framed by down air, you can get back aired and then just die, but wow, what a follow-up. That was such a great chase onto the platform, gets the short hop afterwards with the up air into the Shoryu, and Jazo takes game 1 off of Shiny Mark.
Jazo taking game 1 in a pretty commanding fashion too, where he is enacting his game plan so swiftly. You're taking parries, baiting a certain behavior, and then immediately pouncing on the whip. Like you said earlier, parrying number 2 on the quick attack, running up and immediately blasting a Shoryu. It's such a killer instinct for Jazo.
Absolutely. And what a tragedy, right, this would be for Jazo to not be able to make top 8, being stopped in his tracks by first MK Leo and then Shiny Mark, the #1 seed, right? This is a tough path just to get to top 8.
Yeah, and I don't know if Jazo was immediately considering Shiny Mark in their loser's path. But 66% onto the board. Jazo still playing this same game plan, but Shiny Mark playing very safe, dancing around Jazo, and now waiting for damage, but double parry into Tatsu.
That's hot, man. I don't know what to say. That's some hot gameplay right there. Jazo off stage, not getting 2-framed here, not getting edge guarded at all, but Shiny Mark still holding the stage down. How do you open? You got to find something.
Yeah, just trying to find anything they can to hammer on advantage. Again, just going for Dare Shoryu. Shiny Mark is playing on borrowed time, essentially. I think the next conversion is it for Jazo.
Yeah, I think so. Both last hit probably at this point, 88%. Definitely kill percentage right now. Can't find the down tilt. Actually, the down tilt is going for Shiny Mark and is able to find a dash attack to close out the stock.
Able to close it out, and the dash attack, a pretty great kill option for Pikachu, but now Jazo slowly backing off, realizing Shiny Mark doesn't really have the plan aside from I have to get you off stage and then look for a kill. But I think these parries might be biting Jazo in the leg, essentially, because now it's so reliable to count on a parry that can't be punished. Jazo is setting himself up for failure, possibly.
Yeah, choosing to hop over the T-Jolts because it threatens an attack right here, and he actually forced Shiny Mark to shield right after that forward air, but unfortunately the frame data is just too good for Pikachu. Misses the Shoryuken, and now Jazo, once again, has to find an opening, and it's so difficult to find these openings. Shiny Mark is so patient.
Shiny Mark is incredibly patient, but Jazo is still just looking for these typical Ken setups, up tilt into Shoryu, down tilt Shoryu, but Shiny Mark hasn't given him any chance. Every time there is a slight opening, Shiny Mark immediately fades back.
Full stock up for Jazo, trying to get feedback on the ground so that you can get feet in the face of the Pikachu, but unable to do so as Shiny Mark is juggling.
The rage is still sitting on Jazo, 111, but getting lapped in percent, especially on a first stock, doesn't feel great against Pikachu, but all right, keeping it alive.
On the board, 3 is maybe a little bit generous, but 3 interactions to even this up for Jazo. It just depends, right? Shiny Mark has been SDIing the Tatsus after the down tilt like so well, and then only sometimes is Jazo mixing in the Hadoukens, which do catch that SDI out and down. But in any case, Jazo's still able to rack up a little bit more damage, but too much of a hill to climb for this stock.
44% onto the board. Jazo still living at 155. Good use of a double focus attack there to get out of disadvantage. But now the Tatsu lands short. Jazo, I think now might be getting a little too trigger happy to kill, but the parries are crazy.
There's no more ambiguous of a defensive player that I've ever seen than Jazzo. Mixing up every tech option so Shiny Mark can't find a reliable tech chase. Unfortunately, though, sometimes you just get hit, right? Focus attack only lasts you so long, and an up air is going to kill.
At that level of rage, Jazzo was essentially one more interaction away from taking the stock away. Now it feels like there's a much bigger deficit to climb out of that you've lost all that rage.
Absolutely. Shiny Mark is playing like a man practiced in the Shoto's matchup with how all the SDIs have been crazy, making sure that you're far enough on shield pressure so that you don't get locked into shield into potentially being shield broken. You can jump out of it. Just picking all the right options against Jazzo's aggression.
Yeah, I think that's a perfect way to summarize how this game has been going. But right now, the one thing I'm looking for is to see Jazzo land his famous conversions. There it is, down tilt, up tilt, sure you get out.
Get out, yeah. 45% on Jazzo. Plenty comebackable of a percentage right here. Shiny Mark's trying to slow down the pace of the game, which gives Jazzo just the opening to try to burst in. Shiny Mark was ready for it, reversaled, and has racked up so much damage and continuing the advantage.
Something we didn't even bring up yet. We're at sub 2 minutes 30 seconds on the clock for time. So Shiny Mark can go to a timeout, but I don't think it will come to that, even though we're just kind of handing Jazzo tons of rage.
Yeah, Jazzo, tons of rage. I mean, it could be beneficial, but the question is, do you have the ability to open up Shiny Mark enough to get the damage up? Usually we see Jazzo get these openings and they convert into like 40 to 50% combos into an advantage state, but Shiny Mark has been so good about SDIing, about drifting, all of the correct decisions to only take anywhere between 5 and 20% in each interaction. So Jazzo has to find so many.
But again, it's a testament to how great both of these players are. Seeing Jazzo find unique openings through defense and using the focus attack to break through. Whether it's an air dodge or something else, I like how patient both of them are playing, but now Jazzo is essentially on borrowed time. 130% on the board. Jazzo needs to find a way to close out this stock, especially with Shiny Mark closing in on 40%.
Forward throw is off stage. The multi-hit, actually only the last hit connects with focus attack, could save. Oh my goodness, just waits out the Tatsu, and Shiny Mark made the right aggressive decision to catch Jazzo's unfortunate disadvantage.
It feels like Shiny Mark just baited Jazzo into throwing the Tatsu out. It's like, hey, I know you want to get back to the stage. I'll retreat back. Here's the Tatsu. An immediate heel turn to close the game out with the dash attack.
Yeah. That's something that you can afford when you're not at threat of dying in the next interaction, right?
Yeah.
It still would have required Jazzo to get probably 2 or 3 more interactions for a Shiny Mark death, which means that you can afford to give up a little bit of your advantage state and try to go for a bait-out option instead, which is exactly what happened. Chose to go for a bait-out option, and now mainstream is so freaking loud.
But we're continuing on. Here we go. Jazzo and Shiny Mark, do you see any stage change coming into play for this matchup?
Yeah, stage changes, no. And I definitely didn't just say that because I saw Small Battlefield. I think it's probably all the best stages for Ken are being banned out. But Small Battlefield and PS2 are going to provide a lot of the same like benefit, and Jazzo would like to keep a little bit closer quarters.
Jazzo right now is just not having the best luck trying to get through Shiny Mark's defense. And I think part of it is Shiny Mark is constantly tempo changing against Jazzo, whether it's with landing aerials, falling back into projectile camping. It's hard for Jazzo to find a consistent way to break through.
I'm wondering if the flat stages are being banned out or if PS2 is being banned out, because PS2 doesn't allow Shiny Mark to plank and reset neutral by going underneath the stage. So it's possible that Shiny Mark chose to ban PS2, but again, those flat stages also can be very beneficial for Ken, so it's hard to say.
I wonder if he's also taking away Battlefield, because I think Pikachu does have some problems interacting on Battlefield, so you could see him taking that away, but right now Jazzo just getting routed on this first stock.
Yeah, trying to get back to stage, actually catches the T-Jolt there to save Jazzo a little bit, able to rack up a little bit more damage. Jazzo's trying to press the attack right now, and roll away has been the saving grace for Shiny Mark. Jazzo can't chase it every time.
Yeah, it's not the most consistent option for Shiny Mark to, well, it's not for Jazzo to punish, rather, but Shiny Mark just getting hammered in the corner and losing the first stock after such an amazing stretch so far.
massive, but big turnaround right here for Shiny Mark, and now neutral is reset. This is like worst case scenario for Jazzo after getting that stock. You really, really would have liked to rack up any sort of advantage or slow down the pace of the game and force Shiny Mark to over-aggress, and you can play bait and punish for damage. But now that neutral is fully reset, we're back to square one. Jazzo has to put in so much mental energy just to find a little bit of damage.
At this point, with the way the games have been going, I wonder if Ryu is a better call, because when you start doing Shaku camping and having other routes to victory, it may not be as consistent with the multi-hits that Ken has, but you are opening up a different avenue to success.
The Thunder is focus attack. That's actually a nice save for Jazzo. Able to only rack up 10%, and this is the issue. Death by 1,000 cuts should have been the name for Pikachu, but it's turning out that Ken is the one doing death by 1,000 cuts because Shiny Mark has all of the right defensive choices to deal with Ken's aggression.
And making it out from the Tatsu there, it's incredible to see how Shiny Mark is getting out of some of these situations. But again, it feels like Jazzo just is missing by a hair every single time to convert.
Just by a hair. Still able to parry the T-Jolts, and is choosing to do so just as a kind of a threat, saying, you can't come in on me, I will parry this, and then I'll have some sort of defensive option, even if I'm not an advantage. It's more of just a threat than anything else. Jazzo waits out a nice disadvantage, able to get back to stage. Shiny Mark's really pressing them.
Yeah, Shiny Mark is definitely pressing hard to make sure Jazzo knows that he has to be the aggressor in this situation. But Shiny Mark also intentionally cornering themselves, because worst case scenario, you can get the grab, send Jazzo off stage, and immediately gimp him.
134%. Again, we talk about the rage, but it really hasn't come into play this set. We would hope that it would. That's the first grab we've seen out of Jazzo, and that's a fantastic option right there, because Shiny Mark's been just shielding all of the down tilt. So grab is a great way to rack up some damage.
Wow, Thunder didn't take it out yet, but we see the kill. Okay.
Yeah.
Up air does seal the stock. Shiny Mark in a fantastic position. And Jazzo having to find any opening. Like you said, losing this rage is absolutely devastating.
Shiny Mark, again, pressing and then backing up. Really playing the pace, really playing the cadence. And saying, hey, Jazzo, the second that you aggress, I'm going to re-aggress onto you, and the second that you play more patiently, I'm backing up even further.
It's incredibly difficult to find a way to consistently open up Shiny Mark, especially because you can't pull the trigger too early, especially in this matchup.
Big tech chase right there. And Jazzo's a little bit frustrated here, not able to find any opening every time, but there's some pressure on shield. Shiny Mark is just using an aerial out of shield. Focus stack is going to get eaten by that forward air. The wall jump there, and the forward air edge guard is going to take the game. Shiny Mark is up 2-1, and now the question is, do we have a character swap? Because it's character first, and I think I just saw Shiny Mark ban stages.
I feel like the answer is no, but
Right.
you need to change the scenery at the minimum. You need to do something different. Small battlefield isn't working. It's too claustrophobic. Shiny Mark is able to set up and constantly harass you. I would like to see the Ryu. I think Shaku does allow for a better matchup here, but not the case ultimately. And we're running back to small battlefield. What do you think about this?
Again, if PS2 is banned, then sure, go small battlefield. But if PS2 is not banned, you should be going to PS2. You get to corner pressure as much as you want, and yes, Shiny Mark gets to run away a little bit more, but they can't reset neutral by going under the platform or going under the stage. They can't reset all of the momentum and all of the pressure, and you still get all of that platform pressure that you would have had before.
Should we just start counting the Thunder Jolt parries?
Yeah, let's just rack it up for game 4. Let's see. 1, 2,
All right, hold on. Oh, there we go. We finally got a hit, but Shiny Mark still just playing this so slow, but it's what's been working. Jazzo hasn't found an answer to this yet.
Yeah, Jazzo is patient, but the issue at this point isn't patience. It's finding conversions. And I think there's enough space in between each aggressive choice that Jazzo isn't able to correctly condition Shiny Mark into picking right options. Now that aggression has been hot for the last 30 seconds, Jazzo's finding a lot of damage. But the second that Shiny Mark slows things down, it's an issue. Shiny Mark has not slowed it down yet.
Shiny Mark lived the Shoryu, the double parry into that Shoryu there. That's pretty impressive. Shiny Mark has definitely found their confidence and their footing. Jazzo might need to start thinking of a different kill condition right now.
Yeah, that's the issue though. When you're playing Ken, you kind of bait yourself into only playing around Shoryu or like Axe Kick or Roundhouse Kick as your kill conditions. You don't have other options like Ryu does.
That's 3. But Shiny Mark, I think, is doing a really great job of forcing Jazo into a very specific defense box. And never mind, back air cleans it up. A good position for Jazo. You want to at least hold on and rack up some extra credit before the stock goes away.
But that's been the issue. If Jazo can get extra credit, then great, we're in business. But if he can't, like the last 2 games have shown, if Shiny Mark closes out without too much extra credit on the board, Jazo's in dire straits.
I think one adaptation we've seen this game is that Jazo is now much more content to do nothing. He's not trying to run and force the game plan and force action against Shiny Mark by down tilting and looking for a Katsu. Much more content to wait for a whiffed aerial parry and then immediately punish.
But we didn't see any extra credit come out. We saw no jump available, and Shiny Mark capitalized, taking the stock back. I think Jazo's got to keep the attack, like I said, press. Even though Jazo can play very patiently, I don't think it's benefiting him to play patiently at all.
Now we're looking at how Jazo just, first of all, he hasn't been able to get to the ground. I feel like Shiny Mark has kept them juggled so long, it's hard for him to establish any win condition if you're in the air for most of the game.
Oh, I love that crossing up, but actually spot dodge. The SDI out just allowed the spot dodge to come out. Locked into shield, but not quite a shield break. Shiny Mark's going to stall off stage until that shield is a little bit more recovered.
At this point, if you're Shiny Mark, you really need to thank your lucky stars. And Jazo's still pulling the trigger just a little too early. It feels like he's so ready to try and close the stock out, but we're just always 1 second too early.
But the punishes haven't been too heavy, right? So Jazo's actually not feeling any type of way about fishing for it more and more often because there's not really a kill threat when you're that high up in the air and you can land on the platform. So tossing it out is not the worst option because best case scenario, you get a kill out of it. That said, if you miss it too many times and you're at too high percent, then yeah, Pikachu can hit a back air and you might die.
Again, we have seen Jazo consistently looking for these down tilt starters. It's very difficult when Shiny Mark is fading in and then back out with these aerials because Pikachu has that luxury, but I really wonder if Jazo might have to just resort to the back air at this point.
Yeah, we see a little bit of fishing for it, right? Like a little bit of jump back air, a little bit of jump forward air in for a little bit of threat, but you have to worry about the shield pressure. Back air is going to be a little bit more reliable than forward air because you're not going to get punished with an outer shield option, but a run-up grab is a nice punish anyways. Jazo can't get back to the ground, actually finds their footing, and now Shiny Mark on the corner, happy to play the corner.
Yeah, more than happy to play the corner, but just fine to play the slow play game. The back air breaks through the focus attack, and Shiny Mark is up 2 stocks to 1 with 2 minutes 30 seconds on the board. This is a great position for Shiny Mark because now you can just play it slow and take the game for a ride.
Can't quite kill with that Shoryu. That's crazy. Didn't get the heavy Shoryu, I don't think. Unfortunate, but Jazo only needs one more interaction to close up the stock. The question is Shiny Mark going to give it up easily? We see Shiny Mark kind of playing in the face of Jazo, kind of baiting it out, saying, I dare you, I dare you. And unfortunately, Jazo took the dare, and Shiny Mark's the one racking it up.
Yeah, Shiny Mark has just been able to constantly annoy Jazo, even with rage. Normally, we're talking about how Jazo needs to have rage. Shiny Mark's self-preservation instincts with this stock have been unbelievable, and Jazo needs to find a way to pull the trigger and execute this stock.
Back air, I think, kind of, it might be the option, right? Like, you can run up and you can force shield pressure, but Shiny Mark's escaped it 9 times out of 10 this entire set. Now you're at 89%. You're on your last stock. You're on your tournament stock right now, and Shiny Mark wants to close it out with an edge guard. Ah, and that's, oh wow, the reversal.
Wow, nice reversal. Just still trying to find a way to make it back to the stage. A good mix-up from Shiny Mark there, but now just flanking, knowing that we're in advantage. There's no need to pull the trigger and be aggressive. You can wait for Jazo to choose something unsafe and seal the game out.
Yeah, Jazo's getting a little bit fatigued right here, unable to find the heavy Shoryu. Again, that's unfortunate, but that was your opening. You can't miss those openings because if you do, Shiny Mark's going to have a lot easier time closing the gap.
Yeah, you have to nail your consistent confirms because above all else, if you do not have that consistency or those confirms, you're just essentially losing any momentum against Shiny Mark. The time is slowly whittling down, 45 seconds on the clock, and Jazo knows he needs to get this stock, but Shiny Mark does not need to engage at all.
Yeah, I think this win's over, right? Like, you can't deal with Pikachu planking under the stage as Ken. Even if you close out this stock, there's no way you're closing a 130% gap in 30 seconds. Does find the stock, and you have such little time to get this. Shiny Mark's going to wait on the Angel platform, then jump off stage and plank for the rest of the game. There's no reason to aggress.
There is an option where Ken can get the Meteor Smash, but it seems so unlikely at this point, and the down smash seals Jawzo's fate.
It's about sending a message.
G to Shiny Mark.
Gotta win that one because it's about sending a message. You could have waited. You could have played the timeout game, but I think Shiny Mark needed a little bit morale boost, right? After that winner's side set going the way that it did for Sybil, changing the entire trajectory of top 8, by the way, which is crazy. Sybil giveth, Sybil taketh away. But Shiny Mark needed something like a buff there, and I don't think the timeout would have felt good enough going into top 8. Jawzo out at 9th, unfortunately, with getting knocked out by Leo Shiny Mark. Like, that's the most unfortunate run.
Yeah, it's a pretty crazy bracket path for Jawzo, but it's invaluable experience. You cannot replicate that, and I think that's it. That's our top 64.
I think that we have our top 8 locked in. Let's read off for you guys right before we take it to break. I want to read for you your top 8 that you'll be able to watch going into this. Ice Knight versus MK Leo on winner's side, Zomba versus Mudace on winner's side, and then on loser's side, we have Mugen versus Shiny Mark, which will be very interesting, and Goblin versus Sky J. We've got a lot of people from all over regions, 2 Roys actually in top 8, which is fun to see, and a lot of hot sets yet to come.
Yeah, it's been a pleasure bringing this tournament to you guys here at Warehouse Wars. If you ever are in Nashville, make sure you come to Rocketown. Thank you again to our sponsors. It's always a pleasure, man, and I can't wait for more in the future.
Check us out on Twitter. I'm at Kevin with a K _. You've got at Ducks TKO. Hope you enjoyed our blog. Stay tuned for more great commentary and your top 8.